legions, not from us. We came for blood. We are the rebel. Break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. We're well into our season as we enter the second proper working week of action here in our group stage. The lay of the land has been set and we have one more team now to find their first victories on the board, Dwayne, as we get into our 7 best of ones for the day. Another big grind, man. How you doing?
Oh, very excited. Knowing that we're getting deeper and deeper, we're seeing more. And when I say more from some of the teams that we're not expecting a massive amount from. That's what makes this season so exciting.
Indeed, the best of ones have been very interesting over the course of the last week. Yesterday, you and I had the day off. We left it to Ted and Zephyr to take over the action in the broadcast commentary.
There were quite a few upsets that came into the idea. One of the games going quite the overtime, I think back to even FURIA, or the FURIA's brothers, I should say, in MIBR Academy, finally being able to put more on the board. They had some more competitive best of one, so good to see for some of the weaker end squads. Felt like it was a very positive day yesterday.
Yeah, I'm very excited to say as well the fact that we saw that NAVI Junior versus MOUZ NXT matchup as well from yesterday, which was, of course, 2 of our top 3 teams in Group A. They had a bit of a battle back and forth in that sort of sense. It was NAVI Junior that came out on top of it. It was a pretty close affair. We had Astralis Talent also posting wins against the 0-0 Prospects. And considering how the Prospects are doing at the moment, that's a really big win for the Danes.
I think for Astralis Talent, coming off of the back of winning a local LAN is probably trying to help them push in the right direction. I think the first early outings that they had here in the Academy League weren't ideal and probably put them back as being one of those weaker teams in the group, but the more that we see from them, and especially their more recent results, we're actually starting to see more positive signs and more victories going their way.
Well, that more positive signs for ENCE Academy, currently going 2-3 in terms of their table. They were able to beat Young Ninjas yesterday in a 16-14 bonanza. That's got to be one of the upsets that you're talking about the most here, Dwayne.
That's one of them, that's for sure. I think ENCE Academy coming away beating a side that looked like they were going to go, maybe not undefeated in the entire group, but be one of the top-end teams of the group. So to take a loss as early as they did against an ENCE Academy side, I think it shows for the Finns hard work is finally paying off.
We'll get to see ENCE Academy a little bit later on today against the big Academy side, who took their win yesterday as well against both Spirit Academy and MIBR Academy. Spirit's probably the more significant one because that was a 16-7 for Big Dwayne.
And that was quite a convincing result. I probably expected a little bit more to come out of that Spirit side. And I think for Big, it's all about being able to get consistency, knowing that they've come into this season, they've Sin's out of the team, Tizian's in. It's working with some new puzzle pieces, and it's all about being able just to consistently get as much out of this group stage as possible and look for that deeper run in the tournament once again.
If I had to ask you for some winners and losers from yesterday, Dwayne, who would you sort of rate in those camps?
Well, the losers has to be some of the favorites. Fnatic Rising taking their first loss. Young Ninjas exactly the same for them. As for the winners, even though MIBR didn't come away with a victory, they're still 0-5. They had one of their most competitive best of ones yet. This is this one down on Dust 2 against Big Academy, being able to push themselves all the way to overtime, which is a fantastic result for them.
Yeah, it finished 19-16 against the Big Academy side. Of course, Big were the team that took the overall favoritism, but you're right, Dwayne. That's for the first time MIBR taking control of a double-digit scoreline in their map-ups. They've always been beaten at like 16-4s and 16-5, very one-sided results. So at this point, it feels to me like right now MIBR are starting to settle into the European landscape in Academy League.
It does feel that way, and it's whether they can continue that, to be able to have one result where finally you make it competitive, almost had a chance of getting a win, not to be, okay, let's look to the next day, let's look to the day after that, and that's got to be the mindset for the Brazilians of MIBR of, it's going to come, it's definitely coming, just when is it? We'll have to wait and see.
Unfortunately, for all the favourites that did get upset yesterday, it's only one result out of many more that they have to play out in the group stage. So they're not completely dislodged from their top-end positions, but this is where it will start to look shaky for them, and to bounce back today might be a very important factor to consider overall, Dwayne. Who are the highlight players from yesterday's matches?
I think, again, we saw quite a bit coming through from Nipple. Wolfie, in particular, with the AWP, did impress me quite a lot in the 2 games that we saw from Fnatic Rising. And even getting more out of Bro seems like a guy we keep talking about for this Astralis Talent team.
He's a bro, if you will, to say the least in that sense. Yeah, he's been an absolute surprise for Astralis talent. Again, like, part of the thing that we're trying to do here on these shows is to try and pick out the players that might be due for a call-up, and I'm not sure whether bro's quite in that position just yet, but he's been the surprise for Astralis talent, and I'm excited to see how he'll do a little bit later on today. Of course, Astralis will be in action against the Young Ninjas in up an ultimate match of the evening, so a lot to look forward to over the course of today. Again, so many things to consider coming into our Monday day.
And just recapping on this game in particular, the Young Ninjas versus ENCE Academy, one of the big upsets coming through from the Finns. We've always been talking about Juissi for the last couple of days, and I actually saw a very good performance out of Henu and Potty with the AWP. One of the guys that we've seen hasn't had the most of a strong start here in the Academy League. This was one of the best games I've seen from him yet.
I think it proves that the potential that we were talking about with ENCE Academy overall, right? The idea that they have an opportunity to be a well-rounded, well-defined team. They just haven't quite hit those strides yet. They haven't quite hit those high markers. And that match right there was them doing just that, right? It was still a 16-14 against the team who are at the top end of their group, but you are talking about an underdog, dark horse, middle-table team in the ENCE Academy side who have started to show a little bit of that talent that we expect to see out of them. So hopefully, and I want to ask you, Dwayne, do you think that's going to continue over the course of today?
I think that they will continue to be competitive. Whether they'll continue to get upsets and victories on the board, that might be a stretch too far in my liking. Looking over at the MOUZ NXT side, though, they continue to impress me. If I'm going to be honest, Jay, I didn't have the massive amount of faith for them in this season. It's a brand new rebuild. They're working with a fifth who's a stand-in on trial. We don't exactly know what's going to happen when it comes to success. Are we talking 3 months' time? Are we talking 6 months' time? They are somehow coming away with more victories on Overpass.
Yeah, they're currently third on the table in Group A, so right now they're having an absolute baller of a time over on that neck of the woods, and certainly for the MOUZ organization, they have made a habit of themselves of building into some decent stars, not only in their academy team, but also in their main team. Certainly showing in the academy team, most certainly, because even though it is a different roster, the organization itself have taken more titles in this league than anyone else. So for them, obviously, it's an expectation that they're able to build up a decent roster, and it was a case of just proving themselves to be this iteration of being decent talents here for MOUZ NXT. So yeah, great stuff from them against Fnatic Rising yesterday, and of course taking the victories, putting the upsets on the board. They might be underdogs, but I still want to give them a decent chance in this league.
I'll join you on that one. Now that we're seeing more from them, you've got to have the general understanding that they're going to be here to have some close victories, and knowing that every game is so important, knowing that every day is so important.
Well, here are the results from yesterday's proceedings. Again, Big beat Spirit 16-7. Navi Jr. took that series over MOUZ NXT at 16-11. Big and the MIBR Academy side going blow for blow in overtime, a 19-16 victory for the German team.
And just knowing that they're getting closer and closer for Big Academy, how do we look at that, Jay? Is it a positive or is it a negative? Because while it's a win on the board, this is a team that has gone 9-1 in group stages, 3 events in a row.
Oh, look, they got 2 victories today. So that's at least, or yesterday rather. So that's something that we can go towards to mark up to their victory, of course. Fnatic Rising beating out Navi Jr. 16-12. ENCE Academy, the 16-14 upset over Young Ninjas, and MOUZ NXT got a little bit of redemption from earlier on the day by beating Fnatic Rising and again putting that first victory on the board, the first loss on the board against the Fnatic Rising side. That's the recap yesterday. But Dwight, today we've got a lot more of action to look forward to.
Indeed we do. And just knowing that starting off, we're looking at a team that we haven't even had a chance of looking at. Of course, FURIA Academy, we've seen them since Season 1, but it's been a while since we've seen them in this event because they're making their debut today.
Yeah, the first week or so of action has not really been very FURIA proficient. They haven't been playing any of the games, so this will be their debut performance. Still the same lineup from previous seasons as well, so it's not like they're in like the worst position in the world. Certainly against Flames Ascent, they are probably rated as favourites in our first match of the day, followed up by Big versus ENCE in the second one, MOUZ NXT versus Navi Jr. The key thing to remember for me, however, Dwayne, is the fact that FURIA Academy will also be in action a little bit later on today against OG Academy, with Spirit also taking on the Brazilians of MIBR, and Astralis versus Young Ninjas in the Nordic Clash.
And that Nordic derby could actually be quite an impressive one. Astralis talent showing us some good signs. Young Ninjas taking their first loss, but still a very strong team. And knowing that even at Group A, we've also got some strong teams. Fnatic Rising up there at 4-1, tied with the record of Navi Jr. I think that first and second position probably won't see too much change as the season rolls on.
Again, the upsets from yesterday haven't dislodged Fnatic or Navi as being top-end teams in Group A, and certainly for Fnatic Rising and Navi Jr., the big question is who's going to come out in first place for me, because that's where the things could start to change, right? The head-to-heads between Fnatic and Navi might end up being very important as the season goes on. MOUZ and Flames occupy the middle table. In the bottom 3, it's OG, FURIA, and Apex Rebels. Of course, FURIA yet to play a match, so that might also change as today rolls on.
I think it's very likely that FURIA only within a few days should get up to that 4th position, should get towards that tail end of being on just the first half of the group. And knowing that for Flames Ascent, this is their debut in Academy League, this is the first season that they've been a part of, they've actually been quite impressive. 2 wins, 4 losses, some close affairs, obviously that massive overtime against MOUZ NXT that we saw out on Overpass, but the idea that they were able to beat OG Academy quite easily in that second half of Overpass, and of course that first victory that they got against Apex Rebels, we're seeing some good stuff from them.
Oh, encouraging, at least initially. Certainly against the Apex Rebels, you might want to weigh things up in a bit more of a balanced factor because they themselves are 0-4 in the group stage standings, below even FURIA at the moment when it comes to how Group A is played out for them. Certainly for the Academy team in Brazil, this is their chance to sort of, like, as you mentioned, take their way into top 4. I'd reckon that even though Flames have had some good results, I believe that they've still got an opportunity right here to concede to the likes of FURIA Academy. Again, this team has just been so strong over a longer period of time. They have the tenure that the Flames don't.
And knowing that they haven't even made a roster change for about 6 months just shows how long this lineup's coming together. Dust 2 being the map in for the veto. We've seen this already for a couple of times of Flames. We were quite critical the second time they played it because it was the second head-to-head against NAVI Jr. where they just decided to play Dust 2 for the second time.
And it didn't really work out against NAVI Jr. in either one of those cases, did it? It's a 0% map win rate for them. Of course, FURIA Academy only having a few maps on record because of their lack of real absence or absence in general into the Academy League. They haven't been playing at all this season. But Dust 2 in history has still had a number of great results in the Brazilian scene. And I have no doubts that FURIA Academy will have an inkling into the European style in the way that someone like MIBR doesn't. So I still see them as potential victors and likely favourites in this match for me.
I'm going to join you on that one. I think for FURIA Academy, they want to get back to the starts of where they were in Season 4, being able to wreck it up in the gauntlet stage, go deep into the playoffs as well, and surprise a lot of teams with a top 3 placement.
I think top 3 is manageable. I think for FURIA, I think it's definitely within the top 4 is a certainty for their own part of things, and then going into the gauntlet is going to be an aim for FURIA above all else. Again, I think that just considering the teams that they have in Group A, Flames Ascent being one of those, like I can't put Flames above FURIA on a long enough timescale unless they see some major and significant improvements to get more confident results against even better teams. So we'll find out how well they'll do here on Dust 2. But in terms of scoreline predictions, what are you thinking, Dwayne?
I'm expecting close to double digits, maybe double digits in for Flames Ascent, but I'm backing the Brazilians on their first game on the soil here of Europe to come out successful.
I'm all aboard their part of things. I'm definitely rocking Brazil over the course of today as we get into our first match of the day as FURIA take their debut in this season of the Academy League and start things off by drawing first blood. Brunino finding Bunny and Hansi forced to respond.
Now, Hansi, one of those players that's been incredibly impressive over the course of the Academy League, Jay, averaging a 1.28 rating. We just saw him in a local LAN in Denmark only the last couple of days, posting a 0.62 rating. So the question I have for today and for the rest of the group stage is, which Hansi will we get?
So far, we've got the positive Hansi, the kill found already. Speedy spotted the player out towards Car, and we'll tap on to Descenti's position. Won't be able to force him out of angle just yet here. They're still just working on this long position in what is a pretty passive default for Dust 2.
Try and see if they could just keep that height advantage, look over that car position, just in case anyone was hiding back. I do like the way that Fez has even allowed himself to get into lower tunnels while the idea of the long play is coming in. That just means that if FURIA Academy get proactive and they try and search for information, they get out the mid doors, they start aggressing upper tunnels, he's going to be there to search for information and to allow that rotation to come back over, saying, I haven't heard anything, no one's on the press.
Hit the site real quick. Arla holding back the taps forward. Can't hold on forever, though. Damage has been done significantly to Inspire, though, so this should be easy enough for the pistols to clean up. I say that, and Fez gets the kill on the bomb site, so it's all to the retakers. Descenti first man in. Headshot on Speedy, following suit on Fez, getting the man advantage for FURIA, dropping that bomb in the center of the site as well. 2 players left, both tagged up. Now 1 man of Inspire. AHP in a 1v3 is not going to make it happen. Descenti with a quadra. What a start that is for him.
And that was a player that I think we wanted to talk about in the pregame, but just ran out of time. He's an incredible piece to this entire FURIA Academy side. Joined up on the 6th of April this year, was actually part of a previous iteration of FURIA Academy, come back in. And when I look back to Season 4 and Season 5, he's always one of the hard hitters, one of the strongest riflers we've got in the entire competition.
Looking forward to his performances overall. Already starting with a quadra. Things look good on the individual basis for the FURIA Academy side, and he's not the only player to lean on this team either, Dweg.
And knowing that there's a few more to add to the kilter, Cowers is going to be the second player that I look at as being a consistent rifler that always puts in hard yards, always puts in monster performances. Try and see if they can get the two of them up on the A site to be the strong defense.
That's the crossfire they got going at the moment. M4s on both them alongside Brunino. FURIA have the weapons on their main stars, and that looks a decent effect. Descenti with a double, finally getting overwhelmed by the pistols, but Cowers gets a triple, and now looks to bolster his numbers. You mentioned him being a monster, and it was pistols versus that monster, but still a 2-0 for the FURIA side. Guns should come through for Flames.
And we saw a bit of a slow start from FURIA Academy last season in the Academy League, going down 1-2 in their first 3 games before they were able to get more victories on the board later on in the group stage. So, again, this is the first outing. You have a look at Flames Ascent. This is their 7th best of 1, the first one this season for FURIA.
Opportunities abound to start to prove things. Again, opening match for the FURIA side. Wanted to be successful with for no other reason than just to set the pace for the rest of their season. For me, arguably the perfect opponent to face in your opening game here for FURIA.
It's going to give you confidence, that's for sure. Maybe that's even a confidence that goes the wrong way, though. I think a lot of teams went in too confident against Flames Ascent, and that's how they got upset. That's how they were able to scrape away with a couple of victories and even an overtime loss to MOUZ NXT. MSR pressed up aggressively with that MP9 towards the longhouse control. And Flames Ascent just starting to work the mid presence, see if they can force out an early mistake.
Holding face. Make their moves in, the smokes will come down. Mid control, seeming to be hunted for the mid position for Flames. Bursting through those smokes, but not committing to the mid to B or mid to A play.
Even Descenti's going to keep eyes on that if it is a run out from the doors, he'll be able to spot them getting up to the B site. It's all distraction though. 40 seconds, seems like it's going to be leverage back to A. No one is actually on car or that ramp position, so as soon as Cowers gets contact, he's going to have to try and get help from his teammate Brunino.
The instant spray through on Bunny, getting tagged up. Cowers have to get out of the way. Brunino, the M4 lining up several, getting the kill and inspire at last. So man advantage gained by FURIA, but they do concede the site. The plant can come down.
Speedy's got to be able to find counteraction towards a short control. Pressure building as Cowers peaks.
Breakthrough from Fez, flashes in. Cowers does go back, but Brunino there with a trade on Hans. He responds to a 3-on-3, low HP on Bunny still, but if his teammates pick it up, that's going to be absolutely more than fine. Descenti in the 1-on-3 scenario, gets that first kill, needs 2 more. Has a fair amount of time to play with, but he's going to back away anyway, save the weapon, and can see one back to Flames.
Nicely done on the post plant from Hansi towards that ramp control up there at Goose. But also, you got to give a lot of praise for that short presence. You could see the MP9 from SMR trying to come in quickly, just gets caught out of the equation, and Descenti starts losing teammates, has to just look for exit frags, position himself out towards the middle of mid, eventually does go down to Hansi. First round coming through from the Danes, eliminating everyone. That's going to put a foothold on the economy for both teams.
Good start in for the Flames. Economy should still buy down for the most part on FURIA. We've got players on double eco status, so the M4s will be coming in for several of them. Have those main guns for Marces. M4s pass back and forth. They'll go into the force buy round.
And knowing that this is one of these swing rounds, it's going to put a lot of pressure on whoever's going to be able to win out the opening man advantage. Hansi working on the long quarter smoke, flash around the corner. Descenti even thinking about putting some aggression down on short.
Very slow into these defaults. Flames Ascent. Finally engaged. Bunny picks up Cowers. Descenti can trade, but get tagged up of his own right. Goosh down to 34. Bunny on 15, though, so in this 4-on-4 is relatively even standings for the HP bars. Still, Descenti peaks in Inspire, gets caught flat-footed, and Bunny shouldn't last much longer against this engagement. The flash is perfect for Hansi, makes it back to evens.
Descenti hanging around there for way too long. Even that second frag was slightly risky. As soon as he gets that, he needs to start falling back. Brahino out here towards the long control might get unchecked.
M4 catches Speedy, drops his bomb, dives down into pit as well. Hansi might have given up the scope information. Grab that bomb, rotate it back out. Bunny just trade to a 2-on-2 though, so FURIA standing against the Flames' advantage.
Just knowing that Bunny can show more of that presence towards short allows himself to have the quick rotation over. Hansi going over to the AK and allowing the AWP to get picked up from Bunny. the CTs could be quick onto the trigger. MSR, the coach here at FURIA Academy, looking on towards the doors.
We're standing in for them today. Let's get picked up by Bunny's AWP just yet. Bomb will get planted. Bunny falls back to the back of the site. Molotov sent high up towards the window. HyENCE playing around that smoke, gonna wait for it to clear.
It's all a matter of timing. HyENCE needs to try and work on this U2 and engage immediately.
Last in, catches the headshot. Brunino, last man out to the right-hand side of the smoke. Can't quite seem to catch the frag and does get it in the end. 1v1. Low HP on Bunny. The AWP needs to hit the shot, but Brunino reads it so well and has enough time for this to fuse.
Nicely done there on the clutch coming through from FURIA Academy, allowing that pressure to start building up through the doors, get onto that bomb for Brahino, and it looked as if HyENCE had done enough. You think about his position, close towards the doors angle, forces it down to a 1vx, and in the end, trying to recover that AWP, yeah, just get it.
Just in time. A little bit awkward to try and look for it there. It's kind of curious how those boxes actually cover up this position. Does work out for FURIA in the end, though. 1 AWP to bolster the rebuy. Of course, both teams invested heavy into that previous round with the damage that came out of the one before. Again, FURIA lost all 5 of their players. Flames lost 4 of them. So Flames are going with a harsher eco in this one. FURIA still locking 2 SMGs. Broken by for them overall.
There is quite a bit of conversation with the coach standing in. So ZMB, who is the player being stood in for today, is actually the IGL and the AWPer for the team, Jay. So Descenti's a little bit of a hybrid player. He can pick up the AWP from time to time, but not a primary. He's going to have to get slotted into the primary AWP, and the coach of MSR, I guess he's going to have to be calling for them.
Well, having an idea of the tactics, so at least he'll be able to have that much experience. FURIA, of course, playing their game as well as they can at this particular stage. The issues might compound later on down the road, but for here and now, they should be up to 4-1 against the Pistols. They picked up 2 already. 1 down mid, 1 up mid as well. 5-on-3.
Descenti just trying to establish as much of that crossfire as possible. Now, FURIA Academy trying to keep the pressure on the city side, trying to allow themselves to run away with a strong lead. Farm up some of the cash for the MP9 at long.
Hugging the back wall, Speedy. Ooh, actually managed to shoulder bait him somehow. MSR down. Start up in the round here for the Flames Ascent side. Going to try charge up towards long, counteracted by 2 individuals, the AWP and the M4. M4 does get 2. It's all left to Bunny to also fall to Cowes in his triple quadrant in the round overall. A 4-1 scoreline indeed does ensue for FURIA. Not much lost on that SMG, so they won't be sweating it too much. What they will be sweating is the rebuy from Flames.
We saw Astralis talent going off to that MPF event, the local LAN event in Denmark. Bit of a disappointing run for Flames Ascent, not even getting a single map in a best-of-3 against Astralis talent in the upper bracket quarterfinals, going down into the lower bracket and losing their best-of-1 instantly, out in last place.
Definitely one of the lesser experienced teams in that event, though. Arguably could have been forgiven a certain extent, considering the teething period that Flames are currently in at the moment. Obviously, doesn't really bode well for how this season could play out from this point onwards here against FURIA. Guns are in for the time being to try and win out this one map. Information spotted on just 1 individual.
Descenti not even firing away. He did spot some legs on that crossover to the left-hand side from the notch smoke. And Flames Ascent trying to regain some of that short control. This time around, FURIA don't even have anyone up on the corner. They're actually slowly rotating players back out from CT spawn to elevator.
They exploited that long control once again. Brunino, the first man to fall. Now is waiting for them. Flashes against the smokes coming out. Inspire. Cross out towards elbow. AWP missing the shot. Not great for Descenti there. Does land on Inspire in the end, so a 4-on-4, but he's been tagged.
They've got a very good inkling that there's still going to be a late lurk coming through from this longhouse. Not the case at all. HyENCE trying to reposition with that AWP, put the pressure back on towards short. Even Speedy's looking to cut rotates off from top mid.
Yeah, the late lurk is really in mid rather than up long. Try and join them here towards that short position just to slow push forward. And the AWP of HyENCE will catch the CTs rotating in. Alex down. Bunny looking against the man, but can't quite seem to see them. It's HyENCE's orb that picks up yet another kill. 2 left, 1 left. MSR, the coach, up against 3. Just pick up that first pick. Incendiary on the bomb. And the peek in from the AWP lands it for the second for the Flames.
Another good round coming through from Hansi. No surprises there at all. He finds himself up to 9 frags. And you have to look at Hansi and look at Flames Ascent. And when we've seen him on Dust 2 against NAVI Jr. in the last couple of best of ones that they played, he's always been the X-Factor man. That if he has a good performance, most likely Flames Ascent are going to have more competitive games and have closer ones that they can actually turn into victories.
They're going to keep this as tight as possible. Should be up to 3 rounds now for the Danes. Fast in from the harsh pistols of FURIA. Inspire's going to have to get forced back here with the Molotov put up against them. They've got Speedy and Hansi, the AWP and AK combination peeking alongside Inspire's crossfire. They're ripping all apart. At least 1 kill gets fouled by Cowards. That's something. But that'll be probably the only thing he gets out of this round.
Very good protocol there coming through from the Danes. You could see that immediately they initiate the idea, we're being rushed, we can hear the footsteps, and they try and use both mollies, full back. They don't just try and explode on, and it means that you're giving less of a likelihood of those USPs to do mass damage, to get a couple of kills, to turn it into a wild round where they can start picking up some weapons. So very well played on the anti-eco from Flames Ascent, only losing a certain individual. And now with 3 coming down on towards the T side, there'll be 1 more to go to try and tie up the scoreline.
Lashes out long, very fast engagements from both sides. FURIA sending at least 2 players in, 2 more to back it up at the back along. They get the kill against Fez, but Inspire's there to trade back onto Cowards. 4-on-4 situations, resmokes on. Renino and Decenti on their angles on the rifles here, trying to catch off another good pick if they can find one towards Hansi. That'll be a big pickup, and indeed it is.
Even that HE going down closer towards Inspire. 4 points of health now. Orbiorb Jewel goes the way of Decenti once again. They've got the information out towards the right-hand side of the blue bin, and Decenti with the primary orb is doing well here today. It does get faded out from Bunny over to the pistol, but it's still down to 2 players.
Has that bomb been dropped on top of the back?
Oh, he might not be
get
able
it
to
back.
get to it.
Oh,
no, I don't think so. You need a boost to get it.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt Flames' chances, because Bunny, if he had the bomb to work with, he could try apply pressure onto a bomb site. The fact he doesn't have it though, he's got to go for the kills to win this round. He might still isolate the first. Koala's gonna be the main issue after the fact. The AK leans in, spots the M4, taps a desperate to hit the headshot. Indeed, he brings it back to a 1-on-1.
And now he's just got to try and see if he could search for the fight, see if he could force Koala out, and he is indeed getting him to over-rotate. You've now seen him get up towards spawn and focus that attention back down to A.
Checking the corners, desperate to grab that bomb. I think he's wasted a bit too much time. He's checking the wrong places. Back in CT, the last CT will wait. And Bunny, recognizing the tragedy of the situation, 10 seconds, will look back in towards CT. Actually, must be able to take the fight here. 1-on-1. He's caught looking the wrong way, and he's just clutched it. Oh, down to the last 6 seconds. It felt like such an impossible round, but it goes the way of Flames anyway.
That's incredible. The Bunny's able to come out on top there when it's so unlucky to win that round. I've only actually ever seen that once, Jay, in a clutch situation that the bomb gets dropped up there. My goodness, what a timing when it seemed as if Koala had the read, positioned himself towards CT spawn. Well, you have to have a look at it from Bunny's point of view and thinking he's already got a kill towards A. Why hasn't the bomb gone down to A? That's what he's got to be thinking there.
Remember, the only time the bomb getting stuck like that was back a very long time ago, a Virtus Pro match where they left the bomb on top of the boost at Cash in mid. Do you remember that position?
Yeah.
They left it up there, then they had like a 1 versus 3 situation. They didn't win it out because they couldn't get the bomb from that position, the boost up. So very similar situation. You could just see from the way that they played that. Even an experienced team like VP got panicked in that sense. Hansi picking up Koala, back to a 4-on-3 here for FURIA. The Zeus does pick up 1 frag. FURIA trying to work their way into the site, try to get something done with these pistols, but not much comes through. 4-on-2.
Decent effort there from FURIA Academy. Just starts compounding a lot of pace out there towards the B doors. Try and trap the AWP, get him down to low HP, but not enough for a kill. You've now got a couple of those upgraded pistols, those Deegs trying to work in the upper tunnels. It comes back off a trade. Might be difficult to even steal that AK, knowing the presence is still there from Inspire.
Decenti doing all he can to try and catch Fez off. There's 1 kill. So damage has been done by FURIA. Flames to take their 5th back. The lead away from FURIA. Not without its casualties, though. This could be reduced towards 1 player, and indeed it is. Inspire, the only man to hold.
And this is excellent work coming through from FURIA. Get himself over to the NWP. Just not peek now. Know that just hold on to it. Inspire's no way that you can track him down in time. Ascent even thinking that there might have been a hunt on, there might have been a slight move forward out from the upper tunnel, not to be. Flames Ascent holding the lead by 1, but the one thing I am noticing, Jay, we've had a clutch, we've had an anti-eco get very expensive. Money management hasn't been strong from either teams, and that tells me that we'll probably see some harsh resets in this first half.
If FURIA win this, then that's one right there for you. Not a lot of loss bonus available for the Flames. Places are taking as many rounds in a row as they have. AWP. In towards that short position against Hansi's AWP, potentially a frag to find. Sitting away from position though. Kawes holds in the corner of the door. Hansi leans in, but can't see the gun barrel yet.
Matter of timing around the corner. Oh, looked like Kawes had to jump on him. Instead, Bunny's able to crack that open, and Inspire is able to force out the overpeak from MSR on the other side too.
Very good sequence in there from the Flames Ascent. Koala does get back on Inspire as Fez now challenges to the center of the site, gets that return. So now reduced to 2 with no way back into the B side. This should be a safe call. The Sensi at least gets one exit and waits for backup to rotate into the tunnels. This actually is going to be a bit of time stalling and potentially might lead to something here for FURIA. It's taking a bit too long for Brunino.
That Incendiary not even going down to the right position, and knowing that Brahino's just only got behind him, they've got some util behind them, couple of smokes. If they could smoke off the upper tunnels and get some flashes over, if they get an entry, they might just commit to the retake.
Some of them forced to play with. Flash is about to go over. 2 of them, in fact, coming in. Brunino first forward. Can't see Speedy, can't see Fez. Sprays back and forth, blinded. Fez gets that kill in the end. And the Senti knows that he's got nothing left in this round. Picked up by Fez anyway. The triple for him and the entries and the post plant. 6-4 for Flames.
And one thing I am noticing from Flames Ascent is they're putting a lot of pressure down onto the coach. MSR is having a tough day, and that's understandable. Not an ex-pro. In fact, his last team that he was coaching was Payne. He's been a part of FURIA Academy for, coming up to over 3 years now. Does not often have to be in positions where he stands in for the team. But 1 kill and only 9 deaths, you can see that punishment that the Danes are putting on.
Quick in for these guns. Flames trying to take easy long control against the AWP Descenti. The only thing left in the not force ball, but half ball weapon into this round. The hero in this circumstance. Not find anything there despite the massive forces being up long control.
It's actually not a bad idea. Descenti's been playing quite well with the AWP. He's up to 20 frags already going into the 11th round. So try and see if you can get that hero to its best effect. Unfortunately for Fez with the lurk out in mid, deals with it. They should try and pick it up though.
That kill found. Grab that weapon with the mid control being established. They lose MSR next. You can see how Koala just wants to back off against them. Engagement was found there up towards top mid. So back to the B site they'll go. One player is lurking around those smokes, at least towards the A play. Brunino will try to find something. Even tag through the smoke at 19 means he's going to find nothing. He'll fall back away, look for the exits.
Just hope to try and see if you can recover a weapon with that AWP saved in hand. No one's even going to fight down towards CT spawn. Why would they? The Flames Ascent could all retreat out towards that long control. Just use that pack-heavy setup. Allow themselves to not feed anything over. 7 rounds on the T side. Now, we've seen this scoreline before. I think back to the second head-to-head that they had against NAVI Jr. They got 7 rounds on the T side in the first half, Jay, and they did struggle in the second. So being able to get themselves to maybe 8, maybe 9, try and get yourself some confidence and some leverage might actually help out moving into the second half.
Picking up a lot of pace now for Flames. FURIA taking the tactical. They can break that pace here. Right call to make at this stage because these last few rounds have started to get the confidence. You mentioned, Dwayne, how the money management hasn't been all that great for either side. And well, as you can see, in the last 5 rounds in a row, 6 rounds in a row, in fact, for Flames, they have started to run away with this game.
We saw FURIA Academy only locally being able to win a Dust 2 against O Plano, one of the teams that was at the Americas RMR. Get a 16-13 win there. One of the new Brazilian teams with Zeus a part of the lineup. So FURIA Academy have proved themselves very much so that locally that Dust 2 can be a successful map for them. But we haven't actually seen it in Europe since some of the previous seasons of the Academy League.
Joe off here and now. Quick in again for the longhouse control for Flames. Ascent, Incendiary's body block. Bruno gets the kill in. Bunny somehow trades him, continues to spray on towards Car. However, I think the next player is going to get away. Indeed, he will be able to do so. Damage done towards Cowes. The 4-on-4 ensues.
And knowing that Descenti is still holding quite aggressively with that big green out towards Car, that's going to put some further pressure on. Even Fez, the mid lurk's been dealt with. The AWP has been dinked and eventually dropped by Speedy.
Big player to take out at this early stage as well, by the way. Descenti's got 20 kills thus far. Ridiculous stuff thrown in. Spray Sooth and Bunny catching MSR next, so advantage sits with Flames most certainly. HP and men. Cowie's still trying to fight back. Kawhi's going to get picked up, so Cowie's at 50 HP, caught off by Inspire. And that will be the 8th round for the Flames.
And I think that we've seen from the Flames, nothing too fakey on T-side, which is maybe some of the criticisms that we saw from them previously. When I remember them against NAVI Jr. on Dust 2, there was a lot of short fakes into mid to B, or mid to B out towards short. It felt as if there was a lot of movement across the map. They're keeping it very basic. They're taking longhouse control. They're working the defaults. They're getting some great opening man advantages. And I like the slight adjustment with pace. We're getting some acceleration in these last few rounds.
Very quick into longhouse control in particular. Speedy, first man in, unsupported by his teammates, but similar story for FURIA and the one player that they put up there. Renino comes to save here up the corner. Spray is gained by the M4 instead.
Even Descenti keeping his eyes down aggressively towards the lower tunnels, looking to try and see if he can respond with one of those early default kills. Now, Fez is giving himself a lurk smoke. He's going to work the upper tunnels by himself. Doesn't have much support other than Bunny coming through from T-spawn.
Still spread out for the most part here. Finally, Flames are going to start to form up in the house, in the long control. Oh, sorry, into the tunnel control, I should say. Fez engaging one, does find Koala. MSR goes big with a double, however. His 3rd kill in the game, trying to hold on to the quadrant, not quite. Inspire takes him back. 3-on-2 still for FURIA. Smoke's going to get picked up and put down towards the doors.
That's everything that you want from your B-side anchor there for MSR. Multi-frag, get the bomb control, at least have an idea of what's going on. This is going to be a difficult post-plant for the Flames.
Go down behind the box. Up into the window. It looks like Inspire's going to make his way forward. Molotov sent in, however. Block vision. Block control for FURIA. One man to walk in from the tunnel to check the back of Platt. But nothing will be seen. Inspire and Hansi just holding their positions. Hansi's got to be the main damage dealer here at 100 HP. Incendiary is getting him out into the open. Did find Brunino. However, Cowers and Descenti, 2 quick kills on both the remaining T-side players. Bringing in number 5 here for FURIA.
MSR shaping up that entire round, and you could just see that Hansi out there from Carl, while he gets into a 2v2, he gets incendiaried, and without a smoke, you're just being forced out to the open. You get yourself into uncomfortable territory where you're just fighting dry towards that door position, and then even the quick swing out from the upper tunnels deals with the player back in there of Descenti. So a 5th round, continuing to put pressure on here for FURIA Academy, but they do need to get a little bit more, and perhaps making a few rounds in a row, ending this half on a positive note, will give them a fighting chance to move forward.
Flames will hold the advantage at the turn of the half. FURIA will do a little bit of catch-up at this particular stage, and of course, with that 5th round on their board, will definitely aid their position. Guns in for both teams, as you would expect. AK's AWPs, M4's AWPs. Flames working off the bomb plant bonus for round number 14. But again, money is down the drain for both teams. So this round is vitally important to who has a buy in the next one. Descenti continuing to post up numbers, getting the opening kill on Hansi.
At that time around, there was actually only a single player out to the long control. They've actually missed the Xbox smoke as well, so Fez is going to be a little bit more on the front foot, try and see if he can deal with one of these mid players. Cowler's just going to try and see if he can spot for any information, but it might just be a full commit out the mid doors.
Jumps up to look into the short position. Renino's going to catch the kill anyway. Not quite the second man. That's what Cowers is there for. 1 trade found. 1-on-4 for Speedy. Surely shouldn't do much with it here. He'll try to work his way forward. Try and get someone like Cowers. Exit frag at best, however, for the Flames. He's going to get overwhelmed. 8-6, and last round of the half will at least get a bye together for the Flames team.
But just knowing that for Flames Ascent, you lost that pick out to long so quickly, you then had Fez losing the fight to MSR towards the doors, it made that round very much suffocating. You don't have map control to work with, you're down by 2 men, and you're just hoping that you can continue to pull some fights together and allow yourself to come out on top. Not to be. This is 2 rounds in a row now in from the Brazilian side, which was counteracting the long streak in from Flames.
All 5 players are in the tunnels here to try and regain a 9-6 half for the Flame Descent camp. FURIA, though, they're posted up and ready to roll. We'll make this number 7 to recover their CT half. Decent boost up, counteracting the boost of the defensive forces. Great nades down here from FURIA, tagging up the 2 players that are in the tunnels.
You could just see Descenti and co knowing that they can't continue to hold aggressively towards short, so readjust the angle, get a bait and switch set up. MSR with the spam coming closer and closer to a kill. Not quite onto Inspire, but down to 14.
Inspire's got a Guardian Angel if he managed to escape that. 14 HP, however, probably shouldn't last much longer. What Cowes posted up, flashed in towards short control. Bunny is down, regained the second pick back. Hansi will turn it in. Burn quite significantly to the 4v4. It favors FURIA on HP.
Excellent util and setup there from FURIA Academy. The idea that you get your player in, flashed forward, and then put that further pace down with the incendiary, make it so uncomfortable for Hansi to re-peek back into the angle. Brahino and Descenti with the crossfire towards Longhouse. This is where the AWP has been stellar.
Not missed very often at all. So the flashes come in and force him to be blind. Brahino, however, has the crossfire locked, makes it a triple, and Descenti isn't even required. Still gets 1 frag to end off the half. 23 kills up for him. He has been a monster on the CT side.
I think he has to be. Again, the idea that you're not playing with the IGL and your main AWP on the same role, that's not a position that a lot of teams have. So he's going to have to try and bring the majority of the wealth of experience that he can bring, the majority of the impact too, knowing that he can be one of those hybrid players who, again, does too. We do see some secondary AWPing from him, but just not a primary at all. It's whether that effort is going to be enough. And we certainly have seen halves like this before. Remember, what was it? With the likes of Hyped over at Big Academy, they had an 8-7 half where he went 22-8, so very similar scoreline.
Now for FURIA, their chance to try and insert Flames in the pistol basis. This isn't in their team speak way.
Vamos que vamos. Bate o fundo, 2. Passa pro bunker, 2. Bunker.
Nossa. É só 2, tá? Um pro bunker e outro pra esquina.
Nossa, que dole minha.
Valeu.
Bora.
Vai querer forçar?
Very quickly decimating around right there. Dwayne, not quite as encouraging from their communications as I hoped it would be. They very quickly went silent when they got decimated there at the Longhouse control. Flames taking a pistol means that FURIA are going to have to work a little bit harder when it comes to the gun rounds.
No surprises there at all. We know that for Flames Ascent, they're one of the best pistol round win percentage teams in the entire group stage and entire competition. Just knowing that they can be so solid on the starts gives themselves so much control in the early few portions of every half they play.
And now into the conversions. FURIA will try force up, try steal one back. It still could harsh reset and return to a 9-all. Really what they're hunting for in this kind of a round, but it's not a guarantee, let alone a likelihood. Playing carefully for the FURIA side. Out towards tunnels and mid. Seems to be a B play.
Flames Ascent not often losing the second round on the force up against opposition when winning pistol. Trying to see if they can prod their way forward out towards the B hit. Flashes are good for the first entry. Fez has got to stay alive and do damage.
Doubles up alongside Inspire coming up with the SMG. Scout seen. Fez knock him down, make it a triple in the round. Cowes got close to landing a couple there in the CT spawn, but that lurk was always going to go pretty much awry. The bomb being dropped on the site and everything. 10-7 for Flames, should be 11 as well. Harsh eco for FURIA.
I think Fez is a very strong individual, but doesn't get a lot of the spotlight because he is a little bit more of one of those anchor players on City side, holding down a lot of the B sites on pretty much every map in the pool. So because of that, you're not always going to get a crazy amount of reaction, but he's got some good utility usage and good positioning. And I think we saw that because if he went down quickly, that was probably round over. FURIA Academy just would have steamrolled B.
How fast they're going to make their way in. Rush tactics, nades inbound. Damage will be done to several individuals. The FURIA finally getting mowed up by Fez. And, well, just lined up by the man as well. Quadra in, decent decimation. Easy kind of round there for the new Flames Ascent. Now FURIA have their guns. They're going to put up a fight here.
And just knowing that you're now 5 rounds away from looking at another victory here for the Flames, it's not often that we get teams that come into this competition on their first season and strike with a lot of early wins. Again, 2 and 4 when it comes to the group stage. If they could make it 3 and 4, that would be an excellent start.
Wouldn't be a great start for FURIA. Of course, plenty of chances to get their wins on the board over the course of today and tomorrow. But again, they want that positive reinforcement in their opening game of the season. Brunino comes up with positivity against Speedy. Well, not positive for Speedy, but certainly for the FURIA side.
They're just beating him with pace. Good crosshair placement down there towards ramp. Bunny's now going to start the reaction, get aggressive in the upper tunnels, gets caught off guard. The coach gets one. Callis isn't quite there for the trade. The timing allows the likes of Fez just to back off and get himself more passive into B and start rotating away to hold down the mid control.
Still favor of FURIA here, however. An advantage maintained. Damage done to Fez as well. Less than half HP for the individual. Be aware that he's lit. I look towards the ace site here where they've got Inspire and Hansy to defend.
You got Hansy playing up to the elbow position. Oh, what a walk this is from Cowers. Call this round over and done with already.
Yeah, Bomb's going to start to make his way out. Might even find the player in mid. As soon as he gets Fez, that'll be it. He even sees Inspire for that matter. This is perfect. Tapstu getting the pick back, locking onto Fez, taking risks and looking the wrong way as his teammates continue to opt to play towards A. Hansy's Orb now with a chance. With that trade, it means it's plausible still for the Flames Ascent camp. Nades coming in. Damage will be done. The Orb shot misses on Hansy. A follow-up bit of utility, tagging Brunino to 1 point of health. The Incendiary on the bomb site as well, extinguished by the smoke. The bomb can get planted successfully.
Hansy just trying to see if he can find that response. Even the M4 down at the lower portion of CT, trying to get some leverage into the round. Fez now on half HP, being jump spotted in for Brahino towards that ramp control. Gets away with one, trying to bait the AWP, but the trade's too solid, the post plant there. And I actually really like that reaction there from FURIA Academy. Yes, you've got the B side open. Yes, there's enough time to rotate that bomb over, but you have to consider the idea that they don't know what's going on in mid. Is there an aggressive top mid player? Is there a reaction? Is there someone wrapping them, getting into the longhouse? So yes, use your B player to do some damage, to pull distraction away, and bring that bomb with the cross smokes towards A. Very well done.
Still up against the buyback from the Flames side, though. Hansy's going to try and return some revenge. Looking into suicide, immediately expecting there to be a boost in play. Got dismantled by FURIA just before he got to position. The Inspire will play back up. And the Senti leans forward with the big green gun for the big green team. Trying to frag onto the Flame side. Getting so little in terms of contact. FURIA playing this slow and careful.
Descenti's not swinging out wide enough to see this angle just yet. As soon as there's contact in for the AWP, Bunny could be there with util to flash him off angle. And Kawa is just trying to clear out as many of these cheeky positions in case there's anything as aggressive around the doors. FURIA starts shaping up for what could be a split B.
Putting smokes down on the B side, so they're telegraphing it pretty significantly. The smoke towards cross might just get up the ghost right here, none towards the boost spot. Flashes over. Fez and Bunny lean in for the double, take 2 of the mid players out, dropping that bomb most crucial. That's information gained. Now with MSR hunted back, Fez can't quite double up. Koala gets 2, but the Senti falls in trades, so it's all left to Koala to ace clutch this.
They try and continue fighting, even to try and get the bomb control back. You've got that AWP trying to keep it on lock. Koala hoping for some overextensions.
Faced in with the flashbangs, 30 seconds left, tagged up by that M4 AWP being faced upon. Gets his kill and Flames win the round.
Getting themselves closer up to 16. And knowing that we're talking about the economy state and how important it is for FURIA Academy to keep their foot down to win rounds in a row, look at what's happened there. A bomb plant could have aided a buy, because you've got Koala, the likes of MSR, and even Cowers with money. Everybody else is limited, so it's just probably going to be a hero down for 1.
Just the AK. Just on Cowers. Would have passed it off to Descenti if I was the FURIA side. Listening to the Flames team speak, see how they're going to handle this rifle round.
Jeg kommer bare. Du må godt komme med.
Jeg flasher midt, jeg går på B.
Jeg går på B.
Ja. Skal løbe på kort, løb på midt.
Bombe kort. En meget kort. Det er ikke forbi, jeg har en. Jeg er low her. Der var nede, der var bare gemme der. Jeg holder B for lyk.
Ja, jeg har bare nede midt.
Bomben var også kort. Jeg tror bomben er fremme. En til. Nej, skal jeg få en flash? Du flash? Sidste lykker.
Der er der også.
Jeg dør her.
Nej, jeg kommer med op.
Og jeg har de kuster.
Albuen.
Helt tæt.
Nice, drenge. Gå rundt. Jeg skal nok tage gå herovre. Ja.
Very nicely played overall there for the Flames. Well communicated, well coordinated. But against pistols, Dweg, it's the expected situation.
Of course it is from them, but you do need to highlight the idea that keeping AKs alive even further in an anti-eco is going to be vital for them. Try and keep the impact up there to the maximum potential when it comes to the rifle round. Descenti looking for that AWP pick down from mid. Doesn't seem as if Hansi is that keen on taking these mid duels in from the doors. Instead wants to aggress himself through the smoke to the left-hand side.
Almost caught the man for it, but Descenti gets out of the way. Gaping the eye of the CT side, going to set up utility as well. Find positions against his teammates in the longhouse. Got Speedy pressing in with backup to hold their positions and wait for them to make their move.
Just play the off angle. Try and see as soon as he can get into a peak when the smoke starts to clear. Bomb gets dropped. Now he can just stall for time. Might even bring Bunny's attention back over with Inspire.
Re-smoke back, flash forward. Brunino can't catch him, but Inspire's there for the crossfire. So it's FURIA again down by another player. 5-on-3 for Flames.
And they can keep applying the pressure up here towards short, but they've got to try and regain as much of the control towards long as possible. And Bunny's just jiggling and finally comes away with one. Inspire peeking on the contact. This is a lovely sequence of the Danes.
Yeah, 1-on-4 for Descenti. There's nothing you can do about this. He's fantastic, and he was stellar on the CT half, but slow to start in the T half. And clutches haven't really been seen from him over the course of this game. Might find Fez in mid. Even then doesn't want to extend. What to say for the AWP?
Flames Ascent. Looking as if they're going to pull off another tidy victory. This is an impressive showing from them. A team that only formed in the 30th of August. Haven't even been together for 2 months. They come into their first season here in the Academy League. They beat Apex Rebels in the first game. They take on an upsetting OG Academy side in what was what I would call a one-sided affair. We look into that second half, it wasn't even close. And now, if they can get another victory forward in single-digit markers, that adds more to the repertoire.
(14-8). Flames Ascent 2 rounds away from taking the victory above FURIA and putting them back on the back foot to start their season. Perhaps we overestimated FURIA Academy. Maybe we gave them a bit too much credit in spite of the coach standing situation. Flames done real well to progress in just a handful of days that they've had here in the Academy League. Brunino, however, Khalil in hand, picks up one, trying to start this round off on the front foot and get things involved for FURIA. Get their 9th kill. It's Hansi with a response.
Brunino's still going to hold around. You can see Inspire trying to search for information, ends up dropping him, and you've got a follow-up teammate there of Cowers behind the smoke. Even Hansi aggressing through the upper tunnel. What a response this has been.
He might not be posting up the numbers of Descenti, but he certainly is being a consistent element of Flames. Inspires dropped to Cowers, who's trying to clutch this 1-on-4s. Caught that first and will go no more. 15-8, it's match point for Flames.
And knowing that for FURIA Academy, we have not seen much success in this second half at all. Probably kick side to them being able to put more in the first half, but how could you even do that? We were highlighting the idea that Descenti put up an incredible performance by himself. I don't think you could have asked for any more rounds. Just after they got the opener, just when they've got an entry, it's an all-out attack. So much success here from Hansi. And out towards long, it might just be a firefight again.
Flashes in straight up, Speedy does get caught off guard for it. Sprays through, damage done. Bruno gets the pick in. Inspire wrapping over. Going to look for 2 on the lineup. Indeed, he'll get it back to the favour of Flames. Cowers to a 3-on-3. Will trade back Inspire. But need to take position out towards Car. Evade the shots coming in from Cowers. Now FURIA will back off.
But just know that they have to cancel off the back of that, going back to a couple of deaths each, allowing themselves to not continue that pace forward. Now, Fez is repositioned out towards the mid doors. You've got both Hansi and Bunny to long. Once they round the corner and see nothing towards Longhouse, that should be an indication to send one of those players back to mid and send Fez over to the B side.
Fez will lean in with the AK. Back up towards Carr, waiting for contact. FURIA walking their way in with Hansi's AWP there to put Incendiary out. Flick land the leg shot, damage done to Koala. Easy line up for Fez, gets Cowes. Koala should be dead to rights, indeed he is. Descenti, all that remains. 1 on 3, will fight hard and fight valiantly, get that first pick. The second one doesn't come in though. It's a 16-8 win for Flames Ascent as they beat FURIA Academy in the Brazilians' opening match in the WePlay Academy League.
More impressive standards coming through here for the Danes, and for FURIA Academy, I think they did take quite a hit having the coach standing in this entire best-of-1, but when I look at it from the Flames' perspective, I was impressed in the first half and the second, and we look at that second half, Jay, they didn't give many chances at all. They didn't even allow FURIA Academy to get a few rounds in.
And we can sit here and make all the caveat points about FURIA's coach situation all we want to. The reality is that towards the end of that game, Fez was starting to match the numbers of Descenti. So even though Descenti was explosive over the course of a half, it was Flames that kept consistent threes throughout the course of the entire game. And that's really what I think won them this matchup here. It's an impressive showing from them and continuing to make a statement for themselves, continuing to find their place within Group A. We were saying at the start of the game, look, FURIA should be able to beat Flames. They should be able to take over their position in the 4th place, 3rd place position. But Flames are going to start to hold on to their narrative. They're going to try and hold on to this middle of the table with this victory against FURIA. It's actually a pretty significant one here for the Danes.
And while we still have not seen many Dust 2 officials, even on events outside of HLTV for the Danes, I think we're now starting to get a general understanding of why they're allowing it into the veto. The way that they played today, they play off each other very well. They're very good at reacting on the CT side, taking back map control, using util. I even look at that last round as a prime example and think to myself, okay, 3v3, they clear out Longhouse, they move Fez over to B, they move the AWP of Hansi out to mid, and then that crossfire just gets set up to the upper tunnels. They then put the Incendiary down, and it was just a lockout. Flames Ascent were very impressive throughout the course of this best-of-1, and the more that I see from them, the more that they look at me as a dangerous team, of a team that we didn't expect of this caliber.
Certainly dark horse potential. I'm not sure whether or not they're dangerous as of right now. If they start getting more wins on the board as the season goes on, and again, their double-headers still have to come against teams like Fnatic and MOUZ, and if they can get those victories, if they can start to post up decent numbers on those games, then yeah, Flames Ascent would be able to make a case for a very decent opening season for them in the Academy League. For FURIA, they've got many more chances to turn around from this series loss at the very least, and we can forgive them a little bit for that loss, but the reality is that opening game, opening day, not quite as positive for them as we hoped.
And knowing that for FURIA Academy, it is only the first game, it does give themselves more of that that elevation to, okay, let's respond better in the next one. Let's respond better in the next day. Because it is still very early from them. This is now another stint back into Europe. And they'll know to themselves, this wasn't a good enough performance from us today. We need to turn it around. We need to be better ourselves.
We need to turn it around over the course of the day as well, because FURIA have more matches coming up over the course of today's proceedings. But just to take a look at those stats again to show the point I was making, Fez being the standout man for the Flames Ascent count. We're usually looking at guys like Hansi to be the main star. He stepped up massively in the second half.
And knowing that there is more cavalry around him, Fez being a beachside anchor was involved in quite a lot of the rifle rounds in the second half, holding strong form. Bunny too, we know the in-game leader of this team, could also be a very proficient fragger, but seeing this game and seeing it not just be the Hansi showing, that is even better for Flames Ascent moving forward.
Multiple members of this team starting to make cases for themselves as being players to watch out for here in Academy League, and that just makes Flames much more exciting for me and for you especially. I mean, look, we praise Danish Counter-Strike for how deep it really can go, and a lot of that depth does taper off towards the lower end, but this is not a team that seems to be doing that, even though they are so unknown at this stage in their careers. We're starting to discover more and more about each of these individual players, and I'm looking forward to what Flames can do over the course of the next couple of days here. It's their only match that they played up here against the FURIA Academy for today. Of course, FURIA having 2 more fixtures a little bit later on during the day, but as we head towards the break, we'll go on to a few more familiar names to all of us all. Big versus ENCE will be our second match of the day after the break. Welcome back to the Academy, and we're getting into our second match of the day between ENCE and Big. Truly, the hits keep on coming for ENCE. Yesterday, they beat the top team in Group B, and today they're going to take on the second top team in Group B in the Big Academy. I have to say, Dwight, yesterday was a massive day for ENCE Academy overall.
And that actually might be one of the most impressive victories they've landed over the career of the squad. The idea that this lineup has been together for what, coming up to 4 months now, and that is huge. That is actually a very big victory from them. It's whether they can use that and make something more of it. Look into the next day and the next few games, and not just make it a one-hit wonder, but to make it consistent.
Yeah, for those of you that missed it yesterday, it was a 16-14, so certainly not an easy affair for ENCE, but a win is a win, and at the end of the day, they're going to try and get some decent victories on the board to try and make a movement up here into the middle portion of the group, if at all possible. So victories against teams like Ninjas and Big would go quite a long way for them making that position in the 3rd and 4th spots overall. And against Big certainly will not be any easier for the ENCE Academy side, because Big have had a great season so far in the group stage, 4-2, second place in group. Has been a little bit shaky at certain periods, but from the result standing and the actual group position that they hold at the moment, it's definitely a much more confident angle as to where ENCE are at the moment.
Yeah, I'll definitely look at this from Big's perspective and not go down the approach of a win is a win. When you're a team that are as deadly as Big, when you're always contesting for the title, going deep in the playoffs, you've got 9-1, first in your group, 3 seasons in a row. This has been shaky. Yes, it's still 4 victories. Yes, it's still 4 wins. The idea that even MIBR Academy yesterday is taking you to OT, the team that's dead last in the group, I don't know about that.
Look, I want to give Big the benefit of the doubt on this one, because yes, it was definitely a much tougher affair, but MIBR are starting to find their footing. We're talking about them positioning themselves appropriately within the context and the confines of the European scene overall, and they're currently having a great job of doing that at this moment in time. Big Academy, obviously, have always been a reputable sort of like group team, but the concern for me ultimately is how confident those groups can be at certain periods of time. So yes, look, right now it's looking great, and certainly against ENCE Academy, they're coming in as the kind of favorites, but you also look at this thinking that on the other side of the coin, it's still going to be plausible that it will come out well for ENCE as well.
For ENCE, they've been able to put themselves in a better position than last season. And I think this is what a lot of these lower-end squads are looking for, that progression. That season after season, you're learning more, you're bringing more experience forward, and you're allowing yourself to move up the groups. Apex Rebels have done it the last couple of seasons. ENCE Academy, they're trying to make it the same thing.
Started to fill things out of their own right here. The map stats don't indicate all that much positivity, particularly because there are 2 maps they haven't played. 2 maps that they played once and lost, and then the top 3 maps are all less than 40% of the win rate. So in terms of the actual numbers and how they could win a map pool here versus what Big have got going for them, it does feel like it's a very difficult task still for ENCE.
And we know for Big, they're playing in way more events. They're playing in overseas LAN events. They're playing in online EU Cups. Whereas for ENCE Academy, outside of the local Finnish scene, that's all that we're seeing from them. Now, for the ENCE side, we do know that that one victory that came through against the Young Ninjas was a tight one, going all the way to the 16-14. There's also another one against MIBR, which was that 16-9. So 2 victories out of Mirage coming through for ENCE Academy, being the only ones that they've got so far.
Versus Big, of course, as you mentioned, did take that close loss against the Young Ninjas themselves, and the back and forth affairs against MIBR and such, beating out the likes of Spirit Academy over the course of the season. Again, they've sort of been beating the right teams in the right places. Do have a little bit of concerns about that Astralis result against them on Vertigo at the same time. But again, I don't think these are anything to really ride home about against, like, as arguments against what Big have been able to do thus far here in the season. They're kind of walking as favourites for me overall. I do feel like that there's a potential in which maybe if we saw that map from yesterday against the Ninjas, then maybe ENCE might be able to sneak out a decent victory. What do you think about that one?
Perhaps so. I think, again, the upset chance is still going to be low, but I think if we're looking at Big as an overarching position, rather than just this one today, they do need to strengthen, they do need to tighten up if they want to call themselves a threat in this competition.
Well, Big will ban out Inferno, Ancient, and Overpass in the first half of the veto. That does leave it open to go to Mirage for ENCE if they decide to take it overall. Again, that was the map yesterday that they beat Young Ninjas on. Getting rid of Vertigo, Dwight? I mean, do you think it's a good idea to pick Mirage?
I think it's a likely outcome for ENCE Academy. It's been a game that, in the 2 games that they've played, Mirage has always come in. It's always been a map that's been successful. The one counterpoint I will give you is look back at last season now. Yes, you're going into a time capsule and you're going a few months in the past. Mirage was played twice in both head-to-heads between these 2 teams, and it didn't come out on top. While there's been success for Mirage this season, it hasn't been against Big, and that's my question mark.
Well, 16-12 and 16-9 were the previous results we saw that favoured Big Academy in last season's proceedings, so definitely going to be repeating history quite significantly, add that over as well. And as you mentioned before, Big playing in all these big international tournaments in the European scene. They're doing very nice work over there as well, having great results against MOUZ NXT and everything. K23 lost to them over on Mirage, so yeah, it carries some risk, but I think overall, when you consider what ENCE Academy were able to do yesterday against Young Ninjas, this is the best chance they have to beat Big, in my opinion.
You'd be right on the map veto alone, but again, it's whether we can see the right pieces stepping up to the fold. Now, I look back to that game yesterday, they were actually down by quite a margin. They were down, I think, 10-5 at the half. They were also pushed a 10-14 down, but then ended up winning 6 rounds in a row to claim a 16-14 victory and end the undefeated streak from the Swedes. So I do wonder here as well, Jay, are they always going to be on the back foot once again, which has proved something in the history books?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Pistol rounds to get things started. Big on the CT side, rather. ENCE get into the T half once again. They've got Process as the first contact for Big. MIBR back behind Juicy and Poddy to try and lead the charge in. And those 3 players have been the big stars of ENCE as of late. Process gets his pick in alongside Tizian's headshot for Henu. 5-on-3. And Big are overwhelming them, but Juicy comes up with 2 of his own. Sky comes back with 2 on the responsive. Bomb dropped. 1-on-3 now for Server.
Excellent hold out towards that bank position. You could even just see Sky prodding forward, allowing more information to come through, setting up even the crossfire from Tizian, who's goosed down in the process. Aqua spotting the rotation, go back in towards window. And for a moment, that did actually get quite scary. You pop into the B site very quickly, you put that pressure on, but not dealing with that bench angle had meant everything gets lost immediately.
Nice start for Big. Pistol gain. ENCE couldn't even get a bomb plant out of that one, but they will be able to force the buyback. Khalil scout in, Deagle's up. Usually you do see an eco coming in for the second round without a bomb plant, but they're going to opt to go a bit more heavy-handed here.
Just look to try and get a respond in quickly. Knowing that even MIBR is being brought through with that Khalil means that there's going to be an extra amount of pressure on him. Getting that over from Server. ENCE Academy trying to see if they could force up against this aggressive stance towards mid. Big Academy very proactive on the CT side.
Pressing forward for Tizian's part. Poddy going away from the scope. Tizian will take position, spray back one individual, but is unable to get the shots on to connect to MIBR. The Galil unknown entity. Tizian's going to stick around here. Might run into the scout next.
Flash around the corner, try and spot for some further information, even take that jewel down onto the Galil, drop that first and foremost. This is great pressure being applied from Tizian because now that drops the bomb and just starts ripping apart. He's even going to double dip back in.
Look for a triple, perhaps. Henu's been tagged. Juicy meanwhile trying to work out into the A site. Good shot on Process. Will take some revenge right back. Second one not quite as confident on his own shots. Will drive him away. Force the CTs to retreat back into passive defensive positions. And Juicy gets his revenge on Tizian the same. Down to 6 HP, but has brought back a 3v3 here for ENCE.
Just knowing that Big Academy have still got plenty of time to defend up. You've got hyped, undetected, and unknown towards underbalk. Even Sky can try and drive some of this attention away. This is looking like a strong crossfire.
Smoke's in, hyped just underneath that dark angle. SMG holding. Juicy and Server making their way in. Juicy does grab an SMG of his own right, but the Deagle keeps striking. Server turns up against Sky, and ENCE are about to capitulate. Server does drop towards Aqua. The bomb needs to go down here. 1-on-2 for Aqua's position. There's such low HP, and now Juicy stands, Deagle in hand still, hunting for the last headshot, hunting for the Quadra, knows exactly where Aqua is, and all the engagements to the left and right of default. The bomb has been planted, and now he's just waiting out the timer here. Deagle looking to try and bait in shots to ring out, look towards stairs, doesn't connect the shot. Aqua just about holds the round.
And that is actually quite upsetting for ENCE Academy, because I actually think they played that very well. You've got Tizian aggressing you towards top mid, he's taking weapons out of play, he's dropping your numbers, and you start reacting. You get yourself out towards A main. It's just not quite enough, Jay.
It's going to be frustrating. I wonder how frustrated the comms right now for ENCE Academy are. Let's listen in for this round, Weg.
Onko siinä sitä tajua?
Joo.
Joo. Mennään mylly leveäksi. Pelataan itten tuo kontrika taas näytetään akroillakin.
Tullaan
linkistä läpi tai...
Mietin pommi. Pommi jäi sit. Joo. Mulla on yksi valoshotte, niin sillä ei mulle tullut. Leetti.
Ikkuna ampuu savua. Palat ennen mitä?
Savutti montu heti.
Mennään vähän hetki.
Tuu linkistä näkö läpi. Savutti linkin.
Siinä on se muilu. Näkee tosta vasemmalta. Se on käppä taas. Holdaa päälle vaan. Matka joko kamma.
Mä oon Tivolus.
Linköl. Tuli läpi.
Jep,
Pitäis mennä kävellään jos.
Joo, mä lähden tänne. Tiketti ottaa info näkin, mutta...
Lihis, jäi.
Nice.
Eikö sulla linkis?
Savun linkis päälle Jussi.
Se on porta, laita vaan heti.
Pommi.
Portaat tulee leveä. Jungle vasen puoli.
Portat tää alla.
Mä pidäs kans.
Jungle
Hyvä
midi.
jungle ja... AK-sänkkeri.
On saitilla jossain vielä.
Jep, voi olla lähellä.
Tiketillä ollut, mut voi olla lähellä.
Tiketti. Yks tulee selkäästä.
Olet tuolla sitten sen lähellä.
Defaultti jäi.
Oli tiketti mies.
Portailla.
Väärä shot.
And
I think the one thing to note there, Dwayne, is just cohesion and composure throughout the course of that entire one from start to end. No matter how close they got to taking an advantage, they kept their cool. Not to work out in this one, though, Dwayne. 3-0 start for the big side.
Well, you can see, maybe not in the comms, but in the gameplay, they couldn't deal with Tizian in mid. That was the big crutch of that entire round. And even on the workout towards A, you've got Henu being defensive when another player is getting quite aggressive to look in towards that top of connector stance. Not quite being on the same page when it comes to the positioning. Big Academy have been able to strike out with a 3-0 start. And what a chain reaction that's turned out to be, because that force buy in round number 2 probably should have come out. They had a 3v1 and a post blunt. Doesn't happen. You force buy again because you want to try and double eco and reset the economy. Instead, Big have actually escaped the lifeline and pressed it further with the issue.
Now I've got upgrade pistols again here for ENCE. Kind of half invest. I mean, down to 1.5k, so for the most part it is pretty much a half invest by theoretical definition. They'll have max loss bonus in the next round. Very aggressive buy strategy from them in the early part of the game, trying to usurp Big, trying to gain back control, steal one of these rounds away because it could find reset. A lot of damage has been done to the Big economy.
And nothing too unorthodox about the buy when you're 0-3 down. Just trying to see if you could put some pressure through. If Henu got a double frag there up towards B, you could have seen a lot of leverage in the round. Instead, Server's going to get a kill into window, and Poddy's going to try and slip through the gap.
Ooh, MILC striking on Tizian as well. Process with a responsive, and now Poddy starts walking in. Juicy is known. The incendiaries have come down from the CT side to drive him out. The HEs also to dish out their damage. Juicy escapes as Poddy finds the backstab. Process has fallen, but Sky has bomb control. Looking in from short onto connector. 23 seconds for these ENCE players to get back control. M4 on 1. The Ghoul taking face. M4 engages, and now to a 1v1. Low HP though. He's going to get away. Knows that Poddy going to go back for that bomb. Take the face. Has time for the bomb plant here.
Just get the bomb down, set yourself up for the post plant. Sky, it depends if he goes up towards Palace and Ramp. Poddy still might have the idea that he's coming from connector.
Oh, back turned. Can you hear the footsteps? Don't think he is. He's going to account for that backstab for now, though. Start looking onto Palace, but with no information being given up. In case of picking and choosing your moment at the right time. M4 watching. Inkling as to where Sky is, catches the headshot at the right time, and Poddy indeed will win the clutch.
And what I actually really like there coming through from Poddy is just the reposition. Get the bomb plant, get yourself out in the open. He gets towards ramp, and because he doesn't expect a contact immediately, he goes, okay, well, probably would have struck from connector earlier, maybe tried to deny the bomb from going down. I've got to ramp, there's still nothing. You start working it out yourself, it's probably Palace. And the way that he repositions himself back to Tetris and has the eyes locked, that's played to perfection.
ENCE have their first. Big have their force. M4s, SMGs. The Eagles inserting very close here for Tizian. This is AK, is ready for it, gets the headshot in. Engaging the SMG as well for Process. That early tag damage was done, so he's got to escape. Incendiary against Process gets a lot more damage than he bargained for.
And this is super unfortunate for Big. You're not getting reset off of the force buy, but instead you're being reset off of the half. And now puts yourself into double eco status. Split B setup coming through for ENCE Academy with the man advantage already.
Swinging into the B site. Sky trying to abuse a slight gap in that connector smoke. Can't quite do it though. Poddy picks him up. Hyped. Going back and forth with Aqua dropping. 2 on 4 for the big side. Bomb committing to site, but gets cut off by Hyped. So we're going to go back in for Juicy, pick it up, get it planted down. Advantage still maintaining it around here for ENCE, and Big are low on HP.
Process trying to come through from the short control. Needs to bait that AWP from Get Right out into the open. Look at how tidy this post plant is. No one's over-peaking for ENCE Academy at all.
They've got all main entryways locked out here. Market apartments short, being watched by at least one T-side player. In the end, Big will fall away. Hyped and Process will save their guns. Process will look for an exit frag, because the SMG is less valuable to them, but still valuable nonetheless. There's no money in the bank here for Big.
ENCE Academy being able to respond in these last couple. Process and Hype looking for those exits just to see if anyone will extend all the way forward. It might not happen though. Might get a single kill at most. Juicy going down, but Hype just hanging back. ENCE Academy should be able to tie it up to 3-3. Process trying to get in for an AK. Gets it just in time, actually.
Stuck around to scavenge. Getting a bit of a bonus here for the Big side. I think the big concern might end up being the rest of the buy, though. Just these guns, just these 2 rifles, that's it.
Big Academy. Gamble stack towards A. I actually don't mind this with this sort of round. If you're going to win it, you might as well try and gamble. And even if it is a B hit, it still gives yourself the opportunity of saving both of those rifles into the next round anyway.
Up in a potty. Expecting presence in the mid control. Not seeing anything as of right now, though. Big hard stack towards the A site. Is forcing forward as well to the ramp control. Tizian. P2 Fiddy. Just from server. Seeing one, but unable to really get the kills against them. MILC does get one hack. Hyped involved with a trade. Knack was going to try and grab that AK if possible, falling right into the hands of the AWP, who shows no mercy if he can help it. P250 pulled out against the pistols and the rifles. Process does get 2 back, so making it expensive here for ENCE.
You can just see that pressure building towards the connector starts, trying to get everyone down there to fight. And Process on the reposition. If he gets out to window, he might be able to drop the bomb again.
Looks on, spray through, doing damage, no kill. Should get towards the B site safely with the Molotov to support it. Down towards both entryways from the mid window, market window. Nice nade with the headshot from Henu, makes it 3-all now for ENCE.
Now, this could be quite a scrappy affair when it comes to economical management. Maybe not so much just in the way that the rounds are being won, but how they're trying to reset one another. You can now get Big back into the rifle round. They're going to try and bring as much to the table as possible. We see even for Hyped not being able to have all of the best weaponry around him. Yes, he's got the AWP. You do have a FAMAS going down to Aqua. And I think Hyped has impressed us in pretty much every best of one we've seen from him in the group stage.
Been the man to watch out here for Big. Poddy going to engage here with the AWP and win out the fight against Sky. When it comes to AWP impressiveness, certainly I think Poddy's been the better man thus far.
He proved it in the game yesterday. 30 kills and 19 deaths up against Young Ninjas. Had his standout performance, one of the best standings that we've seen from him out of the course of the group stage so far. Henu was also another one of those entities that was so impressive in that one. Again, the idea that they start on T-side, it's very similarities, like it shares a lot of similarities to what we saw previously. Only 5 rounds is what they were able to gain against the Swedes. Looking to try and get themselves up 4-3. Poddy might expect another aggressive approach to come through from underpass. It might only come from the top of Con.
Smoke set towards mid. Tizian does pick up MILC. Advantage reduced to a 4-on-4. Flashes in as make their way out very quickly here. Aqua's going to get in the midst of the smoke and get to the bomb site. ENCE have no idea about Big's presence. The FAMAS swings in, gets the kill, looks to double up, and it could have been so much bigger for him, but not to be. Process responds. Advantage sits with Big still. 3-on-2. AWP overwhelmed. Forced away for the time being. 30 seconds. Juicy trying to grab that bomb. Look for a kill. Process down. As goes Hyped. Now left towards one man. Tizian. One-on-one situation. Juicy trying to get the quadra clutch. Looking into the bomb sites. And Tizian catches him off guard.
And obviously, you've got different minds, different protocols when you come into clutch situations. But let's just compare the pair in that 1v1. Juicy's got, what, 20-odd seconds left on the clock. He's got plenty of time. There's a lot of movement. Looking to the left-hand side, looking to the right, try to clear out apartments, market. Where for Tizian, he doesn't move. He plays it very calmly, waits for the fight to come to him. And that's some of the experience we hope to see for this team.
Hab keinen gesehen.
Nichts Mitte. Nur Top
Smoke. Ey,
Mach mal
Fake,
das
das war
trotzdem.
immer Fake, Jungs.
Mein Gott.
Ja, das
Ey,
ist
halt,
egal.
Flash mit
Schon.
oben, Matze. Flash mit oben.
Ja.
Ja, ich schieb hier.
Kommt.
Aber Smoke bisschen shit.
Mit oben, Deagle. Urge Smoke, halt mal bitte Urge Smoke.
Ja, mach ich.
Das ist der Kacksmoke, aber.
Ab. Alles gut.
Alter, eh gerade leise.
Hab ich den?
Nein.
Bleib mit
Weg.
oben.
Bei dir. Ich kann nochmal flashen.
Faded.
Jetzt chill jetzt einfach, halt mal einfach. Die kommen
Ja, hab
jetzt.
ich.
Bitte rum, zu Underground.
Okay, das ist nicht.
Ein AP Top mit noch einer.
Oben die Smoke. Bei UG und dann Ramp raus.
Ja, noch Low Mitte.
So those comms could be described as instant depression the moment they lost control of the man advantage. Dwayne very silent from Big and very not happy with how that last round went down.
I was going to think the first thing that I heard was frustration. They actually had a pretty good mid-crossfire. You consider the positional advantage that they had, and they're just getting rolled over. ENCE Academy just strike with so many of those dry faces, and you could just feel that the pressure on cracking mid-open completely collapsed in that round. ENCE Academy, what an incredible response from them.
4 all to the board. Back in it evens against Big. A little bit of map control coming in from Big, though, and the rotation's also back to the A site. USPs are the harsher eco, trying to see if they can get a stack involved, unable to do much with it. Process, however, does catch one from back of the cinder blocks in the dark. Doesn't have much moving room, so MILTC and Henry can get the rest of them. It's all left to Tizian and a 1v4 backstab.
And even though we've seen Tizian involved in quite a lot of impact rounds and one of the clutches only previously out to the B side, he is top fragging, which I think from Tizian's point of view is a great marker because he's not normally a star player, he's not normally someone that we see light up the kills counts. But it also means why aren't we seeing more from some of the more so star individuals, the guys like Typed, who's had the big green in a couple of these rounds, Sky as well. I think that's something that Big are going to have to try and adjust on this City side and how they can get more out of some of their key pieces.
Well, right now, the key pieces for ENCE are all falling in line. Of course, we've been praising Poddy for his AWP prowess. Juissi is the top fragger at the moment, and he's been the breakout star for my money right now for this ENCE side. Vastly impressed with how well he's done over the last week. 11 kills deep with the AKs across the board. 1 M4 in for MILTC. They're going towards the Palace dive.
And this is just getting caught in a timing. Big gonna get aggressive out towards City spawn, but it is being watched and Hype gets the opening contact. A lot of information on the dive.
Process finding Henny down there at ramp, so it's a 5-on-3. The favour's Big. Damage done to Tizian on the return fire from ENCE, but nothing really found outside of that damage. Rotations are going to get called with one man in an underpass. They'll grab a little bit of map control, but Sierva is going to stick around for the exits.
And anytime you've got a setup like a split A and you've already lost a bit of the contention, it's going to allow more from MILTC to recover this round. Get out towards mid, put some pressure down on towards window. You want to try and see if you can get the CTs to be out of position, even Process searching for information. This should be a kill for Server.
Couldn't quite punish the big aggression there. Process comes out with the advantage still. 4-on-2, making it 3. MILTC continuing to reduce the numbers there in the mid work. The bomb's been dropped in Palace, however, so someone's going to push back into the site, get control of that, and then get it down on the site itself. 40 seconds to do so as well. Not a lot of time to play with. AWP caught off guard by Poddy. 2-on-2 is manageable now for ENCE, but the timer is just so low.
Tizian's on low HP towards CT spawn. Get back over to that bomb control, put the pressure back down on A, and now you could even start seeing the rotation come through from Aqua. So while they might catch the information that Tizian's playing from spawn and try and get that bomb plant open for Con, that might actually get denied.
Got to get Tizian here. Need to get this important frag. Poddy looking around every position on the site except for CT spawn. Molotov sent, swing out, utility still in hand. MILTC got to get the kill. Not going to happen. Tizian picks up the double and picks up the round.
Lovely stuff coming through from Tizian again. And just a slight reposition. Rather than playing back passive in towards City's board, he gets himself behind triple and he starts working with the information. He hears the footsteps coming from ramp. He hears the drop down out from Palace. And just the way that he's able to maneuver himself around. Obviously a very good effort from MILTC and Poddy to even make that round remotely winnable because that was a 2v4 without bomb control. But you could see Tizian being the one to end it, and he might be a crucial piece to ending this half on a positive note because he's playing outstandingly right now.
Nades on to start things off in the mid control. Big with a HP advantage, not a kill. Tovs back and forth from both the CT and T sides. MILTZ hunting for picks, was spotted out by Tizzy in there, and Connector. Manic sprays go back and forth, but it's just HP favoring the big side. No kills found. But maybe Tizzy might get some of those. Only 1 for 1.
MILTZ just trying to make sure that he comes out best for wear. Henry expecting a slight overpeak and a reface to come through from window. Instead, the only pressure is Sky just jump facing. Not seeing anything out to the apartments either from Aqua's POV. ENCE Academy, though, could be shaping up for a B split.
Boosting up MILTZ. They're in the mid position, but not really establishing any short control. So it just looks to be the apartments commit instead from ENCE. 2 players from Big there to hold it down. Aqua alongside Sky. AWP and AK leaning in. SMG of the crossfire. Sky's watching short.
Aqua might not get checked. If Sky's able to jump face, draw the attention away, they might not clear the MP9.
Fast play in, does his tag damage, but only tag damage, no kills being found. Sky forced to trade, but Juicy comes out with 2. A 3-on-2 that favors ENCE, and look at MILTZ there in sniper possess, was waiting for his chance to cut off the rotations, but only does damage to Hyped, and that turns Big with a basic advantage in the 2v2.
Potty on low HP. Even the jump going up towards that short control does not get landed, so extra time being utilized. ENCE Academy have pressed the issue even towards market, and Potty's keeping his eyes to short.
Orps in, gets his shot, Hyped down, Process last left in the round. Unscathed, unchallenged, unknown through the ENCE Academy. Working his way forward and running out of time for this clutch, this 1-on-2. Won't come together for him. No like, time's up. Potty does fall at least. Didn't get to the site in time, so it is going to be a 6th round for ENCE as they retake the lead.
And I'm seeing these small mistakes coming through from Big. That's actually a good exit to come through, just to keep it expensive. But I'm seeing these small mistakes coming through from Big that I didn't see in previous seasons, Jay. And that does scare me, not only in this game, for the next. I don't see why Aqua needs to peek there. You've already had your teammate of Sky jump face over, draw that attention. You're going to try and get them into a narrow field, and time is being stalled. If that MP9 hides in the corner, so much more impact would have been landed than him swinging out wide.
Something got to be considered about here and adjusted towards, certainly for Big. Tactical timeout taken by ENCE, however, for losing all 5 players. The economy is going to be a bit of a wreck. See the guns in. Galil's on a number of players here. 2 of them out with the 2 AKs and a MAC-10 for MILTZ. Turning for the big buy. Possibly a weapon drop for Process. Possibly going to be some sort of half buy around the saved AK. That's probably the best thing they can do here, I think.
And just looking back at the last season, going 9-1, they actually got 8 wins in a row from the first game. And only 3 of those 8 wins did they concede double digits to their opponents. So a much different season this time around. A much more competitive one for other teams against Big. ENCE Academy with the lead. And knowing that they're up by 1, you'd imagine it's going to grow to 2.
Unless Process does something massive. Only rifle in for Big Academy. They've got the Deagles and the P250s. Going to round to try to catch players off. MILTZ was seen by Hyped, but he doesn't look to extend for the kill. Footsteps heard. The MAC-10 is going to be wary. Meanwhile, ENCE setting up for the A-hit.
Very passive this time around from ENCE Academy, not putting too much into the default towards the mid control at all. And look at the gamble stack. They're going to leave Tizzy in as the only player up here to defend A.
Eagle standing ready for the shots. Connectors on Silver and doubles up towards Potty. Perfectly placed from the veteran. He's looking in for even more. Can't see Juicy and can't see his backup. Back to turn. Footsteps are heard and Juicy finally finds the trade.
Even MILTZ's clearing out all of this jungle control, not seeing anything. You can start seeing the CTs rotate over to spawn. They've got to get that bomb and get it planted.
This is walkable for Big though. Here knows footsteps coming in towards CT. Juicy adjusting. MILTZ with the kill. Juicy follows it up. Back to the favor of the ENCE Academy as Big capitulate. Decent effort there by Tizzy to start things off, but it's a shame it didn't come together overall for the entire team. Sky will at least make it expensive, but it is a round for ENCE.
And this has got to be a frustrating moment for someone like Tizian, where you've got so much experience, you're putting it into a lot of action with important rounds, but you're just not getting that support. He got a double kill by himself on a lone bomb side, and the rotators out towards CT just unable to drive anything forward, even with that hero AK that was saved in from Processor's POV. Lovely stuff from Tizian, but not enough to steal the rounds.
1 round for ENCE to take control of the half. Big. He's dished out the damage, could potentially find the reset for round 14. Assuming they get a round, of course. ENCE. Take the damage early on Poddy. Meanwhile, you've got Server making his way quickly out into the B site. A suicidal move to try and sell him on alert, but just picked up by Aqua quickly.
At that time, Aqua turns around in the corner, doesn't swing out into the open after hearing the footsteps, and Tizian starts repositioning towards the top of Connector. Does get caught off guard by Poddy, and Juicy uses that to walk out Palace too.
Process down, looking into CT, but right into the clutches of Hype to 3-on-3. Flashes forward to allow Mills to try peeking on Aqua. Heard those footsteps though, so it doesn't continue to commit. Bomb's on its way towards the A site meanwhile. Poddy's working in its sniper's nest here. This might change the complexion of where ENCE want to go. Sky's backed up, and the AWP of Hyped start to go passive.
Now Poddy's putting more pressure down towards CT spawn. Hyped is going to have to get a quick flick down below.
Smokes sent towards Connector. Jungle's already been cleared. Poddy up close. AWP watching for him. Bomb will get planted, and he'll wait for Sky to make his move in. Re-smokes back, flashbang turned away from. Sky gets the kill. Miltsy responds out to the B site, on towards that short control. Sky has been spotted, but Hyped gets his AWP pick. It's all on the AK now to defend against the bomb plant position. Open for Connector. Smoke on it from the CTs here. Gotta get on it with a kit. I think there's none in play. Miltsy catches the headshot on towards one, but they've still got Hyped on the defuse. Hyped is on it. Miltsy's not peeking. Miltsy's not gonna get this pick. The spray comes in just in time. And it's just about a round for ENCE.
Miltsy coming through with the experience when it matters most. Things got a little bit hectic there for the ENCE Academy side. I'm not sure what happened with the communication, but you could see the setup. They've got a man advantage. They've got the bomb down. They want to flash forward towards CT. And as soon as the peak comes around the corner, Poddy's just so blinded. He can't see an absolute thing. He ends up getting caught off guard. Even Henu gets caught around from back triple. But it's the setup in from the Connector player and the likes of Miltsy to come through. 8-5 on the T side for ENCE Academy. A much stronger start and basis from what we've seen in the previous Mirage officials from them.
They'll take a tactical to follow it up, though, because even though it is a stronger basis on the round board, the rounds themselves have been down to the wire. So many casualties taken. The economy could still get wrecked for round 15, even though big for basic eco here. Got Deagles in on 3, 4 players, 1 USP. We saw what Tizian could do with that Deagle, so why can't the rest of Big pull that off?
And they'd hope to. The gamble stack is over towards A. This is actually quick. This is going to be the fastest set piece.
Lashes in from Big to try and see if they can force it out, though. USP up against Server. Mac 10 picks up Hype, processes. Deagle can't quite hold on to the kills. Instead, Aqua and Sky come in. Poddy and Henu to trade it back, and still Tizian makes it expensive for the ENCE Academy team. I think the rifle should stay in for the 2 players, the 2 AKs. Carried forward into the last of the half.
And just knowing that there was much quicker stances that time around for ENCE Academy. I don't think they expected to run into a full-on A stack. Thinking to themselves, last time around it was only Tizian that was playing close towards A ramp. Everyone else was at B. Let's try and see if we can catch them off guard. Catch them being elsewhere. One more round to get it up to double digits, and it might just be the Palace dive again.
Very fast indeed. Smokes on. Process has no idea what's coming. Can at least line up a decent kill. Henu with a responsive, a 4-on-4. Hyped his AWP, looking into the bomb site. Incendiary's waiting. Thrown down from his teammates, with counter flashes in from ENCE to try force them off angle here.
Hype trying to see if he can respond, but gets flashed around the corner. Sky's there to back him up.
Juicy with the trade back. Hyped and Tizian 2 to respond. The bomb's been dropped deep into Connector control. Server only 1 pick back. This is traded very quickly by the big side, who close out with 6 rounds to their board, still up by 9 at the turn of the half for ENCE.
And knowing that Big were able to get the 3-0, get themselves started on the right foot, they'll be disappointed with those individual rounds, only landing 6 at the half. I've got to give a lot of credit forward to Server and Whitey for the creativity on that T side. We saw a lot of adaptation, a lot of pace changes from the slow defaults into the pacey rounds towards the tail end there. And for the Finns, they're proving themselves to be able to compete with some of the top teams in the group. And knowing that they've already got this sort of lead, I'm expecting more to be presented in the second half.
We'll win this pistol. We'll see whether Big can start to make their moves back in. They have pistol and conversions potentially. We'll listen to their communications to see how well they'll take this.
Ist der Sound oder was?
Okay, kann jetzt in den Holz.
Ja, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Das Window.
Links. Guck Verlängerung. Ich flash
Kurz
dich Con,
noch.
Jungs. Ich flash dich Con. Flash Con kommt. Boom.
Jetzt rumkommen.
Kurz vorne,
Komm,
kurz
komm.
vorne.
War da tot, Con?
Robs.
Feuer tot.
Nice,
Kurz
David.
tot.
Lange, oder?
Lange sein, ja.
Vielleicht
Jetzt zieht er an, ja.
Komm mit. Komm auch noch mit.
Ich hab auch.
Ich bin Robs Anti-Flash, ihr könnt
Ja.
theoretisch beide zählen.
Ey, Jungs, wahrscheinlich
Zur Not Jungle
Rampe
raus.
flankt, Digga.
Ich jiggle das, alles gut.
Du hast Rampe, okay.
Lange kam Bank vor.
Tot Jungle.
Noch einer?
Ist er auch tot.
Half-Life.
Nice,
Nice,
David,
ja.
sah geil aus.
Danke.
Sah geil aus.
Positivity in the comms and positivity in the pistol, Dwayne. That's a pretty decent win there for Big, and one thing that will start off there at T-side half.
That's actually a very good fake. So what they did there was 3-2-1, jump over. They put a smoke down to short and a flash con. Now that indicates it's a rush short, that it's a split play in towards a B site. They're going to try and beat them with pace. And instead, what ends up happening is players come up connector and start splitting into A. Very well achieved there for the Germans.
Advantage now that could springboard into a bigger sequence for the big side. Of course, 2 rounds to make it up to evens. As Height picks up Poddy, kicks things off on the right foot for Big. Sky follows suit against the next of Henu. Stack in towards that B side, still has the 3 players that remain on the site itself. Miltzy and Server pick up a couple of picks. Now Process on the counter backstab, Juicy forced to respond back in alongside Miltzy getting hyped, so left to Process now in the 1-on-2 here for the big cab. Trying to get that bomb back here. Ben's Academy have maintained control of this.
And knowing that Miltzy's going to start repositioning, it comes down to Juicy just staying alive, running distraction, trying to get Miltzy back into connector and up to short. And Process has got to try and isolate these individuals. Juicy's just playing on the other side of the smoke now.
Second backside unknown to both players here. And the backstab to the initial backstab for ENCE. Leaning in, AK spray, SMG at long range can lock on for the kill. And that's an instant responsive for the ENCE side.
And that's got to be just such a kick in the teeth. You have a deficit at the turn of the half, you come into the pistol, and you wreck them. You roll them over, you're confident, you're keen to get into the second. You go into the B site, and it's a bit of a stack, isn't it, Jay? there's quite a few MP9s established on that crossfire, and in the end, ENCE just slow it right down. You get Miltzy on the backstab, they work the clutch, and that is a perfect steal round in for the Finns.
I was just saying this could end up being Big taking 3 on the trot and going to 9-9, but didn't work out that way. After such a strong and confident pistol, you mentioned the intelligence there from the Big calling. Responded to in kind by ENCE Academy. Small tech pause before we continue on with this. Wouldn't be shocked if it was a tack pause at this point for Big, because mentality would be probably wrecked, in my personal opinion.
Well, having a look at the track record for ENCE Academy this season, one thing that we saw from last season was a lot of close games that didn't get closed. I think back to even the Prospects one that we had this season, their second game, 13-16 on Ancient, that was quite tight. Spirit Academy went all the way to overtime, thought as if the Finns were going to close it down, knowing that they've got 2 wins, a couple of close games, and an idea that they could upset another top team in the group. Maybe we have to respect the position for ENCE Academy to be higher than what we assume it to be.
Deagle force buy in from Big. Gonna find the first pick to start things off. Poddy down. Again, leaning in very fast towards contact positions, reducing ENCE to 4.
Knowing that Hyped can try and sneak into that connector stance, try and put some pressure down onto Henu, who's playing out to jungle and window. Might it be able to escape the crossfire that's being held towards CT spawn too?
Eagles lean in again. Tizzy unable to catch Juicy, but Miltzy found the responsives. The A site's seen so much action, is going to continue as well. Henu brings it back to 3-on-3 for ENCE, but Big going to sneak in the bomb plant. The advantage starts to tip the way of ENCE now. Late lurk into the B site for Aqua's now just going to be the 1-on-3 situation coming in from Shaw. Will be heard on the footsteps. The bomb is opening connector, so they've accounted for this. The AK swinging, jump facing, taking a little bit of damage. Now the rest of the CTs Focusing on the defuse. Still, Aqua picks up a headshot onto Miltsy. Smokes back against him. And on the defuse, the second man will go. Henry gets the headshot. So ENCE, another expensive round, but a round for them nonetheless.
And knowing that Henu's starting to find his groove in the last couple of games is a great sign for ENCE Academy, because he is one of the more experienced players in the Finnish scene. We always look at someone like Miltsy and say, oh yeah, but we saw him playing down on Enterprise, played at some of the higher ends of Tier 2, played a lot of strong competition. Henu had been known for quite a while on SJ Gaming, allowing himself to get the repertoire there in the Finnish scene. Saw him have a good game, the top fragger against Young Ninjas yesterday, 32 kills and 21 deaths. Nearly 110 ADR. He's bringing that performance forward again today.
Big. Much harsher on their eco situation for this round. They'll try and work their way in towards mid, but just the firepower differential's too staunch to handle. 3 picks in from Hedu and Potty each. Between them, rather. 2 more to add to the tally right there. Easy pickings against the big side. All 5 alive for ENCE, 12-7. This is starting to get a bit out of control now.
It certainly is. And that is common to the course. When you're down at the half by a 3-round deficit, you win pistol and then lose the force buy. Because it just puts all your money out of whack. It puts yourself in, once again, a driving position in the opposite direction. It allows ENCE Academy to thrive off of the chaos. And I'm looking at this opening rifle round, and to my mind, this could be the last chance for Big to respond. Otherwise, this game could get wrapped up by the Finns.
Bang on for me. Can't disagree with that at all. Hyped at least starts things off, so that's a positive entity for Big. Miltsy down in underpass, though, ready to receive the likes of Sky. Back is turned, leaning forward and tucking himself into the corner. Might be a bit of an engagement in this 1-on-2. If they line up for him, though, that could be the way in, but didn't quite work out. 5-on-3 now for Big.
And within the first 35 seconds of the round, you can see the impact immediately.
Oof.
Even Aqua catching off server aggressively, and this round is finished. So much being gained in the default. Over aggressive picks being landed from ENCE Academy, and for Big, they capitalize big time.
It's only a matter of time before they make their way into that B site and just take the bomb plant for it. You said a crucial round for Big. Certainly a round for Big. 1 more kill added against Henu as he drops towards A. Joissi left alone with the 1-on-5 to save. Been amazing in some of these sequences. 19 kills deep for this player. Even yet to see a 1v5 clutch from him, so just save the gun.
If he can. He probably will get hunted. Process focusing the attention back down towards Firebox. So there it is, the 8th gain from Big, dropping all weapons out of the fold. Now the buyback is going to be here. There will be some limitations for server. So I think that's why it was so important that that AK tries to get recovered, because it would have meant an extra person would have had a weapon. They could have chucked that over to the IGL of server and everything would have been comfortable.
It might be a broken buy, but it is a buy here for the ENCE Academy side. So we'll listen to their communications and see whether they can win round 13.
Mä pelaan vissiin ihan vitu hidasta, me voidaan
Pelaan partialla.
Mulla naatalo sulla.
Joo, mutta on se, että... Tähtää vaisteli niinku portaiden alta partialla. Ala liikusavu. Alkamat. Tai voi tehdä
Mulla on linkki siellä, mulla on linkki siellä.
Mulla on monttu.
Montako?
Ei oo läpi, ei oo läpi.
Mulla on jungla.
Ei tullu. Feikka.
Valtin monttu. Mä lähden kääntää B:lle ja... Mennään mutko.
Kriisa vaatalo.
Linkki alla, se heittää.
Juoks siellä linkki alla?
Linkki. Linkki sisällä. No se, monttu.
Yksi
Nice.
Monttu. Muessa. Flipside. Valo mun päälle taas.
Joo.
Valo.
Mä tuun portalta.
Flipside varmaan. Älä, et saa hyötyä.
Suodes!
Ante. Luka.
Unlucky. Tästä on.
Mennään ikkunastäkki.
Well, I was going to translate that last word for us, Dwight, but they did it on my behalf, so yes, unlucky indeed in that 1v1. I was really hoping that we'd actually see that come through for ENCE, because it looked like the defensive was bang on right up until the end there for me.
So you can see you could hear rather than see what was being presented there. They didn't want Juicy to peek. He was thinking about rounding the corner to the left-hand side and strafing to the left from default, and he just got ordered not to. And because of that, I think they panicked in that 2v1. They took the fight way too quickly than they needed to. Look how much time is left on the clock. You've got a player that's coming through from top stairs and connector. Just slow it right down. Don't give Tizian that respect forward, and they just peak way too fast in the matter, and Tizian's able to win an incredible 1v2. That is heartbreaking, friends, because they knew what potential could have been granted if that round comes successfully, but not to be.
Much like how they were on the comeback yesterday, it's big on the comeback now against ENCE. Turn of the favor. Of course, ENCE should be credited for managing to maintain this advantage above big in the first place. Still 3 rounds to make up. And Eco coming in for them, so even firmer ramifications for the situation that they have. AK spray from Sky. Finding Juicy, reading the boost on top of cinder blocks pretty well. And from here, everything else should fall apart for ENCE in mid.
That's now the second winnable clutch that comes through from Tizian, finding a lot of impact here for the big Academy side in some of those X-Factor rounds. Even trying to clear out as much of this B side. Running up top of connector, just overwhelming the upgraded pistols. miltzy's the last one left being caught. And for ENCE Academy, they've had their chances. I will give them that much. And I think they've let some of those chances blow away, Jay. And sometimes, even if you feel like you're playing the better game, you've had more chances, you're not always going to come out successfully. I'm looking at this now at double digits being gained, the difference being 2, and all that potential that we were talking about in the last few rounds of you win this game, you win the whole thing. I don't know how likely 1 round can be now for the ENCE side.
We're built up some economy on big, so it won't be 1 round anymore. They're going to have to win a number of them. Potentially 2 in a row might put the economy back onto eco status for the T side. That's a best case scenario at this stage. Of course, they've got to win a round considering the circumstances. M4's brought back, not a lot of money in spare, not a lot of utility to play with in this one. Juicy holding down the site defensive. miltzy starts things off, but Hype picks up that central site defender. Poddy trying to take his place but falls the process. miltzy still ends up with a triple though. Holding himself together and holding ENCE in this round. 3-on-2 for them.
Tizian's still alive. We know how solid he could be in some of these post plants. Hype has not seen the player cross through the smoke. Server out in the open towards the left-hand side. As CT does so much work. Catches them on a timing. Mate, what a risk that is. On man advantage to walk around a smoke like that.
Massive sequence from miltzy. 20 kills now for him, trying to match up to Juicy. 2 of our standout elements that we've talked about time and time again for ENCE Academy, and now they're coming together against Big to try and post up a lead, a 3-round lead, and now they're continuing on to the victory. Buy-in from the T side. AWPs and AKs once again. Broken by for 1 player on ENCE, that's Juicy on the SMG. Into the defaults. Looks to go very quick into the apartments here.
Try and get the abs pop forward. You can see Tizian being able to provide a little bit of a fake and some more info down there on the mid control. Trying to catch the timing. 1 anchor. It's going to be down to server again.
Smokes in, flashes over, and server's not even blinded by any of those flashes. Kill found. Aqua doubles up towards Sky. Henry provides support from short, drops that bomb, drops the orb. And now it's 2 AKs, 1 AK left with Henry doubling up. And Tizian needs a full-blown ace against all 5 players at 100 HP apiece. This is going to be 14 for ENCE.
And that's absolutely everything that you want from your in-game leader. To be the B-side anchor, to be up against an apps pop, and just deliver. Stay alive, waste time, and even Henu, how quickly he gets into position. Yes, there's only 1 on B. There's only 1 center site defender. It's Henu from short that's able to come in, get himself up to the archers, fight immediately down there in with his teammate. And for Big Academy, they were desperate. Desperate for a bomb plant in that last round.
Now they're desperate to get any round right here and now. Force buy-in. Scout, 2 Galils, 1 Deagle, 1 AK. Looking at Aqua to be the main man of Big. Server into the B apartments. Will look down and watch out the underpass entrance, but not see anything here for Big.
And the longer the ENCE Academy let this round run down low, they're going to start driving a lot of that utility away from the T side. You can see Sky working down on underpass, got a teammate close by him of Aqua. Waiting for a response. This is proper deep and passive for the Germans.
Sky just backed up. Hoping that he catches ENCE getting aggressive, hoping they can punish one of these mistakes. She brought it up during the 1v2. They're not going to present any of them right here. ENCE happy to sit on their defensive and just wait for the big attack.
And it shows here for ENCE Academy, they haven't been tilted with some of these frustrating rounds. Some of the ones that look like they're going your way and instead you give up a clutch, you let it slip. They've kept focused, eye on the prize of getting the victory forward, hyped. Trying to see if he can land a duel out here towards top connector or the sniper's nest.
Smokes to suppress in their common position. Grenades down in the last 30 seconds. ENCE. I haven't even seen the formation of an execution. Tizian does catch Henu on that 1 kill on Hyde. Is that going to be rotations bought? Surely they won't have enough time to go towards the A play. 2 players on the back of the B site. Flashes coming in and they engage on service. Part Tizian picks up a kill. AK's back in. MILTZ, all he's got to do is get the bomb carrier here, and that will be enough. Sneaking around, catches Process, he's won the round. Doesn't even need to stay alive, he's got backup to stand. Sky picks up one of the exits, but it's only an exit there for Big. A match point for ENCE.
And I think Big did a lot right in that round, Jay. They run it down low. They give themselves the leverage of allowing a lurk to come in at top con. Tizian does his damage. The only thing that ENCE Academy don't do is over-rotate. I thought for sure MILTZ was going to go. I thought he was going to run to market, get his way down towards City Sport, but no. He holds his ground, and because of that, he's the round victor. Denying that bomb with that little time left, that was everything for him.
Look at Poddy immediately trying to start alongside Henu. Double up for the M4, sticking around to the flames. The Molotov put up 4 HP for him, but still a 5-on-3 for ENCE.
So much damage within the first 20 seconds. Even Poddy getting boosted back up on this short box just to try and get an idea, a bit more of a graph of exactly what's happening in the mid control. Akka and Sky, this just doesn't look winnable by any means of the imagination.
Yesterday was not a fluke, very clearly. ENCE Academy beat Young Ninjas at 16-14. Now they look to beat Big at 16-10. And as you say, Dwight, the situation for Big is just so impossible. The AKF Sky needs to go massive. Aqua needs to find some miracle shots. And nothing's presenting them.
So passive, so disciplined for ENCE Academy. Aqua gonna fall. Sky tried his best to isolate the jewels, but not to be. Another great victory coming through for ENCE Academy. What a season run this has been from them. 3 wins and 3 losses, beating some of the best teams in the group 2 days in a row.
The hits just keep on coming for ENCE. They get no easier, but neither do they get any more difficult. What a ridiculous statement to make here for the ENCE Academy side, knowing the idea that, yes, Young Ninjas were difficult to come. So was Big today, man. They posted up a hell of a fight at the start. It was looking like it was going to be theirs to rule. But once again, ENCE Academy making a statement for themselves and making their place felt in Group B. I'm excited for where this team can go. Yes, they might be in the bottom 3 for now, but they keep going on like this, that might change.
They're making a statement for Finnish Counter-Strike as a whole, a region that's been very unsuccessful for the last couple of years. They're playing strategic Counter-Strike, they're working with youth, which I think is what has been the challenge for so many of those lineups, working with some of the newer faces, bringing even guys that have had European experience back into the team. And these last few days, this entire group stage this season has been so much more impressive than anything we've seen before.
It's been brilliant. That's all you can really say about the ENCE Academy side for now. And it's still not over yet. Again, I'm very excited to see where it goes on from here because there's some elements that have excited me on the individual basis for the ENCE team. The idea that they've got guys like MILTZ who are doing extremely well. Juwissi has come out and done some absolute work. The AWP of Poddy has now found his form. Like, they've got a core 3 of stars that I think could really rock some heads coming on for the next few days.
I think it's the tactical depth, though, that reigns supreme out of anything rather than just the individuals. Some of the mid-round calls, I think their mental game is excellent, too, because I looked at that round, and there were a couple of tilters in my money. There were a couple of rounds that should have been a walk in the park, and instead you start struggling, you're maybe sweating it towards the end, the nerves kick in, and you lose it. But instead, they kept it strong mentally, they bounced back, and they didn't offer up many chances at all in that second half for Big to come back and to make it winnable.
That's the key thing, I think, for the ENCE Academy side. As soon as they won that conversion, you could just feel momentum was truly on their side. They never truly let it go either. Yes, there was some comeback moments for Big Academy. There was that particular proceeding where they won a few rounds off the back of ENCE's initial victory. But after that 4-round streak, like, you could just feel the confidence oozing from ENCE. And again, this team has impressed everybody, it seems, so far in this group. Another victory, another top 3 team falling to ENCE Academy. And I guess the question is, Dwayne, where does it go from here?
I think it goes even further up. Might not always come with the victories against the higher end teams, but I think we're going to see more wins than we did last season. I mean, we've already got that already. They only managed 2 victories. They're now up to 3. They've still got more games to play in this group stage. I'm expecting at least a few more victories from them. As for the Big Academy side, this is another disappointing set of affairs. The idea that you go down to MIBR Academy into an overtime yesterday, you're now losing a game to ENCE Academy against some of the weaker teams in the group. That shouldn't be happening. Not if you're contending for the title. And I think we have to set our expectations differently for Big from this season to the past, what, 4 seasons in a row?
Well, a number of candidates, of course, on the ENCE Academy side to take control of the MVP pick, Dwayne. So I'm going to ask you, Henu, Miltzy, Juicy, who are you backing for the man of the match?
I would actually go Potty, if I'm going to be real. Yeah, even though the numbers didn't pose it, I thought he found way more impact than Hype did. Yes, it's only 17 kills to 15, but I felt as if the AWP X factor and like the AWP just being consistent was so much more there from Potty, and that made everything shine so much easier for the rifle players.
I'm going to go Miltzy for me personally. I just think that he really stepped it up towards the end there. Juicy had the early game, Miltzy had the late game, and in that sort of sense, between those 2 players, I think they had massive impact across that board. Henry also got involved. I thought his kills were a little bit less impactful, even though he was top end by ADR differential alone. But overall, like, listen, that's like 3 or 4 players you could nominate right there as having the big impact that made the difference. And for Big, that's a major, major thing to have to come up against, and they failed to do so, as you mentioned. Another loss to put onto their board, putting themselves at 4-3 now in terms of their record. 3-3 for the ENCE Academy side. Again, they're in the middle of the table now.
And you couldn't blame Tizian at all in that game. He was their best player by a country mile. He was involved in 2 clutches, like top fragging for the majority of the entire game, and had so much impact in rifle rounds. I just didn't see where the rest of them were. Hyped was underwhelming. Sky was underwhelming. You expect more from Process. This is a team that is so successful in the Academy League. So many players we always look for, just didn't see them.
It's funny too, because Tizian we expect to have at least a solid foundational basis, but the real stars have been coming in the other players over the course of the last week or so, Dwayne. So the fact that those guys have gone missing might be some sort of consistency consideration there for the Big side, but that's what we're going to have to focus on as in the coming few days, because their match has been concluded. We're going to move on with the day with MOUZ NXT versus NAVI Jr. as our 3rd match. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Academy League as we're getting into our next matchup, the big rematch of the day. Yesterday we saw MOUZ take on NAVI Junior. NAVI were able to take the victory to extend their position in the second place position over on Group A. MOUZ trailing behind, 1 place behind them, however. This could be their chance to even up the standings and potentially take back control.
You look at MOUZ and just think to yourself, okay, they lost to NAVI yesterday, but look at what they did after that, beating Fnatic Rising. One of the 2 teams that we spoke about was Young Ninjas taking their first loss and Fnatic Rising taking their first loss. I didn't think it would be to the hands of MOUZ.
Yeah, look, I think that for MOUZ, we've kind of underestimated them quite significantly because of the fact that they are in the rebuild process. I mean, it's fair enough to underestimate them because they are such a new team within the context of the other squads that are facing in the Academy League. But I'm also looking at them thinking that this organization have a history of building up players and building up, of course, the best Academy roster. So we should give them at least a little bit of credit that they picked the right teams, or that they picked the right team and the right cohesion of players to do some decent work here. So far in this season, that 3-1 record indicates to me that they've done that right here. The only real opposition they faced, the one challenge that they couldn't mount up to, was, of course, NAVI Junior yesterday. So for me, I'm looking at this one saying it's a bit of a redemption arc here for MOUZ NXT and to continue along what has otherwise been a fantastic season.
Well, I thought they came off the back extremely shaky, and I think we saw that in their opening game against Flames Ascent, but bounced back really well, allowed themselves to get a lot of victories on the board. Over for the NAVI Junior side, we've seen them take on the Flames Ascent side twice. We've seen them also beat Apex Rebels, and only now getting a little bit more of a taste of some of the top teams in the group in the likes of MOUZ NXT and Fnatic Rising.
I love how Group A currently is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors of, like, you know, Fnatic beat NAVI, NAVI beat MOUZ, MOUZ beat Fnatic, and it just goes around in a big old circle. So a chance for MOUZ to try and break that here in this particular context. The map that we saw yesterday between these 2 teams was, of course, Mirage. We've seen quite a lot of Mirage over the course of this day so far. But you can see why NAVI Junior want to play a map like this. They beat the Flames Ascent side twice on it, and one of those times was extremely one-sided. Their best map in the pool by quite the margin in terms of win rate and total games. So I don't think it would be smart for MOUZ to lean into that again today.
You just gotta put yourself in the shoes of MOUZ NXT and think that, okay, we had Mirage last time, wasn't all that successful. Their overpass has been great. That's been the map that's been one of the most successful for them in the entire group stage. So if they can, try and lean that direction.
I do imagine it might be part of the ban phase for NAVI, however. They're going to get rid of Nuke first and foremost. That's the default ban. Don't want to play that at all. Overpass, I think, in my opinion, would be the smart decision right here. And yeah, they're going to get rid of it on the second ban phase. So yeah, they weren't going to get a chance to get that out for MOUZ NXT. So what's the next best option for them?
Maybe Vertigo. Actually get rid of Inferno. That's been one of the maps that in previous history has actually been very strong in best of ones for MOUZ NXT.
Well, not going to be played out in this particular context. Vertigo could be floated in, as could Mirage, if they want to go towards that. Dust 2 taken out here for the MOUZ NXT side. Strong map for NAVI Junior, makes a lot of sense. Where do we go from here now?
We won't see Ancient. Definitely not. That'll get banned out from the MOUZ NXT side. They don't want to play that at all. As for the Decider, Mirage could have been a good option again, but like we've mentioned, it was in the head-to-head. It was that game that we've seen previously, only in yesterday's official, so lean a slightly different direction and go into Vertigo.
Yeah, I like that. Definitely a better idea for me, just on the basis of how good it is for NAVI, as we mentioned before. Highest played, highest one map in the pool, beat them on MOUZ NXT yesterday. So I'm looking at this map thinking that there's a better chance for MOUZ to make it 1-for-1 in terms of their head-to-head so far this season. To me, it indicates that that's going to be their main way into this matchup again.
I'm not as keen on that sort of sentiment. For MOUZ NXT, they've played Vertigo once with the new lineup. So even in that one, it went up against Big Academy in a best of 3, and it went down to overtime. So we haven't seen a crazy amount, but then I guess that's also been quite a lot of the story, is that it has been very minimal with the officials played with this new lineup.
And even then, you take a look at what we saw from Fnatic Rising against NAVI Junior yesterday. The map that they beat them on, it was Vertigo. So for me, I think that MOUZ have a decent chance to take this series. I'm going to back them for it, Dwayne.
I'm going to be backing NAVI Junior to go 2-0 in both of the head-to-heads against the Flames Ascent side, against MOUZ NXT. It's not saying that this game could be competitive. I think it absolutely will be, and JimFat would be a huge reason why. He has always been the guy to watch out for in this Academy League season, and I think he's going to be another key piece to the puzzle if MOUZ NXT want to come out on top.
Pistol round getting started with MOUZ, of course, being on the T side. NAVI Junior posted up in their defensive line. Julie's set in for one individual, but not great pistols across the rest of the board, Blake.
are just working their way forward. Nipple allowing the slight jiggle of information. Now, with this B stack, they want to try and see if they can drive the side of MOUZ NXT forward into a commit. You can see Nexius trying to line up a flash to get them forward into mid. This is going to be a B split.
Very fast forward once again. Jim Fat playing the backup man to the first call for Crizin. Out to the back of the site. Nipple and Frozig get those couple of kills opening up to the 3-3. But Jim Fat, now known as Nexius, gets his kill onto Head Trick. Now backed up from the back site. Frozig still trying to hold on to the kills. He's getting them all. Nexi is down, but now in the one-on-one against Alex. And Alex knows to go towards the A site, but his opponent is on the way there.
Would have been heard on that bridge control. Frostic is being able to reposition himself. And now it might get down to a little bit of a double bluff. Is he going back over to B? Is he going over towards Rab? Adrix is hoping that he follows him down through the ladder into mid. It doesn't happen, though.
Posted on side defense, and Alex is just playing around the mind games, thinking that this player might be backed up. So adamant that he's chased him or gone in from the mid position. When does Frozig start second-guessing himself? It looks to be right about now. Looking to lean away, but he's going to stick on the site.
This is good positioning coming through from Frosig, and he's got two options. He can hear the bomb going down and start to just put pressure on, or play it safely and wait for Ajax to reposition to get into the post plant and catch him off that way.
6 seconds. Turned away at the wrong moment, and Frozig makes it a clutch. A quadra for him for the pistol for Navi.
Just what they were looking for, that opening start with a clutch. Now, this is where we've got to come into the conversation of the lineup being brought forward today for Navi Junior. We know that Yaboku has been the 6th man, the guy that's been filling in for a couple of games here or there. Another player filling in is the benched AWPer of Hetrick. So he's coming into the lineup today. So we're seeing quite a lot of change, and it feels as if Navi Junior are presenting a different lineup in every best of one.
Maybe that might be a little bit less in terms of the cohesion of the team, but certainly consistency in terms of predictions and how you can weigh them up and how unpredictable they could be for MOUZ NXT to read on. Something to consider, of course, for Navi. 1-for-1 responses back and forth to the 4-on-3. Eventually, Navi Junior hold control of this defensive line. MOUZ lean forward. Jim Fat does get one pick. Demon trades it on all the same. So all left to Alex once again to clutch this situation.
It's not going to happen at all. Navi Junior just looking to see if they can get another farm kill, allow themselves the extra kill bonus of the MP9. Now, I think players to watch out for Navi Junior has to be the rifler of Nipple and probably the NWP player of Hetrick too. Those two guys are going to be crucial in this game.
So far, so good for all players involved. 2-0 for Navi. When we get towards the first rifle round, we get to listen into the MOUZ NXT side, seeing how well they hold themselves in with the big guns out.
Okay. No. But what are these sounds?
There's still a bit
it's
of
recording now. Come on, lead mid.
Himmelit DB.
Endpoint smoke.
I throw the smoke on the
I'm just gonna play passive B.
He naded mid deep.
Naded as well, yeah.
We can try this. The flash, your flash.
I thought speaking to you.
Naded as well. He's probably playing same back at those guys, Gap.
I think they might be fighting 3A. I'm gonna leave 2A.
He's Gap.
You can come
Yeah.
I'm searching. He's already up liquid and
you sandbag one?
2A.
Yeah, they play 3A, they play 3A.
If sandbags 3A.
Marcus, can we go B? Yeah, just do that.
Yeah, we
Marcus
can put
will
B.
go.
Close mid clear,
Yeah.
I think Gap is low.
I'll still search late in the
Walking.
smoke.
Yeah.
I will
We'll
come
back
with
A.
you. Is
He's
B?
peeking. He was
Snappy,
pre.
snappy.
One push close.
I can molly it.
He's
I can molly Snappy.
Wait, I'll try to peek the headshot guy.
Take the bomb.
Snappy still!
I'm mollying Snappy.
That's the demon, that's demon.
What is
I'm
the road
peeking
ready?
below.
Yeah, can we go A?
I don't
Yeah, I'm
see.
waiting for you.
He went
Yeah, we
behind
just
double.
stay, Marcus,
Take
be
us
ready to
first.
search up, be ready to search up.
Yeah, but Snappy
Yeah,
still.
Be close. I'll let you
Yeah,
go
yeah.
first. Take a big close.
They're not gonna rotate. I'm not gonna go B.
Watch out close A
Yeah.
still.
Flashing close, Jimmy, and then we peek.
We should just save.
I think so as well.
Yeah. Then go back. Then we can just go to spawn.
On gap.
Yeah.
Gap
Going to
push.
stay, yeah. Hold B.
I have a push if you.
Yeah, I have mid.
I mean,
It's
Yeah,
fine,
you can
it's
see-
fine, it's
I can
fine.
go deeper. It's fine.
The MP9 may run. They can see you first, Chris. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take an angle.
Been hearing a lot of foreign language comms, Blake, so nice to hear something in English, and I love how they just communicated all that information about the 3A ramp play so effectively. They read it so well against NAVI Junior. Ultimately, it was that sequence of the default that cost him, and the save call, I think, was the right thing to make in that circumstance for MOUZ.
I think it shows that even if you've got good communication, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to win the round. That was strong preparation, knowing that they've obviously gone through a review. They've looked back at what NAVI Junior are going to be like on Vertigo, so done their prep for today. And they know they play 3A, but they couldn't deal with the setup at all. You could see Jimfat calling out that there was close, no one mid. Even out towards the B stairs, QQ was saying that even if I lurk this, even if I try and walk up, they're not going to over-rotate. So seems as if MOUZ and NXT have a very good idea on what they're up against. It's just putting that into frags and putting that into trading positions, because for NAVI Junior, they absolutely slammed them in that round.
Okay, 3-0 on the start here for the CT defensive. Again, positive entities here for NAVI, knowing that they lost this map yesterday. They're on a 4-map losing streak of Vertigo. It was very similar to how things started off against Fnatic Rising, at least, so there's a little bit of solace to take there in the MOUZ NXT side. Buying back into this next round, however, it's already Nipple that kicks things off against Nexius. Having an opening kill within the first 20 seconds, you're going to be so happy with that. QQ's got himself on the other side of the smoke. Demon's waiting for some contact to come up from the ramp. Adex is being able to provide more of a lurk towards A, but it does seem to be a regroup at the B stairs. M4 jump facing, or seeing the jump face of the AK rather. QQ get out of the way, tank a little bit of damage to that nade. Join his teammate Yaboku trying to make a move forward on the NAVI Junior side. It'll be first port of call and ramp. Just an off angle, out in the open, being held. Get the resmoke to go down. Adex's head's been seen. Yabuko's still going to press the issue with Nipple, even with the man advantage gained again. Not caught sleeping despite that smoke coming down. Molotov stone as well. Pulling Yaboku will try to dive away from position. For wall bangs, looking for picks back from the alley position. Jimfat's going to start to take that position here for MOUZ. 30 seconds, time's running short on them. And this is a beautiful read coming through from NAVI Junior. 3 on A and even a 4th player to rotate. MOUZ and NXT need to get some desperate entries. Crizzen can't hold on forever though. 3 players wrap that corner. Yaboku gets the pick in. Bomb's been dropped at this point. The round is over. Jimfat knows it. QQ just looking for exits. Adjustment towards the sandbags player is pretty respectable. Jimfat also gets the player on site. The last man left to save for a 2nd round in a row for him. NAVI Junior won't go for the hunt because of the damage done to their own economy state, still being a little bit hit and miss at certain points. Has bolstered itself, but 3 players to rebuy will leave it low. What's not low is the scoreline. 4-0 for NAVI. And just knowing that this is a couple of rounds where you've put the save calls in, NAVI Junior know to themselves, we're in a driving position. We've had a lot of early advantages. Let's work with it. Let's keep that pressure on. You've got the AWP out for Hetrick. Now, he's been one of the highest rated players in this event, even though he's only played 3 games with them. So watch out for him and his potential. Smokes in with the fast plays out for MOUZ NXT. Upgrade pistols in towards mid. Nipple's got 2. AK in for Jimfat. Does get dropped in the end by the AWP, finding Nipple on the trade. But Hetrick and Frozig just holding on to the players in mid, leaving it all to QQ now as the last man standing. Should be detected relatively soon. And that should be a 5th on the trot for NAVI. Demon just playing defensively, Jiggle peeking up, finally spotting out QQ. Up there towards the top of the B stairs, flash around the corner in for a teammate, Demon ends it. That was such a good cancellation. You could see the pace trying to get driven out from mid to get themselves into Scaff. But instead, they just start running into Nipple, run into some of the anti-rush nades, and of course, Hetrick relocating over from the elevators. 5-0. Now, I look back to the game against Fnatic Rising yesterday, Jay, that we saw on Vertigo. They managed 7 rounds on their CT half in the first, so that's only 2 more than where they are now. Doing well, most certainly. The scores here for MOUZ NXT. You're going to have to pick up the slacks relatively soon. Gunby back in for the international team. Need to apply to find some success soon on this T side. Max loss bonus is in, so they can continue buying if they get bomb plants especially. NAVI Junior looking like a different beast today.
Flash forward, peek around the corner, looking down towards that mid control. Adex very passive, not looking to try and put a lot of hurt up at all. Counter utility once again. NAVI Junior consistently staying with a 3A.
Positions held, AWP of Adex trying to focus. Trying to find a pick. Unable to do so past that alley entrance. And now it's continuing to play out the ramp default, finally forcing away a little bit of map control from NAVI Junior. Head trick might get isolated here.
He's got his teammate close by him though, and even that incendiary is going to slow it down. Getting closer to 40 seconds, there could be an aggressive alley peek.
Oh, sprays through, damage done by Nipple. Finding Adex as Yaboku also gets the kill in. Nexi is forced to respond. MOUZ are giving away so much information as well with those peeks back. Bomb being seen, aware of at least 2, maybe 3 players here. Got one man back towards the B side just in case they go for a rotation back, but 20 seconds, they've got to commit to A here.
They do indeed. Even Nipple's going to get aggressive towards a crane.
That is out of the way with the flashes coming in against them. Bomb trying to find his workability here. 10 seconds. Nexius above, but the orange boxes, sees one, can't get a kill for it. Damage done towards him, eventually falls to that AWP. Bomb does get planted, but Jimfat is all alone and doesn't even get a single kill in that take or post plant. 6-0 for NAVI Junior. And for MOUZ, for me, it's just too slow.
I'm with you. I think once they take contact, they've got to be quicker. Look at how fast those rotations are from Navi. They had 3 on A. Yes, one of them ends up being dropped. I think Yaboku is one of the guys in the mix there, aggressive towards the top of the ramp that falls. Nipple gets back to the site. Hetrick's able to do the same. And then Frosic, who's one of the mid and B players, he's already at A. So you could just feel as if for MOUZ NXT, they're giving too much info forward. They're not taking enough map control, and they're not reacting with enough pace to be able to give themselves even a post plant. I mean, that round, yes, they got the bomb down, but what are you working with? You're already down to such limited numbers.
Well, at least the buyback can return for MOUZ, but least will not be enough. They need the most here. Already a pick has been found by Navi. QQ down, Nipple swinging in for the double up. Can't quite get both the players. Risen and Nexius allowed those trades as a result, 3-on-3. But now Frosic in with the backstab will start to close in the pincers and bracket in the MOUZ side.
Hetrick and Demon just need to put up as much of a defense up here at A. Try and deny that bomb for going down the first time. Just allow the time stalling.
Plant secured. Hetrick not going to go for the wall bang here. Could have tried it. Frosic backs away from the backstab to join his teammates on the retake here.
Jimfat moving further away from that alley position. Seems as if MOUZ NXT want to play it passively. Incendiary going down towards the sandbags. Doesn't force the individual out into the open.
Flashes in, Incendiary sent back deep into these sandbags. Angles knocks down to the player that's out there. Frosic smoke on to try and cover off the bomb's position. Spray through. Demon doesn't get the pick. Krisen comes up with 2 more. And now Hetrick's alone to save the AWP. 1-on-3 situation. Has got money in the bank for NAVI Junior, so this should be bought around for the next round. But for MOUZ, it's finally an opening star.
And what a feeling that must be from Krisen, the in-game leader of the team, to respond. Finally with some level of success. He ends up with a triple. He's able to find a very quick pick coming through, back up to the crane sight line. You can see towards ramp, Hetrick got the opener, but it was responded back quickly with Hetrick falling, Nipple being the same. NAVI Junior losing their first round, but you'd have to think pressure's going to build straight on this next round for MOUZ NXT. They have to try and convert again.
Let's see how they're going to convert back here for NAVI Junior. Let's listen to their team speak now.
Я ставлю сотку.
Давай флеш. Дал флеш. Давай. Рампа, посередине. Дай флеш.
Дай молик средний.
Давай. Не видел рампу. Флеш дали. Я ушел.
Желтый, он просто ворвал. Мог зайти прям.
Я в желтый иду.
Б фулл клир.
Убил желтый.
Хорош.
Еще желтый. Сотки. Попал ему в голову пострелом.
Я приду с ОП сейчас. Можешь 7 приконтролить?
Убил гад.
Хорош. Забери 7.
Да, забрал.
Я смог на Б отпустить.
Молик на пик дал. Я дал дым. Флэш дал от рампы.
Не рвал.
третьим.
О, дома смог есть.
Выйдем.
Слева же чел где-то.
Нужна помощь.
Окей.
Аккуратно рампу могут выйти на рейв, нет дым. Убил
Я в
рампу.
гапе. Я в гапе.
Убил еще
Кран,
рампу.
кран. Плент, жить.
АВП на 5 потом.
Я даю хэв плант.
Мог тебе выйти. Да, мог тебе выйти. Я понимаю.
7 или соку? 7.
Хорош, авик 5.
Понравилось, на рейв.
Хорош.
Да.
Спасибо.
Love the contrast and emotions there, Dwayne. Very quick, very intense stuff there from NAVI Junior, taking their 7th round and putting MOUZ and XT right back on the back foot. Tactical's got to come in for this international team because that was a pretty significant round to lose for me.
If you've ever heard the main squad and their communication, very similar. For NAVI Junior's point of view, they respond almost immediately once they lose that first pick. You could see the way in which you lose your first individual towards ramp. Look at what Nipple's able to do. He starts jiggling wide, gets out to alley, double dips, has that confidence to work with it. And this is where we're talking about the slowness in the reaction for MOUZ NXT. They've got ramp control, they've lost a couple of players, you got to go. You got to go instantly, and instead they slow it down. Your Boko's already starting to spray through the smoke. Even the info play that Nipple's able to find himself in, it just does not feel reactive enough for MOUZ NXT.
Holding that slow pacing is going to cost them round after round here on T side. Tech9's been a perfect chance to try a full send strategy and catch NAVI Junior napping. So used to MOUZ going slow in these defaults, and they're just going to continue the trend to give Nipple up the opening frag. Jimfat responds and does do some damage to the Yaboku here. 6 HP for the man, and AK now in the hands of Jimfat.
And now, finally, I was wondering to myself, when are we going to see a reposition? They send it towards ramp, they have a mid-lurk comes through. Okay, it doesn't work out. I at least like the adaptation that MOUZ NXT find, and they've got an open B bomb site. They've over-rotated the anchor.
All 3 players on the site around the stairs. Alex going to lean in. Jimfat, not required yet. Alex gets a kill in on Frozik, and look at the HP bars to the 2 players at the bottom of the board. Demon and Yaboku could get caught off by these pistols still as Yaboku gets the AWP pick in. QQ drops 2 and now leaves it all on the last man. Tagged up so significantly that AWP can't find his way in, so he'll get out into 2nd round for MOUZ.
The Dane up there towards the generator, just doing damage close and personal. That Tech9 ripping through a couple of individuals. And for NAVI Junior, we've been praising them quite a lot for not over-rotating, being able to work with that information. I think MOUZ NXT finally, into round 9, realize we're sending a lot towards ramp, and they're coming. They're bringing a lot of players over. So let's try and just see if we can put some pieces elsewhere. They throw Krisen in towards the mid-walk. He gets caught off guard. But what they end up finding of wrapping back over to the B stairs is it's completely open. And it does mean they have to get quite aggressive. Ajax is able to find that first pick in the post plant. But then QQ, a bit of X factor, comes through successfully.
Tactical pause taken by NAVI now. Responded to on the pistol base. It's a big steal for MOUZ NXT. AKs, those M4s, the AWP, of course, staying in for the next round, so they should be able to engage upon. But my big concern at the moment, Dwayne, is the fact that they'll probably go back to a passive default stance that they had in the rest of the rifle rounds, whereas the quick style worked out far better for them in the Tech9 half buy. So I'm hoping they go a bit quicker in terms of taking ramp control at the very least. Also got Alex AWP looking into the B stairs angle for first contact. Sees nothing yet.
I don't think it's the pace to me which is too slow, but I just think it's not quick enough once they've taken contact in the late round. That's where I think adjustments need to be made. Not in the early portions at all when it comes to taking ramp. I think they can slow it down, they can keep it cautious. Yabuko putting the incendiary down towards the tops. The individual there's got to make a decision. Nexus either has to move forward or move back. He moves forward, and with low HP, still comes out on top.
Only just, though. 2 HE sent his direction, and Head Trick and Yaboku can combine for the trades to a 4-on-4, so not an advantage that MOUZ will hold forever. Certainly not an advantage they'll hold for long. 2 players now leaning in. 3 players, in fact, actually leaning into the B stairs. Receiving NAVI back to the general boost positions will do very little damage.
Demon just try to keep his eyes locked as much as possible. And for MOUZ NXT, it's whether they could try and force him out into the open. As soon as Demon catches info, he needs to just get to the back of white and play time.
M4 watching, flash is sent over, Demon engaging one, Jimfat with a responsive 3-on-3, head trick makes it 2 with Frozik's M4 combination, the drop Alex next, and Jimfat caught struggling, scrambling, unable to move so far as the nade entrance. Dead to the hands of the CT side. It's 8-2 for NAVI Junior.
Now, MOUZ NXT, we know that there has been some struggles on T side. You only have to look back at that first game against Flames Ascent. The first game that started their entire competition here in the group stage. Up 12-3.5 on overpass. Could not close it down on T side. Ended up going 28-26. So seeing some of these crop up once again could be a problem throughout certain maps in the pool of T sides being a detriment.
And MOUZ continue to struggle. Nades on already tagged up on Alex, 55 HP, further HEs down to his teammates. Not quite as significant as their previous one was. Starting on the left for their own part of things, and they'll lean in so close. Head trick gets the kill on Nexia, starts things off, does get forced back by Galil. The Incendiaries again back in for the CT side as Nipple swings. Doesn't get anything for it.
It's so positive with it just over peaking. Obviously, it's very confident, very risky coming through for NAVI Junior, but it shows how they want to play and that they want to strangle them. They want to absolutely put all the pressure down. Even in a 5v3, they're still peeking Ram.
Making it 2 now with head trick picking up QQ, Yaboku. In for Jimfat. Backed up around the tops, does not see the player that's in the smoke, so they'll have control, potentially leaving a bit of a blind spot to abuse there for Crism, but his teammate falls. He should also fall just as quickly. Nipple picks that one up past the smoke. It's 9-2 for the CT board.
But just knowing that NAVI Junior just putting all that pressure on, MOUZ NXT have to find responses, and when I look at what's happening in the defaults, I don't think we're seeing enough towards the B stairs or over at mid. We're seeing a lot of ramp takes, there's no doubt about that. But even with ramp being taken or ramp being held passively, because there's not enough of accountability in mid or B, it means that NAVI Junior could just strengthen up the top ramp control.
They've done some adjustments from yesterday's proceedings, NAVI. Very clearly. A wild start, one that MOUZ have been unable to account for. Eagle half by in for this one. Already player spotted, spray through. QQ does pick up Demon. The head tricks AWP is on the site to drop the bomb. Look for a little bit more against them. C2 players popping out and still scope in to catch QQ next. Reface for the triple against Jimfa, and the quadra is locked. Making it look so easy right there. Nexius is Deagle. Last man standing will get picked up in the end. Damaging round for MOUZ, but another one on the board for NAVI.
Hetrick putting on another great performance, and we've seen it in previous seasons of the Academy League. This was actually a guy that's been a part of NAVI Junior for quite a few years, was a part of the original NAVI Youth lineup way back in 2020. He's been sitting on the bench being transferred, listed for the last few months to give more room to some of the guys being promoted from NAVI Youth, but using him on occasion. And you can understand why.
Damage done to Demon already to start things off here for MOUZ. Trying to follow suit with that pistol potential. Trying it in against the rifles. I'm surprised they didn't take a tactical pause here, because I think they could use one right now. Not to be at this stage, though. Backed up passive. Default setting.
Crescent around the corner with a flash. Ibuku just continuing to spam down. Hetrick with the incendiary might get caught off guard. Needs some help from Nipple.
Scope and spray through here from the AWP and M4 combination. Yaboku spray back on the wallbangs, taking one down. Nexius gets 2 on the trade, though. He's doing all he can to claw MOUZ out of these situations. But will they hold themselves together? Currently, the advantage sits with MOUZ, but for how much longer?
This is so cheeky. I don't think they check the sandbags again. Ibuku can set himself up. 1 kill, make it 2, and now he just has to waste time.
Taps to the head and burst so perfect. Flash back in for a triple. That's what he'll get. Turned back in by QQ. Now it's left towards QQ to clutch this 1-on-3. Bomb is on his back. 1 player in backside, 1 player sneaking up around him, behind him. Low HP on Demon. Gets Frozik. That could be the way forward. Indeed it is. Player been seen, but Demon lands the headshot anyway. And NAVI continue to stack him up.
MOUZ NXT were desperate for a bomb plant in that round too. The money is going to be able to get a buy forward, but it's not going to be excellent. You're not going to be able to get that big green forward for Ajax. And this is where the general wondering of where is JimFat? Where is the guy that's positive 42 KD difference in this event? Averaging a 1.39 rating. One of the highest rated riflers this entire season of the Academy League. We're not seeing much of him.
Not seeing much of anyone here on MOUZ, really. A wider issue for the team today. Demon's AK set posted up, JimFat. QQ the boost that he needs. Nexius again starts things off well towards the A site. Spray comes through for Demon. Locks out two. Nipple found one of Nexius elsewhere on the map up. And they're all just falling apart here for MOUZ once again. 1-on-4 for QQ. Should be dead to rights relatively soon. Demon looking for Quadra. Doesn't quite do so, but Frozik's there to respond anyway.
And it feels as if for NAVI Junior, everyone has got the positive note. The multi-fragging out on B, out towards the A ramp, and for MOUZ, there hasn't been many rounds that have looked winnable, that have looked like they've been in a state where they can actually convert it forward. They've been individual, they've been very near in not many rounds. NAVI Junior all over them in this first half, not even striking any resemblance from the last head-to-head yesterday.
This is looking as if it might be a bit of a one-sided affair for NAVI Junior.
He's looking that way.
The thing we were bigging up MOUZ so much as well, saying, look, their season's been great so far, and they should be, a decent chance of redemption. We were both saying, look, they're in the top 3.
Yeah, and who was I also saying that was going to win this game?
You said NAVI Junior. I gave MOUZ the chance because of the basis of the map victory, but very clearly, they've not come to play in this context. Nipple, frag onto Nexius, 4-on-4 situation. NAVI hold their line.
Even Hetrick going to start moving over, him and Nipple. It's about Demon staying alive on the site, not getting crossed over. Now, he doesn't have to focus on the mid control at least, so he could just focus his emphasis down there towards the top of the stairs. Look out in case a boost comes through. And for MOUZ NXT, they had all of that B stairs control. They're actually going to give up on it, start repositioning back over towards ramp. They've got a couple of smokes in for the cross util to get them down to A. Less than 40 seconds or getting close to. You've got to think, is this going to be the counteraction? They might just have to commit A off the basis.
4 players up here, so it indicates to me that's going to have to be the case. 2 on defense, smokes up to cross. Counteraction smokes against the flashes coming in. 1 player's head not seen. Past the default boxes in the end, sneaks and spreads sends himself out against the C-side forces. Triple Nipple back from the kill on Alex. 3-on-3, making it 2. The blind spray against JimFat brings up the favor of NAVI Junior now. Prison should be seen. Hetrick spotted him. Quick scope. Not able to land the shot, but Demon is there for the response anyway. So it's all to QQ now to clutch 1-on-2. Set up by his teammates for the defuse being held down without a kit for Demon. Nipples spots him. QQ will be suppressed. They're on the defuse anyway. Kill not found. QQ couldn't adjust to it, but he's got the man off the bomb. That's pretty massive, actually. Demon gets his pick in and picks up a kit as well. So we'll hold together the 13-2 half for NAVI Junior.
I don't know where that kit was, but it must have been so close to the bomb, because as soon as he struck out in the open to take that fight, he picks up the kit. So it could have been stuck the first time around, not to be, comes off it, wins another clutch. And I do feel for MOUZ NXT, because there's probably been, what, 2 or 3 rounds that they haven't come through with some of the clutches, and it just compounds to that scoreline, 13-2. This has been one of the most one-sided games that we've seen in the Academy League so far, and it's against some of the 2 top teams in the group.
The thing as well, yesterday it was still 11 rounds from MOUZ against NAVI Junior. The NAVI side feeling confident, must be sounding confident as well. For this pistol, we will hear their team speak. Not just yet at the moment, we're about to just go into a small tech pause before we continue any further. Bit of a moment to stim on this one, however, Dwayne. How are we looking at any sort of opportunities? Is there any opportunities for MOUZ to bring this back?
Probably not. I mean, if there are, it's going to start with the pistol. But you do have to be realistic with yourself and say this looks to be a challenge too far. This is such a one-sided lead at the half.
Well, NAVI Junior with a pistol victory probably put this one to bed. So let's listen into them, see how they're going to handle this.
Типа не взял. Купил. Он опах.
Б подошел, тип один.
Пофиг.
План
Один пикал. Бля, у нас так похоже, если честно.
Нет, он просто один, он один на.
Какие-то есть да?
Вместе его купил. Идите назад на. Ходи.
Мид
нашел. Хорошо. Я взял он сильно полностью. Идите гап, я один сыграю экран.
Я на гранатах.
Да, давай.
Я даю смок левый.
меня.
Окей. Готовы?
Да.
Даю смок левый.
Иди тоже гап,
Даю малик 5.
Его принешь? Давай. Понтя.
Спина не будет.
На 5 или по 9, я так не понял. По 9
не будет. Ждите врыв.
Флэш? Не, хая.
Хая.
Взорвали.
Я
тоже флэш.
По 9 и 5.
Дефолт 5.
Убил, сайт, фул. 2 кон выше. Уже каф иду.
Хорош.
Плант убил.
2-1.
1-1.
Понтя.
Хорош,
Андрей, блядь.
Ебать, это 5
Я знал, что вы выиграете. Хорош, пацаны.
Там жестко 5 вырубил.
Хорошо, что не на дека, блядь.
Пацаны, go... Да. Go, buy.
Go by indeed, NAVI Junior. Pistol held at the 4 versus 2 situation against them, and they still pulled it off the leg. That probably seals the deal on the rest of this game.
So I was looking at the radar for quite a lot of that round just to kind of get an idea of what's happening. NAVI Junior try and fake top ramp and end up B, but then they realize because we've got so much control towards alley and top ramp, let's actually just bring that bomb back over. And that post plant, I've got to be honest, I don't know how you're winning a 2v4 like that.
This point, MOUZ are giving it away. Kill found on Nexus already. Nipple picking up the frag. No backstabs, no counteractions, no kills coming into MOUZ NXT, despite them continuing to send these SMGs forward. Pistols left, last things in play here for the CT side. 5-7 did take contact, did try look for the kill, but wasn't finding anything.
Jim Fat, is he going to be the next one up to the challenge? I mean, he can't keep over-peaking top ramp if you've already lost a couple of players.
I'm not going to get killed somewhere, though. Not going to come through towards Ali. Chrisen trades back on the Jim Fat. Re-smokes in as QQ takes damage towards the back of the site. Rifle engaged. Nipple and Demon combine. 15-13 match points for NAVI Junior. Looking to make this a swift end to their day.
And this has got to be a very disappointing performance out of MOUZ NXT after the fact that they bodied the likes of OG Academy. They had a tight game against NAVI Junior. They beat one of the best teams in the entire competition of Fnatic Rising in a close affair. Down to a 16-13. They come into Vertigo. And while listening to their communications early on, it seemed like they were prepped. It seems like they had the idea of what they're up against. They have not been able to put that into rounds at all. This has been a slapping.
They'll continue to get slapped about by Demon, finding Jim Fat. QQ, Deagle in, will try spam forward, try catch players off. Leaning into the backside, QQ turned away from kill found by Demon. Chrisen can trade back one, but only one. Head trick responded to by Alex's scout. 3-on-2 still for NAVI Junior. B site, for the most part, is theirs. And Nexus's backstab actually might throw a spanner into the works here. Let's see where he goes with it, how much he can find. Out towards the B stairs, he'll engage, but he won't get the headshots required.
And now they can just focus that attention back down. The Deagle does come away with one, but the jumping ump actually finds the trade. And now it's down to Adex to see if anything else can get landed.
Jump ump, that's what they call it. Scouts for Adex. No jump scout, unfortunately. Taking those shots, but just doing damage. No kills found for him. 16-2, monstrous, overwhelming, and absolute savageness from the NAVI Junior side. Removing MOUZ NXT from ever having a chance to begin with. That was quite the affair for the Ukrainians.
And it just showed that the composure and constant pressure towards ramp was the goldmine. That's where NAVI Junior struck out so much, was that they kept over-peaking, they kept fighting, and we just didn't see the individuals from MOUZ NXT responding. I felt as if in the early portion of that first half, there wasn't enough pace in some of the mid and late round sequences. And once we got past, I would say round 8 or round 9, I thought this is done already. Like this is just not even close from that point onwards.
I mean, look, it started off with such a ridiculous affair from the NAVI junior side, able to get their like 6-0 starts and everything. MOUZ NXT was just never really in it to begin with. They had their first round. I thought, okay, this is where they can start to pick up the slacks, but it just got returned so quickly from NAVI junior, and truly was just not the day for MOUZ NXT. Would you say it's more NAVI junior doing well, or just MOUZ NXT not being in the server this afternoon?
Again, it's down to 2 points. I think for NAVI Junior, they kept a lot of pressure towards ramp, and I felt as if for MOUZ NXT, they didn't respond enough. So take that as you will between both of those squads, but for NAVI Junior, they came in, they executed their game plan to perfection, and Nipple, again, highlighting up. He came into today with being the highest rated player for NAVI Junior, knowing that he's a rifler, he's consistently kept it up.
Yeah, easily MVP pick. No debates about that one here for the NAVI junior side. MOUZ NXT is back to the drawing board for them because they had a chance in my mind. I looked at the maps and I thought, okay, this could be their way in. NAVI junior got dealt with by Fnatic yesterday. It's a good, strong map for MOUZ NXT. The 4-map losing streak for NAVI junior leading up to this point, and now, of course, that's broken in such a dominant fashion and all. MOUZ really bottled it in this context, I think, and there's a lot of work to be done, I think, if they want to maintain that top 3 position, because now being at 3-2 on their records, Dweg, this might throw their position into a bit more of a kerfuffle here.
Well, what we have to look at this is being very inconsistent, because we've seen them play very well. We saw that in the game against OG Academy. We saw it in the game against Fnatic Rising, but we also saw them not convert a 12-3 half on overpass against Flames and go all the way to overtime. So we're seeing 2 sides of MOUZ NXT, and I think the side we saw today was the inconsistent one.
Well, which side are we going to see more of over the course of this season? Because surely if we see the inconsistent one more so, then MOUZ are going to come tumbling out the top 4, right?
That would make sense. If they don't keep the consistency up, they probably will be out of the top 4. But that's the question that every team is trying to find. How can we be more consistent? How can we level things up? After this game today, they'll have to have a serious discussion and a serious thought, because that was a pumping. That wasn't even competitive.
Well, I only have a few hours to have that discussion because they're in action in the last match of the day again. So a chance for MOUZ to try to turn it all around. For now, though, we're going to head to a break and head into our next game, which will be MIBR versus Spirit. Ukraine continues to dominate in the midday after the break. Welcome back to the Academy League. We're getting into our mid-portion match of the day between MIBR Academy and Spirit Academy. Two teams of very different calibers, and I guess you could compare MIBR to FURIA in the sense that both teams have yet to get their first win on the board over the course of the season, but certainly a much more worse situation for MIBR because they played 5 matches, lost all 5, and despite the improvements made from yesterday, Dwayne, something tells me that today is not going to be their day to put number 1 in the win column.
I think you can maybe compare Apex Rebels to be a better example there because both teams have played a lot of games, okay? Both teams have had that game time. I will say for MIBR Academy, they're getting more impressive as the games go on, and you can see that by the score lines. The idea that the last game goes all the way to overtime against Big Academy, that's a result to me, even if it isn't a win.
That's particularly impressive for them. Like, you have to consider that considering the results in previous, right? We're talking 16-4s, 16-5s, 2 16-9s against teams that we weren't rating all that highly in the mid-table. So it's like for MIBR, it was kind of par for the course in the sense of where they were standing as the brand new team in this season. Elsewhere, over on the Spirit side, they're currently at you know, the 3-2 standing that they're standing at the moment. Been a couple of close affairs, and so far so good when it comes to beating out some of those mid-table teams again, and certainly should be the favourites by comparison when you take a look at the chain logic between the results of the both squads here.
For Spirit Academy, they've been tested at times, and that probably doesn't bode well for the future of the entire competition, but I think for now, they've got themselves in a good state. They're going back and forth with victories. They've been able to prove themselves that they're still contending towards that higher end of the table, and sitting at 9 points, they'll be comfortable, but they'll be looking to try and make it 12 over a game like MIBR today.
You could draw a lot of comparisons between them and MOUZ and XT, if we're being honest here. Like, just the state of where they're at in terms of the victories that they've gained against some of the more mid-table teams, and the idea that they're still contesting at that top end of the table, even though they're not definitively in that same bracket as a Young Ninjas and of that sort of caliber. So certainly an opportunity for them to get a free win on the board and start to equalize when it comes to Big's own record, for instance. Try usurp them and get back control in terms of the round win percentage. MIBR, what the tools do they have to work with to try and pull off an upset in this context?
Well, they keep playing a lot of Mirage, that's for sure. We saw that Dust 2 up against Big yesterday was quite a compelling affair for them. So just being able to strengthen the map pool and keep it tight, not lean too many different ways, try and just keep it direct. And the more times that they play Mirage, the more times that they play Dust 2, you have to think to yourself, well, a victory is going to be coming soon.
A Mirage feels to me like it would be the best, like, most likely map we'll see between these two teams, because you just saw it right there in terms of the Spirit map pool and the MIBR map pool. The fact that both teams like it a lot, they play it a lot, they win it a lot. The concern, of course, is the difference of caliber between the two teams. So I do feel like it wouldn't be the best idea if MIBR leaned into Mirage in terms of this veto twag. So break it down for me.
Dust 2 being banned out from Spirit Academy, maybe looking at their result against Big Academy yesterday and thinking that wasn't good enough for us. Noob being banned out, Vertigo should get banned, so yeah, that comes through into the action. Mirage coming through as the best of one. I think both teams will be fairly happy with that. I still do favor Spirit Academy quite heavily on Mirage in this case, though.
Yeah, I'm with you. Again, just the difference of caliber between the two teams is just so staunch by comparison. You can take a look at the stats all you want, but the reality is for MIBR, they've only been taking on the Academy teams and then the South American teams from within those CCTs and CBCS tournaments that they play against very, very regional versus Spirit Academy, who have done a lot more against a lot bigger in the CIS scene. And of course, in the Academy League itself, they're currently holding a good record on this map against some of those very high caliber squads that are in the Academy League itself. So it's a difference of playstyle. Again, we've been talking about the idea of when MIBR are going to, buckle down and settle themselves into the European playstyle. I don't think this is the match that's going to prove it here.
And one thing that you mentioned as well is that Spirit Academy aren't in the conversation for being one of the 2 top teams in the group. I think they should be, though. You compare what their track record was last season. They had a very good gauntlet stage. They went all the way to the grand final. While it has been a couple of road bumps, this is still a team that we're expecting to be at the absolute top of the group.
When you consider the seasons in past is where I sort of throw a little bit of doubt into the works on that one. Season 4 was a close to last place exit for them, so chance to try and continue momentum from the last season at this stage of Spirit Academy. Getting into the pistol, they are going to draw first blood in the CT. Defensive double up for Donk against Spinny, making it triple with a swing on Love, making it look real easy against MIBR. Owner closes out the last and wins out the pistol for Spirit side.
Donk's been very impressive to us. One of the youngest players on this Spirit Academy side. One of the youngest players that we have in this season of the Academy League. Only 15 years old. The Rifler has proved himself to be incredibly strong for this team across all 5 games that we've seen from him.
It's a good start from him in the pistol, of course. Spirit Academy, of course, Holding the guns against the pistols on the force buy for MIBR. See what they can do, what damage can be obtained from this kind of Deagle force up. Hand cannons in play. Can they get any headshots?
Now, we've seen out of Mirage some difficulties on first halves for the Spirit side, as in the last season, as well as MIBR this season. So I would consider for the Brazilians being able to try and work on what they've seen previously and give themselves a strong T side might be the only in that they have if they want to try and cause an upset.
So good response and clap back here from Insani, kicking things off with the opening kill of this round. Owner down. Damage being done, of course, to that pistol. The M4 in his hands as Zontix picks up one. It's Lub down. 4-on-4 as they continue to press forward.
Even Baz just trying to clear out more of this information. You've got Donk in a good angle with an MP9 on any sort of drop down in fast pace coming out to the B apartments. Try and get himself over to Van. This could be a farm-up play. Even Zontix on rotation. This is a great information set. They're going to start bringing more players to B.
Donk's just waiting for utility to be thrown. Flash will catch him blinded, turning away into the corner, unchecked. One player out. Zontix deals with him. Donk with one pick. Not quite the farm that you wanted to see. B-God puts him right back out of commission. From here, he'll try to drop under the site, making noise. Unaware to the player in a bench. Zontix will get that kill. And all left to Insani in the 1-on-3. 14 HP to try and pull this off. Probably not going to happen. Protected towards short. Spray goes well against one, but Zontix still finds the frag. So quadra for him in the round and a 2-0 start for Spirit.
And just knowing that for Spirit Academy, like you mentioned, didn't have a great Season 4. Look back at Season 3, a little bit stronger. Let's have a look at the team communications as well.
Vou parar mirando o rato. Agora vai ficar rato, eu acho.
Alguém smoke uma meio, eu quero chegar pra lá antes desse bloco chegar no meio. Não tem, né?
Eu tenho.
Não.
Ninguém tem, ninguém tem.
Eu vou chegar pra lá, se quer nesse bloco.
Tô TB pulando aqui.
Tá, mas o cara ficando liga agora. Ficou liga, fez aqui top mid. Duas aqui top mid. Tá mutado, Card.
Subiu o V aqui o cara.
Areia acima comigo, um. Tá mutado.
Você consegue pegar as 4, filho? Tô colando rato. Não dá pra escutar, Card.
Mutado.
Janela.
Eu givei A, tinha um cara ali top mid, show.
Janela, guys. Janela.
Tô meio contigo, cara. Janela.
Calma, vamos dar double pick, calma.
Vamos.
3.
1, 2, 3. Help de janela.
Valeu. Hoje vai dar certo com esses caras, velho. Estão loucos, velho.
Dá até que
Well, unfortunate for MIBR there, doesn't quite come together in terms of that eco basis. They tried their hand at a couple of decent double peaks, but nothing truly up against Spirit Academy, and you could expect that with the pistols versus the rifles. The 3-0 star goes the way of Spirit. Tech pulls before we continue any further, but MIBR should have their guns out here.
And this is MIBR Academy being thrown into the deep end. The idea that you don't have many experienced players at all on your lineup, even a coaching role. I mean, the only one that they have is Bahino, that's been coaching SWS and Young Gods. But this is the first trip to Europe. This is the first time playing in this sort of an environment. They've been involved with this lineup and some of the cores for quite some time, but this is being thrown into the deep end in this season.
Wickens and Spirit continuing to hold their presence. Mid control established for Owner on the short position, looking past that smoke. Not spotting anybody from MIBR Academy. A bit more passive on their defaults here.
And it's wild to think that Owner is the highest rated player for Spirit in the Academy League when he's their IGL. So always keep an eye on the fragging counts. You saw Artfrost trying to take a slow peek in towards Underpass to pick off Insani. Instead it goes the other way.
Owner holds contest still. Fourth in, AK's leaning out. Card does catch Zontix, so despite that trade from Owner, responded to by MIBR and extended by Insani as well. Suddenly one player per site on the defensive, so MIBR, wherever they go, they're going to have the advantage.
Lovely picks going down from mid. Excellent shot from Card towards the top mid portion, and then just the punishment of Donk towards short. This is going to be a gamble stack for Spirit Academy. Might as well play together, both out towards A. If they end up going B, just save the weapons.
Yeah, best call to make for them if they were in one per site. MIBR essentially would be able to take a 4v1 face. You can see Owner still prodding around that sniper's nest and market position, expecting there to be some sort of backstab or potential hit towards the B play. There's going to be a hit to the B play here for MIBR. Just smokes out from the apartments. Will be heard by the CT side, but as you mentioned, no real reason to respond. Keep those guns in, save the weapons for the next. Give up MIBR the first.
And it has to be noted for MIBR Academy, they did have some rough draws on Mirage. They took on Big Academy in their first game, only managing 5 rounds, and then took on Young Ninjas in the other Mirage that was one of the more one-sided affairs of only getting 4. We saw them have a slight easier time and a more competitive affair against ENCE Academy in their 3rd group stage game, but not quite the double digits. That was the record and the marker that got achieved yesterday.
First to the board, a great marker here for MIBR to start things off in this matchup. Now it's a case of converting it and following it up in the next round with these 2 weapons being safe for Spirit. Should be seeing buys around for them. Baz can drop, Owner can drop, Zontix can buy, so yeah, guns should be in.
A Spirit Academy, without a doubt, are stronger in best of 3s than they are in best of 1s, and they'll know that themselves. But just because that's the case, you still have to adapt, and you have to put on good work going through in the group stage, because a lot of the times, their deeper runs have come off of the idea of getting into the gauntlet in some of the very early stages and running from there.
Right now, poised to enter the gauntlet from the first round. We can maintain this 3rd place position. That's all Spirit would need to do to find a similar run to previous. Victory over MIBR would go quite far in terms of doing so. MIBR work their way into the mid control, slowly prodding to hunt for players up towards top mid, especially for Lub. Crossfire is locked against Insani, however, going to be aware of him down at underpass.
It shows that Spirit want to take a lot of intent on trying to fight top mid, flash around the corner, get the IGO up there, Owner around the corner, deals with that first, tries to get out of safety too.
This goes against Insani, and headshot is gained to the 4v4. Instant response for MIBR. Smoke set, Spinny watching in the AWP. Let's get forced back out and towards the CT spawn. Donk watching. Spinny's going to wait.
Out to the corner, might not get checked. Actually starts moving before the smoke clears. Now, it is going to be a hit over to the B side. Donk's going to be by himself. The quickest rotate could be Zontix out from window.
40 seconds. M4 walking back. B-God coming from the spawn position. Spinny gets caught off by Donk at the back of the site. Insani sees his teammate, his backup. Damage still being done. Donk gets isolated. Swing for the second, not quite going to go as well. Zontix trades him. Advantage sits for Spirit. The AWP of cards should have been heard there on the scope and the drop. Yeah, watching out the apartments mostly for the player to make us cross back here. That's B-God. Assisted by Card here. He's found his way into the backstab. 10 seconds, but they read it, and Artfrost finds his pick. Zontix holds on to B-God. That bomb being dropped and all. And there's another round for Spirit Academy.
And that was absolute class on the adaptation of the site hold there from Spirit Academy. Donk starts realizing, okay, it is going to be the B lane. The util's coming through. You've got the rotation in from Zontix. And they just play really cautiously. They don't over-peak. They don't offer up fights in the open. And for MIBR Academy, one of the weaknesses we have seen from them is the late round panic. And in this one here, it just took so long to deal with Donk that even Zontix just starts getting fed individual fights, allowing themselves to not even get the bomb down. 4-1. This is a flying start for Spirit Academy.
Tactical timeout being called in for it. No bomb plant for MIBR, so no signal, not quite like a flushed out, fully fledged buy. Still seeing some limits in the Galil. Lub's thinking about what he wants to get here. AK, only one flash. Good. It's good, but it is limited still.
Now, knowing that they don't have the AWP from Card, that might be a factor too. Slightly quicker. They want to get the tempo play out to A, but look at Owner lighting them up. Even the team flash in from Lub did not help them at all.
Yeah, the HE damage certainly was a compounding factor for Spirit. MIBR ripped apart on the quick plays out from the 2 individuals that were there, whether that be some sort of scouting play to try and get picks in, or just to look for information. Owner's going to catch Card next out into Palace. That is a triple for him. Still does get traded back by Insani, who doubles up all the same. Now, we have potential in the round, but low HP for both players for MIBR.
Even crossing out could be tough. You've got plenty of nades. Lub's going to be able to get a smoke over to connector, try and get some further flashes through. He might want to try and get aggressive. Look for another fight before getting the bomb plant.
Got flash-ins, allowing a peek in towards jungle and connector. No one's going to be seen. Vulgar's going to be aware that he could make his way in. Big ol' wrap around here. They don't account for this. The AWP looks back their perfect timing. Or not. Perfect chance here for Lub. Gets the kill into Artfrost. 2-on-2. Now it's pressure for Zontix. And Sanny's caught another one. And now it all rests on Donk.
Getting that bomb down could still be a question. Out towards the default position. They're going to put the nades in. This should deny it.
This should get the kill. Finds it on Insani. Lub now left alone in from jungle. Swings up with the AK. Engages on Dongwood. Looking the wrong way. What a steal that is for MIBR when they were capitulated in an instant by Spirit.
That's very well played from MIBR. They slow it down. They realize that they don't have much to work with. And just that reactability, that 2v3, you've got to smoke down to top con. You could have got the bomb plant straight away, but Lub realizes we need more if we want to make this winnable for ourselves. He takes the proactive response to get in there to the jungle area, wrap around towards CT, and between him and Insani, they make a round that doesn't look winnable end up going their way.
USP's a Spirit. Leave them low. MIBR. Pushing forward, Begon gets Zontix and Baz and Artfrost. 2 left for Spirit.
Lub's waiting to see if there's more of a reaction down there from the bottom of con. Start getting themselves into B, realizing that there's an A stack just off of the basis of those 3 kills. MIBR Academy. One of the more competitive mirages that we've seen by the scoreline. It's whether that changes once we get into the next rifle round.
Of course, Spirit losing control, but not losing the lead. MIBR want to equalize, and as you mentioned, the next rifle round could change the complexion of the game still for them. No X is presented to the USPs. The Deagle does get recovered by Onus for a little bit more extra firepower for him to play with. Might have to use it against Lub here. Ooh, player's been seen. Donk's tagged, and Lub does get his pick in. Deagle firing back to do some damage. Don't think he'll get hunted by the rest of the T side. Indeed he won't, because Lub gets the kill in anyway. Now Spirit have their bye.
For MIBR Academy, they've got to try and keep this hurt on. They've tried a lot of the pacey stuff, and they've also had their slow defaults. So it's whether that's going to continue. Let's have a listen to the team comms again.
Я молик
за белый.
Дай молик дам, я в сэндвич пройду.
Давай.
Я флешку дай туда.
Молик даю, дал молик, хуёвый.
Одна флеш-мид, я не вижу. Я ухожу.
Смок старт.
Я глубокий, я чуть молик дал.
Один смог старт, ничего ж не
Дай
говори.
аккуратно трекет, я иду к тебе.
Я спрятался аккуратно.
Я отошел от
Давай, я с дефолта играю.
Молик.
Ковры мог твои.
Молик 5.
Под коврами играю.
Б-трикет, парень. Трикет. Убил ракету. Трикет.
Хорош.
Тачка.
Дал хэмш. Я выхожу.
Вик не вижу, я в зик пошел.
Я в смоку, Тём.
Тачка.
Один тачка.
Не могу помочь пока.
Я выкатился, дым начнет, даю флеш-сайт.
Смок окно дали.
В дефолте, типа, убил.
У меня молик
Хорош.
Еще тачка, типа.
Еще тачка стреляет.
Потом убил. Эдвард.
Я с бедом.
Зик 50-й. Не, зик фул хп.
Эдвард? Или в сайт?
Да.
Да, Эдвард.
Сайт не пройдет из-за сколько.
В теории мог.
Упор 90.
Окей, можешь по мне пикать.
Найс.
Хорош. Бля, это ж фрикил был, ебаный рот.
Composed chaos is how I describe that one, Dweg. Very coordinated there from Spirit and very effective communication to me, it felt like. Definitely not quite as messy as NAVI's were a little bit earlier on today.
Wait, I was wondering about the aggression, whether we were going to get the pace setter, and that's exactly it for MIBR Academy. They try and pop their way through to the apartments. I like the first re-angle coming through from Donk, allowing himself to get a pick, put the smoke down, and look at the AWP from Artfrost. Rather than just falling back and retreating, he actually went to try and fight pretty much that entire round.
The AWP that made the biggest difference in that round. Look how quickly MIBR are going to make their way up here. Lub looking into the short control, now got ladder to contest with. Engaging owner wins that fight. Swing around for the trade. Not going to be found. The player up short finally does strike. That's Donk in against Lub to the 4-on-4.
They just didn't want to get caught on a timing, wanted to reposition when it was safe, and when there was more distraction being pulled out there towards a window and con area. Now, while that's happening, B-God thought about a slight little lurk, a little maneuver out from A main. It seems like he wants to hold pretty passive while they start using more utility to A.
All right, takes from MIBR are going to make their way into the A site. Smokes come back, however, from the CTs on ramp, blocking off vision and potentially stalling this hit.
Knowing this MP9 is going to be in play, get it towards Underdark, get it out there towards Default or Firebox, close range. Even Baz has to try and pull more attention away and into the hands of the Orb.
Frost just waiting. Holding position. M4 tucked away. All goes quiet for a moment's respite. As the utility gets thrown down, only one smoke sent out to connect to jungle. Flashes over will source Frost back passive. The player at Dark and the player at Firebox will be the real ports of call. Dark checks, Spinny falls. Baz gets traded. Zontix looks for two, only gets one. 2-on-2 instead. 12 seconds. Flash in, perfect for Card to get the pick on Frost. And now Donk is left alone to clutch once again. Bomb goes down, fights on one, brings it into a one-on-one. Where's that AWP? Still a Palace, it seems. Flashing against him will get a bit of breathing room for Donk.
No kit in play, has to try and tap that bomb, draw the fight out in the open, and the Orb's gonna peek! Card peeks before he even taps the bomb, and the lack of experience costing big time in that round. I think Card had everything but wanted to get the jump before he gets on it.
You're right for me, I agree. Massive mistake made by the inexperienced, unsure of whether Donk was on that bomb yet. Big concern for MIBR now. Spirit in full control of this game once again. Against the guns is what MIBR have to fight.
It was a decent effort, though, for MIBR to even recover that round. You had a lot of impact from both the MP9 and that M4 close towards the default angle. And in the end, it comes down to a clutch situation. Even Flash up towards top mid. Owner and Zontix just peeking aggressively, wanting to put as much pressure down onto these eco pistols. And as of right now, doesn't seem like much response is going to come to them.
One left standing for Card. Out in mid, undetected as of right now, but surely shouldn't be able to do much in terms of this game. P250, weapon of choice, does find Owner. That's something. I don't think it'll go any further than this. There it is. Down for Zontix's part. The AK will be able to stay in. 7-3 to the board of Spirit. MIBR back on the guns.
And for the Brazilians, they've got to give themselves workability in this first half. And when I look at a scoreline differential, I don't think you can offer up double digits to your opposition. I think you've got to manage at least 6 rounds. Keep that tempo forward. We saw those 3 out of 4 rounds being won by them. It's whether they can get into that form once again. Work up towards top mid. Frost being smoked off from window. We'll put an incendiary towards the top mid boxes. And while that's happening, Spirit have actually taken a slight glimmer of info of getting aggressive into Palace and then dipping out.
Does give control back to Spinny, though. He can walk his way back into Palace and try and recontest it. Frost has a flash, so he could, in theory, also flash Baz right back into position. We'll wait for this Molotov to burn out, though.
Spirit Academy are fairly passive when it comes to even playing fields. It's only when they're down by 1 that they allow themselves to be a little bit more proactive, take some risks with flashes around the corners and aggressive info moments. Now, a slow contact towards ramp, but it's not deep. It's not getting out to T-spawn.
Molly sent again. Baz thinking of getting flashed in for Owner's position as well. Dry face instead. That might cost him. No. He wins the fight, grabs the AK, and gets out of the way.
And look at Frost, positioned with the AWP towards Ticket. He's trying to keep a hurt down to Connector. Now, it does get smoked off guard. MIBR are going to try and see if they can get through short now.
Checking out the ladder room just in case. One man in Apsto might contest an M4 coming in from Market, engaged upon by Insani and Co. Insani credited with the kill. Spinny finds Owner, but Apartments still goes unchecked here. Got the bomb carrier, double up to his backup, turn around for the triple against Card, but Card gets his trade. 2-on-2 has bought some breathing room here for Spirit Academy, though. Leaning forward against Frost, he wins that fight, and now it's all onto Baz.
So far away, even Spinny clearing out this marker position. They've got to expect either a short wraparound or from the Apartments. It's not going to come from CT.
Would have thought that apartments would have been most likely, given how there was no one there on the site. Spinny cleared it out. No kit for Baz either on 39 HP. It looks like he might just fall back to the site and save the weapon. MIBR find everything they needed here.
And that's one of those glimpses of card that we saw in a couple of the opening games for MIBR Academy. A couple of those rounds where he could just be a loose cannon, let him rip. That was an all-important shot down there to market. Force that 2v2 into what is a winnable stance. And just knowing that you found so much impact from Donk's POV out there in the apartments, they'll be annoyed at that one, because Donk should have done enough, and it looked like he did, but instead, it still comes through successfully for the Brazilians.
They're hanging in there. They're doing all right for this T side. Just when you thought the start was going to be so perfect, the recovery towards the B site was everything. Even this play from Donk wasn't enough. Massive sequence from Card. That flick in particular, beautiful. Split-second reactions and Spirit. Only ahead by 3 now.
MIBR are still waiting for that reset, though. We've seen a couple of times where it's been down to an eco, but not the double eco. Now you're working with 1900 loss bonus, no money in the reserve. They could put a lot of pressure on if they could turn a couple of rounds in a row. Spirit, no, they're still in a driving position. Won't have the AWP for Art Frost this time.
Incendiary sent. Block ahead of that smoke up towards the stack position, try and take away mid control from MIBR. So far, so successful. But there's no contact really from MIBR in the first place.
The Spirit Academy actually played Mirage in every single game of the playoffs last season. Even think back to the grand final against Fnatic Rising. It was a map that they picked in the best of 3. So a map that historically has always been a strong one for them. Info out towards mid. Quite pacey this time for MIBR.
Down mid control. Set to look up to the site. Smokes are in the way of their vision, though. Boost up for Love will start to look in. Donk sees the booster, sees its back up, and both players can combine to get the kill.
Even Card looking to try and see if he can respond. Would have caught a slight amount of vision towards the top cod area, that right-hand side. Lub on a smoke, Art Frost on the other side. Seems like they're actually going to gamble rotate over to the B site, where MIBR are bringing that bomb back to A.
Owner's thinking about it. Baz might be the only player here, though. No info game. Molotov sent towards short just to continue to indicate the idea that there's going to be some sort of mid play. But Smokes down will give up the ghost here. Baz re-smoke back. Lub gets a kill on Owner. Advantage still sits with MIBR. Baz kill against the first player, not against the second. Spirit locked out of the A site again.
Can't blame Baz there at all. That's a gamble stack towards B. He realizes I'm the only A player. Time's low. I'm going to smoke off ramp and gets caught on the timing when they start shifting up connector. Has to try and relocate out towards Tetris, but you're in for a 1-for-done position from that point onwards. Art Frost and Zontix trying to hold on to the rifles. There might be a bit of a hunt squad, though.
Looking to try catch off one. Art Frost getting away alive, only just. You can see how quickly they're going hunting up towards top mid as well. Card, his AWP will watch the TV entrance. Believe that they'll just hold their positions out. Oh, Zontix playing a risky game, a dangerous game here at the doorway. But no one sees him, he doesn't extend any further than that. So 2 guns saved in for Spirit. But MIBR saving their chances in this match, now 2 to the good.
And we always said for MIBR, Mirage has been a strong map for them. But it's always been in the local scene. It's been a map that's driven a lot of success forward for victories. But it's whether they can transfer it over. Now, as of right now, the last few rounds have been promising. You're still in a deficit of 2, so it hasn't been them in control, but it's been them keeping it tight. And I think that's what we want to see from this squad.
Yeah, their only international results have been here in Academy League. Played 3 of their 5 games on this map. Losses to Big, losses to ENCE, losses to Young Ninjas, all of which were less than 10 rounds. Point of positivity for them is the fact that a lot of those games were all in the CT half, so they're mounting up decency to go into the second half with confidence. A lot of positives for MIBR, even if they are still down. Spirit Academy, another positive for the Brazilian team being offered up by the fact that they have only pistols around these 2 safe rifles.
This is proper gimmicky going into round 13 for Spirit Academy. One-way smoke for Zontix to work on just a little ledge under window. No one presents up to top mid, so they break it apart, and now he starts looking a little bit more aggressive. Both of those M4s that are being brought forward into this round are out in mid.
The mid crossfire locked as well on short and mid itself. Up towards top, down towards under. Flashes in, one player peeks, Artfrost gets his kill, Deagle spots, tags up, Zontix lines up a couple, Spinny gets a TK involved, and Artfrost is there to deal with him the same. Card on a 1-on-3 has been the flashy AWP in this matchup, but doesn't hit the all-important shot there, taken back by Artfrost, who gets a triple and gets the half for Spirit.
That was a proper bait there from Spirit Academy. So think about it from MIBR's perspective. They've seen Artfrost towards short, and you've got a Deagle fighting in con. You think to yourself, right, let's hit the Deagle, then hit the M4. What they don't know about is the last player. That extra M4 in from Zontix. And that one Deagle in connector has driven so much forward into the round that both of those M4s could just put up the power.
Perfect placement for them and all. Artfrost now has the AWPs. MIBR have just that one AK. Deco around it, half invest in this round. Looking for round 15's true invest. Bomb plant will be nice. But look at the AWP of Artfrost catching the perfect angle ahead of the smoke against Insanity. Does not see him. Drops down, re-peeks it, sees several, does get baited actually. This could be to his demise. Oh, he hits the no-scope. Okay. That was unlikely. It should lead to the rest of them falling apart for MIBR. And that AK is going to be so pissed that that's the way he lost his frag. B-God at least making it expensive. But no bomb means no plan and no rounds.
And just knowing that if that no-scope doesn't come in, you actually might be in a winnable position for MIBR. They're going to try and do their absolute everything for B-God's point of view. But you're right about that bomb. Out in mid, by yourself, with the M4. You do have 2 hungry CTs here from Spirit Academy fighting in con, but they're going to work together to get their 9th round forward. A little bit of a wild shot. It comes through. The 9th round gets gained, and now it's 1 more for the double digit.
I was caught so far off guard with this. I didn't see it coming at all. Artfrost, man. It's Guardian Angels for you too, my friend. Like, as you mentioned, had they got the kill, had it missed, that would have been a round plausible there for the MIBR side. As it stands, guns in for 4 players, Deagle up for Card, Galil in for Spinny, AKs on the others, and the full buy for the respawn here for Spirit. Got Owner into connector, looking up towards top mid, sees one, unawares of how close Lub is. Start falling away from Con. Flashes to support himself.
Oh, Lub comes in, but Owner still repositions. Insani finds that trade back. They're starting to work their way up to top connector, but there's a lot of info that there's mid presence through connector, and even that spot from CT at triple's been seen. That's Insani giving up the ghost now.
Baz in with a smoke, Donk. Leaning forward, trying to hunt for them, but so far so little. Baz watching for Insani next. Incendiaries against him, try force him away. They don't quite take contact. The AWP instead finds Artfrost. B-God actually bailed him out, finding Baz on that one trade, keeps Insani in. Now Card to try and respond. Donk down, 2-on-2. AK's forcing forward. AWP seeing them both. Owner gets the 1 kill, and Card stands alone.
Knows that both players are up towards A, but can't have the leverage of running underpass over to B. Instead, he's going to hope they reposition themselves, walk through the top connector smoke, and for a moment, the A side's completely opened up.
Barn down default, a little something gains. Of course, they'll recognize very quickly that it's not going to be the B play because Owner sees the bomb's not definitely there. Now the AWP, Artfrost. Is he scoped in? I can't quite tell from here. Yes, he is. Connects onto Card at first contact. And that makes it 10-5 at the half for Spirit Academy. MIBR posting up okay in the first half, considering it is a CT-based map for them, but I'm not sure whether they've done enough here.
No, I don't think they have. We've seen the struggles continue for them, but in saying that, I'm seeing more impressive stuff from them. I think that some of their mid-rounds were a lot stronger. I think Card has given us a couple of glimpses here or there. The issue of where they were able to get stuck, I think, was not responding on some of those harsh eco rounds, not getting rounds up in a row. You saw that they got 5, the longest streak being 2 in a row. And at 10-5, MIBR, they'll have to look to their pistol to try and respond in quickly, but this is still going to be a tough affair for them.
Well, in this pistol round, MIBR probably might need a decent leg up, so we'll have a listen into their communications, their TeamSpeak channel, and see how they're going to handle with these USPs.
Eu fica a janela, pô.
Tá bom.
Eu vou sendo bugado. Perdão, ficando.
Obrigado, sombra, tá, guys?
Vou dar um safe skin aqui, tem que pegar.
Smocou jungle. Espera pra lá esse P2. Cave. Um cave só de P2.
Nada meio.
Nada.
Smocou cabecinha, passou, guys. Fogo pra lá. Passando jungle.
Comeu base.
Comendo base, guys.
Plantando fogo.
Comendo aqui, vou comer jungle.
Comem dois. Comeu jungle, plantou fogo.
Você, perdão,
Mais um
você.
jungle.
Mais um jungle.
Ali em cima.
Jungle, comeu.
Abriu o card.
Fogo, tá
Abriu o card.
Dois pro jungle.
2 jungle, guys.
Tô comendo aqui.
Guys.
Tem smoke, Bigão.
2 jungle. Tem smoke kit.
2 jungle e um palácio.
Valeu.
Locked out effectively there by the Spirit side, 4 players alive, and MIBR kind of feels like a bit of a wasted opportunity. Didn't even get a look in on that pistol.
No, they didn't. You could see for Spirit Academy's point of view, smoke off top con, smoke open for, plant open for ramp and for connector, and look at the way they charge for the map presence. They get in there for jungle, they start fighting towards window, and for MIBR, there's so much leverage in winning those duels just to set themselves up for retaking positions, and instead, Zontix just rips with the Glock.
The Eagles in for MIBR. Force invest here on the CT side, trying to hold off some sort of contest against Spirit Academy. Those are a couple of good shots from b1 and Insani. Any more to find? 3v5, Spirit on the back foot here.
Things looking promising from the opening start. Card needs to focus some of that attention back up to Palace and out to Connector, using the util to drive Insani away. MIBR now starting to bring mass players towards CT spawn.
Mount up towards that short presence. They are aware it must be some sort of a play. 3 players are on it. Bomb does go down. Nades to ensue, and the backstab will get set in. Insani tries to hold contest on the center of the side. Baz and Donk get those picks in. Donk doubles up, triples up, in fact, as they feed him from CT, and now Card is alone, the backstabbing player in the 1-on-3. Oh, how the turns have tabled.
And that is a shame, because that was one of the best chances yet for MIBR to be able to respond. A lot of players down there towards CT spawn, a lot of leverage in the round, but nothing, absolutely nothing being gained. And that just is the harsh reset. You go in for the force, doesn't come out right, you're down to the harsh eco.
I know that technically anti-eco, anti-force by frags here from Dong, but just the impact he had in that round with the 3K spray, with the turnaround headshot to the player on the backstab. Second highest fragger for Spirit, which isn't saying much considering Zontix is on 22. Regardless, those 2 impact fraggers doing work for the Spirit Academy side, and MIBR know that they're in deep trouble. Eco basis, 1 Deagle in for Card. Guns will be out in the next round, but at that point it'll be 13-5 for Spirit unless MIBR find the steal.
They did get a couple of quick openers, so they can rest on that much that they prod the Deagles in quite aggressively, try and put themselves into some impact zones, and shape up for a gamble stack in the late rounds. I think that's got to be the best option.
Kill found on Owner. Rag on Insani to kick things off. Work their way into the short control. Split towards the B side, which is pretty empty here. They'll take their precautions just in case, but they'll realize gamble stack A, that's in play.
Knowing that you don't have a MAC-10, I actually would not like to see a hunt coming through for Spirit Academy, because it just doesn't feel like there's any necessary need.
I'm with you there. Like, no reason to farm. I mean, you haven't got any ability to farm cash. There's no reason to really hunt for these pistols. Instead, MIBR will try the hunt themselves, because they have more justification on the basis that you'll do damage. You won't lose anything in this round. Like, you just got USPs and a Deagle. Found that 1 pick against Owners. So Galil drops on nothing major for Spirit. Indeed, they will find their way out of the site, try and hold their save positions. Mostly a market for 3 individuals, 1 man back in the apartments, just in case. The redundancy there for Spirit. Maintain number 13, MIBR won't get any of those exits outside of Owner. The scoreline grows. It's an 8-round lead for Spirit. And the buy for MIBR has got to come through now.
And it does make me think, what changed yesterday? How did we have such a competitive game for MIBR to push it to OT when every other game has been very much a stomp? And while it was competitive in some of the first early few rounds here in Mirage, it hasn't been competitive for a while.
Whatever changed, it's been changed right back today. Spirit. Favorites in this match walking into it and look to walk out of it. Similarly confident fashion against MIBR. Flash forward, kills found on Baz and Card already. B-God and Baz the ones to fall. And the flick from Card isn't fast enough. Donk is just lightning on the head. And that's the ace site gained.
And there's no way you're going to be back in the NWP to win out that duel. That's such a difficult angle to flick out to the left-hand side. Even the mid players are finding success. Spinny does try and drop a player towards City Sport, but that's just information that they can work with now.
Going back into that B site, making noise for it. I don't think he's within hearing range of Zontix. Actually, he is, because he called out that rotation of Art Frost. So, bomb to the A site. Zontix will stick around and cut the rotation off. Cover their basis with the second player to watch from CT Spawn. They know exactly where he is here.
I actually would like to see Spinny go for this, because even if he saves, I don't think they're going to force buy next round anyway. So, have the 1v2, have the confidence, and just go for it.
At this point, you need something on the board here. It could be crushing for Spirit to lose this 1v2, but into the apartments he'll go hunting. Should be heard here by Zontix. Going back for the save call up in T-Spawn there. They will hunt him down because Spirit know any rifle taken away from MIBR, the last one standing, would be pretty significant for them. They do lose Zontix, however, so Spinny hangs in there. But ultimately, it is a 14-5, and there probably isn't a buy for MIBR in round 20.
It's the philosophy again, though. The idea that, do you want to play for OT, or do you want to give it everything you've got? So while, theoretically, we just look at the money state, there shouldn't be a buy, but I'm also looking at the idea that you don't have many rounds to work with, and having an M4 being saved might just be enough to their liking to force it down.
Two rounds to the win here for Spirit. Not that far off MIBR.
3 of them forced, and then 2 of them didn't. I don't know what's going on there.
I was trying to come up with a description for that buy. I was like, what is this? Like,
it's a half with a bit of a force.
It's a half force.
Don't see many of them.
Spirit looking to suck the life force out of MIBR here in this game. Killed off Insanity. At least Lub comes up good. That's a 1-for-1. 4-on-4. There's so much more to gain here in mid, and Lub is dealing with them. So fair play to him. Advantage now for MIBR.
You've got a walk coming forward too for B-God that he could get aggressive out towards that A main portion, try and see if he can search for some more info. Zontix are going to be able to clear out majority of the area to start splitting down to A. Needs to take a duel towards City Spawn and tick it onto Card with the dig.
Walks forward into apartments, going to give MIBR the information. Spirit got to deal with an SMG and a Deagle on this defense. I wonder if it was smart to put both M4s towards the B side. We're about to find out. 45 seconds. Lean forward comes in from ramp. Art Frost Orp is watching. The AK of Baz will be up close to check the corner. Taps on. SMG burst through. Gets 1. Not quite 2. In fact, B-God gets them both at long last. A little bit of confidence here from MIBR as they look to claim their first on the CT side. MIBR staying alive for now.
Nicely done. And it comes down to Lub. He set themselves up in that round. Gets himself a multi-frag. Does some decent work in there on the mid control. And then even B-God holds the tight line with the MP9. Realizes he should overswing once he gets the first pick. Zontix just trying to keep it more expensive. But in the end, just trying to see if he can hold on to the AK. Make sure that MIBR don't manage a massive amount post this round and try and respond in quickly.
1 up. 1 back against Spirit Academy. Still 8 rounds in the lead, of course. Guns can return very quickly for Spirit. Ops in, AKs out up against the full gambit of rifles on MIBR. So So we're listening to the Spirit comm and see whether they can get this match point on the board.
Short убил.
Кон. Кон пикает. И окно. Окно.
Blind.
Там в одной лежит.
Плохое окно справа, аккуратно.
Я в ладере. Вернитесь под Б, вернитесь под Б.
Пропикнем, раз, два.
Под Б вернитесь, пожалуйста.
Окей.
Дай мне флешку, я вас
Дайте
выпущу красную.
Артему, поменяйтесь, Артем с Олегом, мы го выйдем. Пусть Олег нам 2 флешки даст.
Давай.
Парни, ебать вы шумите.
Я буду суперлейт.
Подождите, мне надо услышать, прыгает ли он? Да,
Я на флешке.
зук. Он не прыгает. Подам ОП.
Дал первый.
Флэш будет?
Не, он упал, парни, он упал.
Я вторую зажал.
И
Эдвард,
зиг,
Эдвард,
Дал,
не
не
спешите.
флеш.
Нам надо
он дим
ждать.
зиг дал у тебя.
Надо ждать, не играйте мне смог.
Я закрылся.
Окей, я останусь пока в бадаме. По 40. Не слышу вообще.
Подойди ближе, Олег.
У нас есть гранаты, кроме меня.
Нас с Эдварда слышали, да, молик мне есть.
Я скопнул, да.
Не пикает машина.
Ладно, я пикаю. Миш, ты готов играть?
Ну на симпле должен быть где-то, либо за понтом пара.
Да,
Я могу
играю.
отпикать, ладно.
Убил Алекс.
Симпл авик,
Я кичен забрал.
был.
Под окном.
Под окнами. Найс, лучше.
Я заскопил он кичен. Кичен пропикал.
Тадзик,
Уже
бомба.
кухня,
Забери
мейн
зиг.
может быть.
У тебя гранат есть, Миша.
Молик дал кичен.
Бадам аккуратно, ребят.
Я шорт
90
забрал.
Мейн не
зайти.
выйдет.
Я шорт забрал. Бэдом ласт.
Кичен.
Бэдом и кичен.
Окей. Мейн не
Артём,
выйдет.
Бадам надо
Бадам
забрать?
смотрит,
Нет,
мейн.
бадам надо
Нет,
забрать.
тебе надо смотреть. Только ты можешь, Артем.
Я мейн смотрю на выход.
Я Бэдом смотрю.
У Зонта есть
Он не
молик,
пройдет
я в
бэдом.
бэдом.
Надо молик дать бадам прямо сейчас.
Мейн убил.
Вас бэдом.
Я живу.
Играет.
Упал. Найс,
Хорошо.
парни, лучше.
Я забрал Айк.
Дай дроп.
Хорош.
Я могу
Давай.
могу мне респить.
Идите два.
Well, no major excitement still from the Spirit side, Dwayne, but certainly a confident round from them. Welcomed, well played in the post plant and in the take. 15-6. There's now match point. MIBR looking like they're going to be closed out upon right here.
The things got slightly awkward. You could hear that even the scope came through, so they were just trying to see if they can ponder an over-rotation, a slight info moment, but Zontix, what a double entry that was in the apartments. That was the difference maker in that entire round for Spirit.
Now sets them up. Match point. 9 of them to play with as well. Donk does strike onto Card. Owner does back away. B-God's awkward spray does get accounted for by Baz. Insani caught, lubbed down as well. And it's all on Spinny in the 1v4, who won't last much longer here for MIBR. Show himself out towards CT as Spirit. Will make sure the Brazilians stay winless so far here in the Academy League. And there it is. 16-6, another win for the Russians.
Difficult time coming through for MIBR Academy. They would have felt as if they deserved more, because again, the early portion of this game actually proved to be fairly competitive. They let a couple of scrappy rounds slip, and then from that point onwards, it was full momentum in for Spirit Academy, and then it got to a stage where it just wasn't even close.
The Ukrainians doing well on the core 3 of those players, doing a wonderful job, honestly, for Spirit Academy. And it is to be expected. We were talking about a team that's in the top 3 versus a team that's in the bottom of the board. Like, ultimately, it's the difference maker. Like, just the caliber of these two squads so far this season has just been so different, and as a result, MIBR just couldn't mount up to it. It's something you mentioned over the course of this matchup, though, Dwayne, the fact that, like, it was a case that MIBR looked quite good yesterday against Big. They had the back and forth, they had the overtime, they had a very close game in that one, and then they come into this one, they come to their markers, and they just couldn't quite hit the same highs as they did against Big Academy.
And you do wonder to yourself, what was the difference? Because I look back at that game yesterday, I felt as if Insani played incredibly well. He dropped over 30 kills in that entire game that went into overtime. But just here on Mirage, it looked flat in certain portions, and Spirit Academy just read them very well. Even in some of the patient rounds, you could just see the difference between the two. And for MIBR Academy, it's back to yet look for another day, another best of one for when their first win will present.
I think they also got to focus on adjusting for that experience, right? Like there's certain periods in time where you just take a look at the TKs that they found or the early peaks of the AWP or some sort of mistake that they made that cost them a kill in the round that ultimately cost them the round itself. And those kind of issues for MIBR need to be adjusted upon. And I hope that at this point they would have had some experience to not, or like playing time, I should say, to not be able to make those mistakes. But very clearly there are a few things that need to be adjusted from the core basis of Counter-Strike for them.
Well, you can't look at this and say 6 best-of-1s is going to be enough. 6 months might not even be enough. We know that a lot of teams that make their way over to Europe, whether you're from the Americas, whether you're from Asia, it's tough, man. Even at the highest level, it is tough to adapt to the European style of things. So for this young squad, they're just trying to get here, use their power to gain as much experience as possible, give themselves more of a taste of what it's like to be the very best. And unfortunately, it does mean a lot of losses are going to come because of it.
Well, speaking of the very best, Dweg MVP man of the match pick's got to be Zontix, right?
Has to be this time around. He was incredible. He was involved in a lot of entries. He dropped nearly 30 in that one and was just consistent in the first half, even in the second. Some of those closing rounds, he was all on the money. And for MIBR Academy, they just couldn't deal with Zontix.
I think the cool thing as well was that Zontix wasn't the only guy that was going. Yes, Donk might have gotten like 10 or so kills less than him, but you also got to look at his position and understand that he had some very impactful rounds and very impactful kills over the course of that one, even though Zontix had the better numbers and just as much impact himself. So I'm looking at that thinking that even then there's an argument to make, even though it's a lesser argument for someone like Donk to be able to take that MVP award. And just the fact you have that groundwork basis, again, was always going to be a difficult thing for MIBR to challenge up against here, Dweg.
And this is where we've seen the Mirage against the higher-end teams, maybe not, let's say, the top teams, but the higher-end teams has been slaps. And we saw it against Big Academy on Mirage, we saw it against Young Ninjas on Mirage, and now we've seen it against Spirit Academy on Mirage, that when you're playing the more experienced teams, the teams that are comfortable at this sort of level, you're going to have a tough time. The only the more competitive one out of all of them was the one against ENCE Academy, who, even for their sake, aren't a very experienced team in this competition.
Maybe those vetoes might have to find a few more risks, I think, from MIBR if they want to try and take those series against these particular top-end teams. But that's, of course, something to focus on in the future. For now, we're going to head towards our break and head towards our second match with FURIA Academy taking on OG after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. About jumping into our latter half of the day as we continue on with our next match. OG Academy are up against FURIA Academy. FURIA, of course, taking their first loss a little bit earlier on during the day. Their first match, of course, played in the season earlier on. Their chance to turn things around, and I think a much better chance against the opposition of OG. You could have argued that Flames Ascent could have been the best opening team for them, but considering where OG stand at the moment, Dwayne, there's a lot of question marks surrounding this Academy team.
And knowing that this is a squad that's come into the fold a few seasons ago, I think we do hold them at a high regard of what these results show. A single win against Apex Rebels and disappointing losses to, I wouldn't say Fnatic Rising, but I would say Flames Ascent, and then against MOUZ. They just got absolutely pumped there. So with all that in mind, for OG Academy, this has been a poor start to the season for them.
Now, similar story for FURIA Academy. Admittedly, the sample size is much smaller for the Brazilians in their one match a little bit earlier on today, but that's still Flames Ascent beating them overall. But you're right about OG Academy. Like, I think about the players in this roster, and I take a look at just the matches that they've been playing in Academy League and whatever else they've been playing overall, and it's just like, how are these guys not forming up like a respectable team at the very least? They're currently in the bottom 3 of their group, and I imagine that if things don't change, they might stay there.
It could definitely be on. And for FURIA, a lot of their results have obviously been locally. When we look at their map pool, when we look at the standings, we obviously can see them down at 0 points, but I don't think that is where we should see them as the group stage continues forward. As for OG Academy, their safety of not making at least top 4, like they have for the last 2 seasons, I think it's very possible that they don't make it this time.
Yeah, they're in jeopardy right now, and this could be a chance to start a resurgence, of course, against the FURIA Academy, who are a little bit vulnerable at the moment, again, taking their first loss, technically a lesser-ranked team right now in the group stage. You are right, though, Dwag. I do feel like that as the season goes on, FURIA will re-establish themselves and possibly make their way back into that top 4 angle. Of course, only there below OG Academy by virtue of the lack of matches that they've played so far. They will have a third matchup later on today as well, so even that could change regardless of how this result plays out. But I do feel like, to me, there's a certain air of, like, FURIA being the favorites in this match. Would you agree?
It's a tough one to draw, because I think for OG Academy, their results haven't been great, and for FURIA Academy, we know they're a strong team, but they came into their opening series, and while Descenti played very well, we didn't see a massive amount of result across the entire team.
Well, map bans coming up on the screen here, Dwag. We have seen a couple between these two teams in the past season of the Academy League. Inferno and Mirage were the shared sort of positions in those best of ones previously. So, similar story here and now?
I'm imagining for OG, they're going to get rid of Vertigo. They don't like that at all. Nuke should probably get banned. And as for maybe a Mirage, yeah, they're going to ban it out as well. So I don't think there's too many surprises as of right now for OG. We definitely won't get Vertigo. Oh, we do! Okay. Got me there.
Casters cursed it.
Honestly,
you did it. You
that's
gave us
surprising.
Vertigo. Tell me why is it so surprising, Dwag?
We just don't see this map being played very often, where at least for OG Academy, they could look back at Dust 2 and say, we saw FURIA Academy play it a few hours ago. It makes a lot of sense to go down to that direction. So something new, and maybe for OG Academy, that's what they're thinking. Well, we're down like 1 and 3. We haven't been playing well. Let's do something new. Let's go into a map that we don't normally play.
Yeah, 2 maps on record in the last 3 months for FURIA Academy. The 1-back victories against the Apex Rebels. So in theory, it could be a map that could play out well for them. It's a bit of a high risk there for OG, but with high risk comes high reward at this particular stage, and I imagine that that's sort of the thinking of where they're going with this kind of a map up. I don't know if there was any better options, if I'm being honest here, considering the risk that they wanted to take. So I don't know where we stand on this one. As you mentioned before, coming into this match, very difficult to pick a winner. Now that we've got the maps, even more difficult now.
And for FURIA Academy, it just comes into the fold of how are they going to be able to adjust going into their second game after that first. They'll be very disappointed with the performance they put up. We didn't see a massive amount from Kawes. We're expecting more out of Brahino as well. So while Descenti played very well, they need an overarching strong performance from Team Cohesion.
Needs to be some decent, strong performances from OG Academy star players. Have seen several individuals like Awaken and Marix going missing at certain periods of time, despite them being insane players of their own right. Obviously, I have to work on that as time goes on as we get into our pistol round. OG Academy straight into the ramp default. Dementa has spotted nothing, but has heard a lot of footsteps, so he's aware of the A hit.
And just bringing rotates over quickly, try and get that cross smoke down. Might just have to give up the respect. A couple of pop shots can go through that right-hand side, but allow that bomb plant to go down.
Engagements to the backside. Dementa has seen one over at the sandbags. The bomb will commit and should get planted. Taps through past those smokes, doing a little bit of damage to several players on FURIA Academy, but they get that bomb down safely in the 5-on-5. Dementa wraps the corner, gets that opener, can't get any more. MSR still getting 2 picks back. Cow is also engaging on Awaken, now leaving to 2 individuals of the OG Academy side. Oxygen and Marek making their way around the corner. Cowes gets caught. Oxygen breathes life into this round now. Taps once on Marek's as part. He's got the defuse kit. He's still hunting for the picks on, but can't quite spot them, can't quite see them, can't quite connect those kills. Needs his teammate to come in with a backstab, but Oxygen now loses Marek. He's in a 1 versus 3. Can't engage, can't find the shot onto Brenino, and that's a pistol gained by FURIA.
What a sequence coming through from the coach of MSR. One of the individuals who struggled immensely down there on Dust 2, did not manage many kills across the entire board, was down at 1 and 9 at a certain moment of time, ends up with a triple, finds his impact immediately towards the alley angle. And for OG Academy, while Dementa got in quick behind that smoke, tried to put some pressure on, they just couldn't quite follow up the damage.
Pistol gain for FURIA as a result. The Eagles SMG is back in for OG. Also the issue for round 2, trying to see if they can reset FURIA early and regain control, make amends for that pistol loss. All their pistols set in towards Ali in particular, and one on towards this very aggressive position over at the ramp control. Koala making noise with a swing. Awaken gets that 1 pick back on Oxygen's death. Marek's also following suit with his own deagle. So 3-on-3.
Just continued a pressure being applied up here towards the top of the ramp. The flashes actually coming out allowed Dementa to slightly escape from that sandbags, get back defensively, but they haven't seen the walk forward towards Ali.
Flashes over FURIA. Walking Brunino further forward, seeing the heads, seeing the deagles, taking 1 pick back, but taking a lot of damage for it. SMD from Sound can swing in, drop that bomb in the round. Can't get any more though. Descenti trades it. Now looks to line up against Marek's. May have found an opportunity to get both those picks in with 1 decent spray, but without any automatic weapon, wouldn't have had any opportunity to do so. So 2-0 for FURIA. OG down to the eco basis, and we'll see how they'll play around these basic pistols as we listen into their team speak.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is the recording.
Flashing.
Go.
Flashing.
Be something.
Crane, I'm done here on the elevator.
Generator dead.
Up B already.
One despawn,
Yeah,
one
B side
despawn.
already. 2 at least.
One despawn on the stairs, guys. Despawn on the
I'm going towards mid.
Fighting. Yeah, Vicky right side.
two stairs, two despawn.
I'm with you.
2 despawn.
I think they went back to G-spawn.
I'm peeking with you.
On the stairs.
D spawn low.
Low HP.
Dead.
Nice.
They're going B, they're going B.
The fuck?
Ladder.
Let's win the one. Where?
Ladder, window
Okay.
and planter. Window and planter.
I win this, guys. I don't win this,
Close,
guys.
close.
You win or you don't win?
Good damage though.
Oh, didn't win it in the end, though, did he? Nice try from Marek's at least to try his hand at some sort of clutch there with the AK. But listen, it's a decent eco for OG Academy. 3 casualties plus a free rifle. Can't complain too much with it.
It's just the aggressive approach in from mid, couple of flashes over high. Sound gets in there with the Julies, and they put pressure down onto mid and even to the bottom of T-spawn. Ends up in the end, like you mentioned, not coming through, but extra rifle. Now bring that AWP forward for Awaken, who has been very inconsistent over the last few best of ones. I want to see a better performance from him today.
Oh, MSR tagged very low, 20 HP. Of course, to remind everyone who didn't catch the earlier match from FURIA Academy, MSR standing in today. Marcus FURIA on the back foot to begin things. Molotov sent over. Sound still ducked up, but still that incendiary will burn him alive. Brunino credited with the kill. MSR credited with the assist on the Mac 10. 5-on-4 for FURIA.
And that aggressive approach not working out for Sound at all. And if Oxygen goes for the same sort of thing, that could be to his demise. Cowers with the trigger discipline. This is the only A player, so as soon as he catches him, just bring that bomb over to A and the job's done.
looking for someone else, though. He thinks there might be more than just Dementor. He gets that headshot in on Dementor anyway. So frag found. 5-on-3 for FURIA Academy, and from here, OG probably calling the save. You have got Merrick's leaning into the back, dealt with by Cowes. And yeah, there's nothing for Oxygen and Awaken here.
And Murrix knows in that position, normally 3 rifle save, you buy next round. They can have 2 rifle save and still buy next round because Murrix has got the extra cash injection from the AK, but that point is pretty much just blown away now because Oxygen's the last one left. They've kept the round expensive. OG Academy might not have a buy on the table anymore.
M4 stays in for Oxygen.
Hang on.
Checks it, and no, it doesn't. Never mind. Now I get my turn to cast the Cursed Leg. 4-0 star, and at this stage, it probably is going to be no buyback for OG. He got 6 grand on Merrick. Maybe he buys a little something. Hero M4 around the half buy here.
That makes the most amount of sense. Give yourself some level of upgrade. Maybe pace is what's going to be required in this round. Get that M4 deep in mid or deep down from the bottom of ramp. Just keep the tempo up, because I think that's where they found a lot of success in their last anti-eco.
See whether they push the issue too far forward. I haven't got anybody really watching that mid presence here for FURIA. Mostly into the B play and the ramp default. 3 players on B. They press forward and gain that map control, at least for the OG Academy side, but with that mid presence, they do nothing with it. They are going to set up a backstab to make their way in. Smokes down. Suppression in the round as they just spray blind and hope for the opening kill.
Interesting that it's actually the T side that has a lurk smoke to the top of the B stairs. Try and work around the utility and get a boost over to the left-hand side. Don't see that all too often. Sound playing to the back of White. Might just wait for the run out rather than him swinging to the wide into the open.
Gets caught anyway by Bernino. Deagle in for Oxygen in the back side, tapping his way forward. Doesn't get anything outside of a little bit of damage done to 1. 4-on-3, making it 2, making it 1. Bernino just going absolutely massive with the 4 kills in this round. And Awaken, last man standing.
And just thinking for Awaken, this is obviously his 5th game in the Academy League. We've seen him post on average a 0.78 rating, knowing that he's the AWPer of the team. And for OG Academy, I don't know if it's been lack of success or unfortunate nature, but it does seem as if the AWPers that they've fielded since forming this project have always been underwhelming. I think back to Shike that was there in the last couple of seasons. I think forward to Awaken, there's obviously there might be something with the setup, with the protocols of why they're not getting as much forward of those AWPs, because we've seen it in other teams that both of those players could be very proficient, but just have not been able to prove it to a massive extent on OG Academy.
5 rounds to the start here for FURIA. Tactical taken by OG Academy. Right time for me to discuss this situation because we are not in the best of positions overall. CT side has been a real rough start. They took the risk of taking this map in the best of 1 they had, pick of the litter. They went to it. Some risk that could carry consequences, but at this stage of risk that OG need to take. So far, it's not working out for them. How can they change that?
Well, they've definitely found themselves being very passive. I think fighting for more map control in the rifle rounds is going to be key. Try and get that AWP up for a crane pick or something into mid. Just fight for the ramp control. Make it more uneasy for FURIA to gain map territory.
Orpin for Descenti leaning up. Ramp control again established by FURIA very early. Re-smokes on. Team continues to press the issue, try and look for their way forward. 1:30. Taps and bursts behind the smokes. Can't see anything, can't catch a kill.
Even Cowers and MSR trying to put a little bit more of an emphasis. Missed jump bind coming through with the molly towards the back of danger. So that's actually going to cost them without being able to put another one down. So that's another molly that they have to use because of it.
I still find the engagement here for Bruno, and indeed, sound goes, as does Oxygen to the same man. B-side's cleaned up.
Well, this round's over. That was a beauty of a sequence with the entries. Even Awaken doesn't quite catch the runoff. Now, I think for OG Academy, you put yourself in some exit positions, try and drive down some of this economy. You can't just let them come out of this completely alive.
Not really much else to add to this situation. OG, no choice in the matter. Overwhelmed in an instant by those 2 picks. Such a quiet start from them, not only in terms of the rounds, but in terms of the individuals here. We talked a little bit about how the stars need to step up. And so far, we're seeing maximum 4 kills. Marix does get an exit, at least extended to 5. But very little impact found in the exit kills themselves. A couple of trades back and forth against the likes of FURIA, so they do leave 1 player alive, which will be damaging, but in the grand scale of things, they have so much money, it might not matter.
And one thing that could be hurting this OG Academy side is the lack of officials. They've played 31 maps in the last 3 months for an Academy team, which is quite minimal in Europe. They played a couple of the closed qualifiers in CCT. They've played the last 2 seasons of WePlay, and that's been it. They're not playing in Advanced. They're not playing in some of the other European events, and I wonder if that is to their detriment, that not being signed up to a lot of events, not giving themselves the extra game time, and giving more of a likelihood of Awaken to get comfortable in the lineup.
Did they make it through CCT quals?
No, both times they got eliminated in the closed qual.
Wow, that's a problem then, isn't it? Can't have much match experience if you're not making it to the tournaments in the first place, can you? Academy League might be the only thing that OG Academy have. AK set with the smokes down. HG's leaning forward as Benino. Around the corner, catch the AWP. Awaken is forced away. Still the AK looking around for his backup. Only gets the 1 pick for it. But Awaken on 12 HP surely shouldn't last much longer.
Even that molly out towards the sandbags. Dementa with the height advantage continues to do quite a bit of damage, actually. Comes away with a couple of kills, and while there's a lot of chaos being ensued down towards yellow and that alley position with the bomb being dropped, Dementa brings so much more in favor.
Sensi does catch Dementa in the end, though. AWP frag, less than 20 points of health. Looking for someone from OG to give up a decent fight. MSR. Listen for footsteps, still doesn't do anything. AWP viewer battle seen there on Descenti's part. Back to a 2-on-2. This round's not over yet.
Look at the nades. They've got a smoke for the right-hand side and a molly to go up towards orange. That's going to force Oxygen out into the open if that molly goes down.
Need it well into the engagement. He still wins it against MSR. And now Descenti is left alone. The bomb on the floor is AWP to hold its position. Keep it in to the bottom of ramp. And give up the first to OG Academy.
Even that molly goes out towards a sniper's nest rather than orange. So Oxygen didn't need to move there at all. That's a good pickup to come through onto MSR. And Dementa bringing things into action. Now this is another concerning factor and probably builds more to the story, Jay. Last 3 months, now we know Dementa's an IGL. Last 3 months for him, he's the lowest rated player on the entire team. In the Academy League, he's the 2nd highest rated player. And in fact, he's got the highest KD difference. So how is your IGL, who's typically one of the weaker players, up there at the absolute top in the 4 best of ones that we've seen from them so far?
It's not a bad question. One we might have to answer as the season goes on. Marek starts things off on this round, though. One of the guys that has been a standout element for OG in spite of the losses they've taken, but Kawes takes him right back out of the fold. Dementa again stepping up, again taking it to evens. The man advantage regained by OG.
Just keeping that pressure with the nades down there towards ramp, not allow an easy trade to come back. Instead for FURIA Academy, they're going to regroup out to the B stairs. What they won't know is Oxygen pressing the issue even with that first kill.
AK standing. First spray, second player also seen. Bruno with a trade back, however, now starts to storm the B site. They're aware of that bomb. Incendiary's put down. Molotov back to respawn all the same. Smokes and flashes trying to press forward, but Bruno does not have any breathing room against this fire. Smoke to the left for sounds. Utility thrown again. FURIA trying to commit, but they've just been suppressed.
Bruno's looking for another one of those juicy entries. Trying to see if he can create a duel towards that left-hand side. The spam's getting closer and closer to sound.
Not quite on him yet. Bruno. Smokes all clear, sees his man, bursts through the shoulder shot. AWP not even required. The AK gets it back to a 2-on-2 and Descenti lands against the man advantage up against Awaken now. It's an AWP v AWP battle that goes the way of FURIA because Descenti was posted up on the corner first. So he wins one back for FURIA Academy.
And I could just imagine someone like Crispy, the coach here of OG Academy, just crippling himself in that round. Like, how have we lost that? Because they had so many advantages. They had opening pick. They had trade for one. They had information towards the B stairs. They've got sound playing cautiously. They've got a crossfire of 2 players and a 3rd player to rotate in with the AWP of Awaken. Those are the sort of rounds that we look at OG Academy and have to be critical because they should not be losing them.
And those rounds have come way too frequently. It's what's cost them a lot of these games. Koala now winning the opening fight. Confidence reinstated for FURIA. Knocked back a peg for OG Academy. Dementa. It's in the air, he's throwing with the M4 out, trying to see if he can suppress them against those smokes. It does land in the middle of the smoke, though. Now one quick forward from Cowards, gets it to a 5-on-3.
Even Oxygen up to the next task of trying to respond, get an even trade back. They've got a slight reposition in from Sounds. He's going to be playing alone towards mid and B. They'll put all of the main emphasis on this gamble stack towards A.
Warp is so ready here for Awaken. Descenti. Slow walking, catches the frag still. Awaken was posted, but just didn't react. Oxygen and Sound now making their way in towards Sound's position. Oxygen already posted here on the alley position, gets his kill. But so much more to find. The bomb's going down. They know that he can't feasibly win this clutch. Gets his second, but Senti puts him right back out of commission. 8-1, the half is gained.
Now, I want to remind you to a time, Jay, of the veto, when I was very surprised not to see Dust 2 being played. That was the last ban the OG Academy had to force it into Vertigo. Now, when I look at their best of 3s and some of those CCT close qualifiers, they picked Dust 2 against 9, and they also picked it against Control. It's a map that gets picked in best of 3s from them. It's a map that gets played frequently, and yet they're going to Vertigo, a map that they don't play at all. And look at what the scoreline is.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it does make it seem a little bit silly. But the risk had to be taken by OG. I mentioned their standing in the Academy League so far has been pretty dire.
But even Dust 2, we just saw it a couple of hours ago from FURIA. They only got 8 rounds. That was what
true.
got me. That's what just got me. I'm so surprised with the veto process.
Well, OG against the half buy for them. FURIA playing around a careful default. We'll still lose Koala for it regardless.
Start working out to the B site. Now you've got Oxygen playing towards quad. Rotates coming through quickly. There's going to be quite a lot of B defenders.
Bruno first man forward, sees one back in the AC. Player up at quad's been unaccounted for. They spam through the smoke at the pick in. Oxygen actually gets both of those kills. Now left to 2 here for FURIA Academy. Descenti's AWP picks up 1. Awaken drops the bomb. And now it looks like they might find their second round. A little bit more of a steal coming in for OG. Descenti just firing back, hoping to pick something up, but won't be given a chance to fall back, save the weapon.
Just poor clearance, I would say, coming through from FURIA Academy. They don't have a molly that goes down to quad, and no one checks it. And instead, it sets up that CZ. Anytime you're playing quad and you're not being checked, whether it's an eco, whether it's a half buy, or whether it's a buy round, you pretty much are going to win the round off of the back of it. You can set yourself up for the trigger discipline. He finds himself a couple of kills. Now, it did come in with a lot of counteraction with that opening man advantage that was gained for Dementa. Descenti trying to hold on to the big green. Looks as if he's going to be able to maintain it. A second round for OG does come through from a steal. Now they can set themselves up with the saved in AKs.
Few M4s brought around it. But firepower now for OG to play with. Can they follow it up? Can they turn this into a springboard, a streak of rounds? Or will FURIA get right back onto number 9? Of course, they themselves have a buy, AWP included. Not so much so for OG. The defaults will go once again, which have been so successful so far here for FURIA.
OG Academy have got to find a different way to deal with this A ramp control, and they've actually brought 2 towards B early round, 2 towards mid, rotated Dementa back over to help out Marek. So very passive on A, not actually looking to try and gain ramp control at all.
Positions held. Slow walks in with utility assistance here from FURIA. Up the tops, into alley. The step may have been made there by Merrick's. Way towards the boost bot position. Wait for a lineup, his teammate covering him. Does get Cowards, that's a good reaction. Timing with Dementa following suit.
Dementa's been incredibly impressive up here towards the A side. Now that bomb can get recovered, but it's what happens after the fact. They've already given a lot of information away that this is going to be a ramp take, and now they're stacking up the bomb side because of it.
5-on-3 as well for OG. Looks like we might find that springboard in the end, Dweg. FURIA fought back from worse positions. Man advantage for OG Academy, and they are going to give a little bit of presence towards the bomb site. Molotovs and Incendiaries back and forth from both sides. Swing forward from one CT. Koala sees the nades down. Another Incendiary to come through for them. They're going to have to prioritize that bomb plant relatively soon. And just the full firing squad is ready here from OG to go for a very fast retake, potentially even a plant denial. Flashes in, AWP shots on MSR. Holds the line with a double, sets up his teammates. Koala in for the 2 versus 2 against Oxygen now. Might be surrounded and suppressed by the CT forces. It might have to rest on the AWP, and indeed it will. The Senti back at the sandbags. Doesn't know where to look just yet.
AWP, all about the reposition, all about the time stalling. The shot towards Orange doesn't quite come through, and the aggressive play towards the sandbags works out in the end. Oh, for a moment, you thought as if the NWP had done enough. That was a very good effort coming through from MSR and Koala, but not to be. OG Academy get themselves a couple in a row. Now, they did offer up a bomb plant. The money's not ideal, so it might just be a half invest.
What's the call? Tech 9 in. Kevlar with it. Bruno. HE. Smoke. Flash. A bit more Kevlar for MSR. Yeah, this looks to be a half bite to me.
OG Academy have given themselves some breathing room now, and this is where you've got to strike. Knowing yourself, you've lopsided the economy, you've given yourself a couple of rounds in a row. It is going to be pacey, though, for the Brazilians towards top ramp.
Lean in, Tech 9 spams up, Marek trades back on 2, follows suit for the triple, USP, Quadra, not allowed just yet, eventually we're denied by the Senti entirely. And Oxygen falls to that Deagle, 2-on-2, now we're in trouble.
Even Sounds just got to make sure that he doesn't offer up a bomb plant. Koala's watching the backstab, awakened by get caught. Oh, the bullet comes close, but not quite to the headshot.
Advantage the Senti here. Leans in, spray, goes awry, and that'll be number 4 there for OG. Starting to claw this back within 4 to the lead. And for FURIA Academy, caught a little bit flat-footed in that circumstance, but against those pistols, it kind of is understandable.
For OG Academy, they haven't been keeping too many players alive, so we could start seeing a harsh economy in these last few rounds of the half if FURIA Academy are able to come out on top. We've seen quite a few double-digit score lines, so it's whether they're able to muster that up. Tactical timeout from them, realizing had it quite easy in the first early portions. We found a lot of success towards ramp. The one thing I have noticed in the last couple of rounds is Marek's top ramp. Out there towards alley, he's been doing quite a lot. So that's going to have to be an area where they siphon and try and make it more difficult for Marek's.
So far, OG have found 3 in a row. We're going to have to find some sort of way to put them back down soon. Going in with their gun by here. Still rocking a Galil for MSR, so not ideal. But still, for the most part, everything's pretty good. Limitations on Koala and Cowards on the utility basis. But I don't think that's going to have a massive effect, especially if the Senti gets that opening pick.
He's been unbelievably strong with the NWP, knowing that he's not even a primary AWP. He does some secondary here or there. He has just been unleashing so many of those entry kills. Even Awaken, looking for that response. Descenti down to 40. Wonder if he can multi-frag. Can he turn it into 2 in this round?
He's found 14 frags on this map so far. Forward to see whether he can replicate and continue on. AK is coming in for the most part. Decent flick from Awaken, but there was a sacrifice there from Koala. Barino with a very fast response.
Dementor going to try and see if he can slow it down. Get a smoke up there towards the bottom of the ramp sandbags, but they're still going to commit off of the back of it, and Dementor might just get caught out in the open. Indeed he does.
Two left for OG. Oxygen, one of them on the back of the site. Backups are rotating in with flashes to support it. Counter flashes put up here by the T side. Smoke's turned away from Oxygen. Incendiary down. Probably should force Cowards out with the HE support. A little bit off kilter. Eventually that spray comes in. They're reduced by 1.
Even the deep ramp play of MSR is going to take a while to come through. So Brahino is just going to have to try and see if he can stall for as long as possible. Another smoke towards that right-hand side. That's just time stalling.
Molotov burst in the middle of the air. Marek's leaning in, trying to get onto that bomb. Boost up top of the boxes. Back's turned towards 1, trying to adjust. Descenti comes in with a bit of support on Oxygen. Left alone, caught off by Descenti, straight through the smoke. And that is a 9th round for FURIA.
And we knew that we were going to expect this from Descenti. No matter what weapon he has in his hands, he's going to do good work. I think back to the game against Flames Ascent out on Dust 2 in that 8-16 loss. He dropped 24 frags and came up to nearly 85 ADR. Even in the last 3 months, he is the highlight player of this team. One of the strongest up-and-coming players from Brazil. 9-4. Even OG Academy on the buyback are limited to an MP9 and a FAMAS with the M4s and no AWP for Awaken.
A weakened buy up here for OG Academy. Unlikely to concede the next one if they lose it as well. Harsh on the buyback. Nade set against the smokes coming in for the CT side. Just trying to block vision for now.
Dementor. I like the aggressive approach coming through from Tarps. It hasn't been something that they've done all that often. You've got Marek's waiting for the contact, so try and get them to commit up ramp and then establish the crossfire.
Mentor holds alongside Marek's continuing to blind fire. SMG tries to peek forward. Nades set. Further smokes down towards the top entrance this time. Coward's going to get caught for it, trying to push ahead. Dementor with the opener. Spray back manically, but still alive at 31 points of HP. Might even stick around for a double kill. Hearing the bomb carrier, Brunino not caught yet. Finally, he has been with Marek's support. That's 2 more picks back on the board for OG Academy and 2 players standing for FURIA.
What an incredible sequence once again for Dementor. Somehow he's able just to multi-frag there. Looked as if one of those stray bullets was going to be enough to deal with him, but no. Gets overlooked towards the end, and MSR and Descenti just opt to go for the save. Dementor's been doing well. Him and Marek's have been the 2 standout entities when it comes to at least the 5 rounds that have been gained.
Indeed, it will be 5 rounds. FURIA with the save. Bomb was dropped there on ramp. MSR and Descenti, no real chance. We're going to hold anything left of this one. Last round of the half. See whether OG can try and make it 6 over the FURIA Academy squad. The bye it was going to be weak for OG, but similar story now for FURIA now that they found the loss.
Just knowing it's got a little bit scrappy towards the end of the half is not going to bode all that well for FURIA Academy. Give a couple of extra rounds, a little bit more leverage to a comeback for the international squad. Ramp smoke being lined up for Awaken. Doesn't actually go down, and you've got the Orb trying to create another entry point out here towards the top of the B stairs again. Ooh, deep smoke.
Yeah. I was going to say, it was a little bit of a gap generated there that could be abused by FURIA, but Oxygen and Sound abuse it instead. Get those first 2 frags in. Nades back to suppress damage. Koala's going to get caught next, so it's not quite as bad. Even though it seemed like a bad smoke there from OG, it works for them.
It definitely was a bad smoke, but you are right. It does work for them in the end. They get a lot of impact on that crossfire between Sound and the likes of Oxygen. And when you look at the scoreline, it's not great. You're down by 3 on the CT half, but when you also think that you're 1 and 8 down, you've won 5 out of the past 6 rounds, that has to be looked at as a positive note.
9-6 up for FURIA, still holding the lead in regards of what you consider positive and negative. They are the ones that hold the definitive advantage going into the pistol or the second half. Now on to their CT side, where things can get even more awkward for the OG Academy squad. Of course, as you mentioned, a much more experienced base of FURIA to play with. And we'll see how OG will handle this pressure in their team speak for this pistol round.
Jumping.
I'm alone. Flashing. Flashing. Boom.
I'm going.
Next half flash. Boom.
I don't see quad.
For a second.
They're playing retake.
Call flash for city if you want.
Have our back.
You can go close and I can
One
flash.
I'm going KC,
I'm going KC
Play
as well.
next.
Call flash for city.
They should all
Go
come
flash
from
now. Go
city.
flash now.
I flash. Flashing in
flash.
front of you. Boom.
Should all come from city, guys.
City dead. I'm flashed.
I'm coming for you now.
If
Two more
blitz,
city, guys. Two more city.
I'm full blind.
Nice.
One more city.
City.
Heaven.
City and heaven.
City.
I have
City
city.
heaven.
10 HP heaven. 10 HP heaven.
Don't forward. They have
Conning
a
here, I'm
kid.
conning here.
City.
Nice.
That's
City.
city.
City was city.
They have kid.
No.
We few it.
No way.
Unlucky.
I picked on you and he just
I kind of wish we could have heard a Furia's team speak there on the basis of what their cams for cowards looked like. That was the hell of a clutch for him. And a hell of a position for Furia to take. That was a pistol that seemed like it was all OGs with a 3K from Sound, but another bottle job, Dweg.
Yes, and they said we threw it. They indeed did. That was atrocious towards the end there for OG Academy.
Yeah.
It was too aggressive. Don't get me wrong. The setup is there. I like the setup. It's pacey. It's up there. It's personal from Sound, and he does well. He does incredibly well. But you don't continue charging in a 5v2 like that. Back off. Play the time. It got too hungry and too in the moment for OG Academy, and instead they have let what should be another winnable round not go their way.
I don't even know where to go from here, honestly, for OG. The pistol they really couldn't have afforded to lose. Eco with upgrades that, yeah, do have some positive notes here and there. Deagle and Kevlar for Oxygen, Tech 9s and Dualies and such. Bomb plant bonus is going to enable a buy-up for the next round. Would have thought they would have got the rifles out early. But clearly they want to play with a bit more of a buffer against Furia's match point. SMGs at least might be exploitable, but without the Kevlar, without the helmets, means that there's a likely chance that Furia just farm cash.
I'm with you there. Oxygen trying to get as much out of his investment as possible. Brahino getting the smoke ready for any sort of molly that could go out towards a quad angle. Now he's got a teammate, Descenti, nearby him. Just establish that crossfire. Don't let an overwhelming sight hit start to crumble the defense.
30 seconds. Slowly but surely creeping into the B site again. Descenti and Brunino hold fire, hold kills, hold dominance, and hold the round.
Not give any leverage forward. Even Brahino just trying to see if he could farm up some more of that money. Get his MP9 in for a juicy one. Finish off with a very clean round. 11 on the board now for Furia Academy, and for OG, they need to respond in quickly. Get a rifle round forward, get Awaken on that big green. And they've got to try and push as much out of Dementa and Marix as possible, because when I'm looking at this game and I'm looking at how that first half went down, it's going to be between those two guys to muster something up to keep this competitive.
Well, 5 to the good right now for Furia. AK is inbound for OG. Their chance now to get back into this game. Sensi shots not ringing out to the kill, but ringing out nonetheless to the miss. Backed up to the main entrance and watching for further contact from OG. Almost got it, but fell away.
Incredibly defensive now for Descenti. Try and line up a flash to come around. Might need to get some more assistance on the rotate from his teammate too from mid. Look at what's happening towards ramp. They're getting aggressive, but instead they've actually been spammed down and Oxygen's got a kill.
It's a start for OG here. An important one for them. Need to carry it. Around victory itself. They're slowing things down to try and make sure they can force out a fight or force out a mistake from Furia. They're just going to back off.
And this is very well played from Koala. So keep one towards A, keep that pressure on with the util, drive them into that B site stack, and even Sound may have been seen.
Watching and waiting, looking to lurk inland. OG Academy, Dementa and Oxygen and Awaken working their ways up. 25 seconds Execution here for OG, set towards that B side. They put those smokes and molotovs back in a very late execution. Regardless, Descenti, oh, he picks up a no-scope as well in the midst of that smoke. With Brunino's support now, it's a 2-on-2 with 10 seconds. Bomb needs to get planted. Brunino knows that they're not safe. And Oxygen still picks up the casualty anyway. Koala forcing them off the site. The bomb has been planted.
Oxygen's down low, 11 points in fact. This is still very doable for Koala.
Switching to the AWP though. Turn against Dementa first and foremost. Smoke onto the bomb, but not to the main cross. Back on it. Defuse kit tapped once. Trying to force them out with the sprays through. Sees Dementa but doesn't hit the shot. And it's going to be a winning round for OG.
What a round from Oxygen to come through from a triple. Even Descenti tries his absolute best. They just get caught on a timing. So what is indicated to them is that it's going to be the B pop from the stairs. They don't have a crazy amount of info that the wraparound's coming through from the mid portion. So Descenti, yes, he's able to get a quick flick and turn it back into 2. Because it's so unaware of that wraparound, that was the pressure that crumbled down. And Brahino tried to deny that bomb, but just couldn't do it.
There's a flash sent over towards that B side to try and insert some sort of opening frag for OG. It's going to work for the most part. Sound, kill, Marek's traded. Sound doubles up. 4-on-3 for OG.
Oh, Sound. I thought for a moment he was going to get trapped there. Try and just run up towards B, because that would have been MSR with a fairly easy trade on low HP. FURIA Academy got themselves a lot of leverage in the round, but they need to try and strike with some more information to get an idea of what's happening.
Smoke on the sandbags. Cowes leaning in from that ramp control, expecting there to be something. OG just playing that one lurker, rotating him back away from the bridge, and the mid control is the real focus here for the T side.
Koala's got to try and get a multi, if that's possible. AWP to peek into the contact first. There it is. They line up. Oh, that's a lot of damage in for Koala.
Responsive to the 2v2 for Awaken, though. Now it's on to the 5-7. MSR holding. Does grab an M4 in the end. Could line him up and gets a ton of damage to Awaken, but no kill. Oxygen next to face and Cowes next to fall.
Oh, that's another tight round. An incredibly close one. Both players being dinged. Oxygen on 3 HP. Awaken on 3-2. FURIA Academy looked as if they'd done enough. Koala with that multi-frag, MSR relocating. Might have repositioned too late. If he's able to get out to white or up towards danger or the B stairs, he's got himself room, but he gets caught repositioning out in the open.
Eco pistols in for FURIA, upgrades on a couple of individuals, fast rush in towards mid, which will catch Marek's off guard, doing quite the fair amount of damage, but no kills. And now FURIA hard stack their way back into the B retake.
Just knowing you don't want to get farmed up by this Mach 10. Sound gonna get aggressive towards CT Sport. You can understand why, but he drops too.
I don't like this. I have a bad feeling that there might be shenanigans in play in this pistol, or in this eco rather. Upset for Awaken. And FURIA will press on without kits. They haven't got a lot of time. Orp connecting 1. AK holds on to 2. Descenti trades back to a 2-on-2. AWP now leaning in against the Nexus. Oh, they will catch Descenti with a decent casualty back. So damage has certainly been done here. And for FURIA, that's not too terrible. Fortunately for OG, they don't claim the round.
And that's an excellent one for the Brazilians. You did not have anything to work with in that. You had pace. And that's pretty much it. They turn a full anti-eco into a masterclass with just how much success can get gained, but it's whether they can turn it into the next round, Jay.
They'll turn it into the next round as we listen into their communications after this tactical timeout for OG. 2 rounds for the difference, Dweg, so a vitally important one for their rifles to claim. Vice versa for FURIA, though, because it would stop not only the equalization, it would set themselves up on victory row. Only 5 rounds to get there for the Brazilians, so there's going to be a vitally important one, to say the least. And set up so wonderfully by these pistols. The idea of the reset is right there for them. You can see the money remaining on several players as the last man buys down $1,300, $3,200. FURIA on for the reset. Let's listen in how they're going to do it.
Mini vai bangar pra mim.
Para, sem problema, para.
Segura a bang lá, mini.
Não vou smocar, Cauê.
Melhor bush aqui.
Fechou, fechou.
Tô pronto já.
Escuta se tiver aí.
Tem pra B.
Baga,
mim.
Nada. Mais um B.
Embaixo, embaixo.
É meu.
Obrigado, paguei. 2 pra B, tá?
É meu.
Então, tá bang, Mini?
Tem.
Tá. Vou
Mas tá
colocar
lá,
do,
velho.
do PD aqui, calma.
Qualquer coisa eu rodo A, calma aí. Meio jogou. Ai, que merda. Sozinho, guys. Passando um buraco. Dois passando um buraco.
Consegue mirar, Mini?
Mais um.
Triple CT.
Mais um.
Um B. Able. Mais um. Põe novo, Bruno. Able. Pegava.
Right to celebrate, Dweg. Certainly right to celebrate there for FURIA Academy. Cowards does it again. 12-9, and that is the reset for OG.
They did so much right. The initial prod out towards the B site, towards the stairs. Even MSR's repositioned to just get 1 kill on the wrapping mid players. And that reposition from Cowers. He could not have timed that any better. None of them looking to his direction. They line up, and that's the harsh reset. That's now the combination of the last few rounds that OG Academy have won without many players staying alive.
Harsh pistols in for this one. Tech 9 for Marix being the best they've got. The Eagle also up for Awaken. No Kevlar, no utility. Bruno so ready for this as well. Dry face, spray. Doesn't line up much. Does force out TK for Awaken at least. Ascent also caught off guard. Hang on for a sec. MSR down to Trey, but Auction forced to respond 2-on-2 situation. This is expensive now for FURIA, and OG have an advantage in the post plant.
This is crazy. This is actually what looks to be a massive steal coming through for the international squad. Callers has got to try and clutch it once more.
Done it so many times in the past. Backs turned up, watching. Engagement is found, and OG with another all-important steal back against FURIA Academy. Just when we thought that eco was going to set FURIA up for the win, not quite happening.
And it pinpoints how important closing anti-ecos are. That is a very scrappy round for the side of FURIA Academy. It's fast, it's pacey. And I even look there for Descenti. Yes, he loses his teammate very early on and he gets dinked down. You can't escape there. You just have to keep fighting. Once you've committed, that's it. You've got to keep going.
Blast pistols in. Awaken's going to deal with him, though, alongside Dementor, the Deagle, and the Orb. The AK all striking. Marix gets his piece of the pie, and that's 11 for OG very quickly here. 1 to the good for FURIA. OG are not dead yet.
And this might end up being one of these games where we look back at some of the rounds and say, what if? Because it feels like now we're moving down to this sort of scoreline with this sort of reset between one another, the steals that have come through, some of the clutches that have been landed. It might just come down to one round, which makes an entire difference on where this series goes.
Full guns in for both sides, and Descenti puts his gun to great effect. Oxygen, first man down.
That's a lovely pick. Up to the crane, over there towards the bottom of ramp for Descenti. Now, MSR's playing slightly aggressive to the top of Crane. While this is happening, OG Academy are looking to shape up another split into B.
Boost up. Marks to look in. Is he ready for Koala at Scaff sandbags? No, he's not. Koala follows suit. 5-on-3 now. Trying to make it to... Caught his gun barrel sticking out. The Molotov to try to force him into the open. Smoke down, however, he's holding his position. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Brunino's caught a kill onto Sound, and OG are getting picked apart in this one. Dementor trying to force out something against the other CT players in a spawn. Engagement spray through, Awaken with that pick. Dementor follows suit, but now he's the last man standing. Bomb on his back. Players so close. Smoke down to buy some cover. Will secure the plant at least.
Get the extra amount of cash injection. Allow yourself to get set up for the post plant. The FURIA Academy, they've got so much to work with.
You just saw there how he spotted a little pixel gap between his plant position and CT spawn. He almost got caught off for it. Doesn't see the player up at the run boost. Hold his AK back. Wait for engagements. The tap is beautiful. The second is not.
Good effort there for Dementor. Again, he's been involved in a lot of crucial rounds, keeping it tight. At FURIA Academy, what I love there is the patience from Koala. He knows his angles very well, being the mid player on Vertigo. He's able to get a pick on the boost up that comes through from Murrix, and then he hides in the corner. He looks down, looks to that right-hand side, because he knows he gets mollied, he's got to smoke. and that they just won't be able to spam him. The only way he gets dropped is if they swing out wide and in the open, and that is the bait that they're trying to set up. Nice, tidy round in there for the Brazilians.
Watch the flick again for Dementa. Beautiful. If only it led to a clutch there, that would have made it even more sweeter. Instead, it's guns back for OG Academy. Fast play in. Out towards the mid control. They're going to catch MSR down to 5 HP. Descenti's all power strikes on 2. Dementa and Sound down. Awaken followed up. At least MSR is traded, but Descenti isn't missing a single shot. Marek suddenly alone, catching Brunino and finding Descenti's trade. So the bomb can get planted again, but it's another clutch for OG Academy.
Look at the nades, though. They've got the double HEs. Tried to deny the bomb for going down. A backstab out to the B stairs, too.
They're going in for the directive face. They don't realize about the utility sets. Marix engages and Koala still wins it anyway. 14-11 now for Furia.
They do offer up a bomb plant, so there'll be another buyback on the table. The money's still strong anyway for OG Academy. And I look at that round and they try to beat them with pace, but once you lose that first duel to the AWP, I feel like you've got to use more nades. You've got to use more utility rather than just trying to drive it dry, because you could just see how comfortable that AWP Descenti got. He's now up to 30 kills. Another outstanding performance by him.
Top fragger of the board for Furia and of the server. Is balanced out by the fact that we have got players down at very low amounts of fragging counts like MSR, but the scoreline is the real focal point here for Furia. The OG Academy might be balanced out on their kill counts, but they're not getting the rounds on the board, so Furia are in control. 2 more rounds to get the win on them. OG need to formulate a responsive, not just for this round, but for the ones after it.
Awaken scoped in, looking to the back of White, looking over towards that quad position, trying to see if anyone will jiggle through over to the railing. Brahino slowing it down with some of the counter utility with the smoke up to the top of the stairs. Descenti, rather than AWPing over at B, he's actually AWPing rotate on mid to try and help out the A-site players.
Bash at the ready for Awaken. Support from his teammates making their way in for the OG Academy default. Cowes can't see them past the smokes, barely registers oxygen. Marek's quick to trade it back, but Koala holds on to the advantage for Furia Academy and extends it against Mareks and his 2K. Awaken can't see his man, barely above the smoke, takes that blind shot, can't connect to Dementa, does though. 3-on-2 for Furia still.
It's about what they can do from this point onwards. 30 seconds odd left on the clock. Get the smokes down, allow themselves to get the plant in. Descenti's waiting for a cross to come out from Ali.
Smokes up, Brunino, backstab. Coming in slowly but surely, ever so momentarily. Descenti picks up 1. Dementa trades back on the coach. Jump face, takes the engagement, can't quite land the frag yet. AK headshots looking for the taps. Now the pistol's pulled out. Descenti is pressured. And Brunino comes up with the responsive, out back towards the ramp entrance, gets his kill, denies the plant for OG and brings in match point for Furia.
And this is where the Brazilians are going to close it down. Look at the money states for OG Academy. They really needed a plant. They were desperate for Dementa to get it down in that round, because now there's going to be limitations. You're going to have guys down onto Galil rather than AK, probably for Oxygen and the likes of Mareks. Awaken can't even get a glass cannon AWP, so he'll be down to an AK too. Furia. What a feeling this must be. After having a difficult time out on Dust 2 against the Flames a few hours ago, going into your first day of the Academy League season for yourself when it comes to officials, you don't even have your full 5. You don't even have your IGL and your AWPer. Your coach is standing in. So to know that you're able to put up this sort of a showing against OG Academy and now close it down, that's got to be the best feeling in the world.
Certainly for Descenti, you have to give him the praise and give him the credit of how he feels. 31 frags deep has put Furia on his back and brought them to this position. Like you said, Dwayne, the start to the day for this team was so awkward and not what they desired at all. OG will not make it the same. Brunino catches Sound. Koala leaning in. Double up for Brunino. Trades from Oxygen are found, but it's a 2-for-1 that favors the Brazilians.
It's still aggressive, even to the bottom of ramp, outside of the B stairs. Dementa expecting a little bit more. They've got to clear out this close right-hand side from Koala.
Flash in, AK spray goes awry for Awaken. Dementa left as the only player unscathed on OG Academy. Incendiary thrown towards him will change that smoke down to protect his position. Now with Oxygen trying to lean forward to the bomb. Galil out against it. That's a blind spray though. That opens up a window. They've got to follow suit and get the player up at ramp.
Even Cowers, rather than going back passive, he's still holding aggressively out to the open. Needs to look towards the left-hand side and can't quite adjust onto Oxygen. OG Academy have now got a lifeline.
I think Dementa heard that jump as well towards top mids. That's information called out. But what will OG do with it here?
And they have to commit. They don't know if there's a backstab wraparound coming through aggressively towards the B stairs. So they're going to try and stall it for time, but it will be an end up on A.
Furia are going to split their forces, one per site. Descenti's AWP is holding A. Waiting for them to make their move. OG will commit. Looking in from Ali. And Descenti thinking like he might rotate back.
It's still okay. As soon as he hears that bomb going down, he could put the incendiary through. There's no utility here for OG Academy to work with at all.
Walking forward. Plant down a little bit off default. The AWP won't fire back. Oxygen. Back away. Yes, the AK. Or the AWP rather gets his pick. The AK is standing alone for Dementa. 1-on-2 to save OG Academy in this matchup. Both players coming in from backlines. Spray through, engages the second, but Descenti wins the fight. 33 kills to his name. What a matchup it was for him. And what a victory for Furia to turn themselves 1-1 in the group stage.
And to be able to beat an OG Academy side with a coach has got to be the best feeling of the day here for Furia Academy. A strong first half from them. And even that second, I thought that when that steal came through, you know, that Glock round that OG Academy were able to come through with, that it may have been a mental tilt, that it could have been a difficulty to close it down. Instead, they show themselves the class in the last few rounds and get the job finished.
There was a struggle towards the end of it, and it makes you question what would have happened had we seen the full Furia Academy, if we'd seen the full five-man lineup with the coach in the coach slot rather than standing in today. What could we have found out of this team? Beautiful stuff in this matchup. It could have even been even better given those circumstances, but overall, Kane had some hero moments. Mistakes being made by OG, the same, however. Furia Academy holding their possession and again, holding their first win to turn around their day. With one more match to go to as well, this is positive reinforcement going into later on this evening.
It is for them, without a doubt. As for OG, I mean, I just looked back at that pistol round and you had everything and then you just start over-peaking. I think for their sake, patience might be a little bit of an issue. I'm not sure what it is in these last couple of games, but there's been so many rounds that I've seen from them in this best of one, in previous best of ones, where they've had rounds that does not look losable at all, and somehow it just seems to go the other way.
For Furia Academy, you see the stats on the board. MVP picks, gotta be Descenti for this one, Dwayne. 33 kills. He did wonderful stuff. Brunino wasn't that far behind, but ultimately, there is only really one man you can pick for that job.
It is, and for Descenti, he's had a very good day. We saw it on the first match of Dust 2, even though it wasn't a victory for them, we know that he put on a good show. And he's done it this time around, but he's turned it into a victory. He's turned it into the first win on the board for Furia Academy. As for OG Academy, they got 4 wins and 6 losses last season. They're now down to 1 win and 4 losses. This has been a rough start to the season for them.
Yeah, they better pick it up relatively soon, else this is going to start being a bit more of a disaster end to the season for them. I guess maybe in the little break we have after tomorrow could be their chance to get their heads down and figure out the issues within this team, because right now it seems so deep-rooted. You see in matches like this the brilliance that we could see from OG. We see the potential in the team, but it's never capitalized upon to a win in this group stage, Dwayne. So I'm hoping that there is improvements. I'm hoping that there are highlights to the team that can come out and be developed to a true squad, but right now we're just not seeing that.
No, we're not at all. Again, you look at the kill counts, Dementa up at the top again, and while that's great for an IGL that you're fragging, you're putting numbers up, we don't look to him as being that guy. We look to Marex, we look to Oxygen, we look to guys like Awaken, and again for OG Academy, it's another struggle.
Well, in their second match of the day on the other side of the board, Furia take their win and go 1-for-1 in the group. They could still go 2-for-1 in our last match of the day, but we're going to head towards a break and think about that later on down the road. Next up, it's Astralis versus Young Ninjas in our penultimate game of the day. Don't go anywhere. penultimate match of the daytime now here. Astralis Talent take on the Young Ninjas in what will be the Nordic clash between two teams that should hold a pretty respectable position ultimately in Group B standings. Right now, the Ninjas are the ones on top, Dweg, but yesterday they took their first loss this season so far. So how does yesterday's proceedings impact the Ninjas in their current standing?
I think they'll be disappointed in themselves losing to ENCE Academy, but I don't think it's a massive pothole in the entire run that they're going to have here in the group stage, because I think they have shown a lot of class. They're an incredibly strong team, and this might even fuel them further knowing that they took that loss yesterday.
I mean, other than that loss they took to ENCE Academy, like, it's been pretty easy. In fact, one of their opening matches was against ENCE Academy in the initial part of their doubleheader, and that was a fantastic result, obviously, for Young Ninjas. 16-9 there, 16-4 against MIBR, 16-8 against the Prospects, who have also been building up their markers in Group B. So the run up until this point has been pretty flawless from the Young Ninjas, and as a result, I think they are still a strong team and probably the favourites coming into this one. Astralis, however, sitting in 4th place, also in a similar situation to the Prospect side, building up their markers, getting wins on the top teams like Big, doing well to keep their double headers together against teams like a Prospects, and certainly a good contrast between the first and last results there, because the opening day for Astralis really was not good at all.
No, it wasn't. And for Astralis Talent, they're in a very odd boat because they're a team that locally do very well. They're a team in previous seasons that have done very well. And coming into this season, after seeing their first game and getting a little bit of repertoire, I didn't expect a massive amount from them. But they're growing on me as this season progresses forward, because they are proving that they can be strong once again, even with a new lineup.
I do fear that we might see a dip back to that Prospects form and that 16-2 that we saw. And if there's a team that could do that and put a one-sided affair on the board, it would be a team like Young Ninjas. Again, this is a first-place team in Group B, currently only being contested by Big Academy. Astralis Talent are in the middle of the table, 4th on the board. You could argue from the talent perspective that they could be a top team, but right now, in terms of the results, NIP have them beaten so far.
And for Young Ninjas, they've been able to prove themselves very solid across many maps in the pool. They're not always direct with the maps that they played. We've seen a lot of Overpass from them. We've seen some Mirage. We've seen some Nuke. We've seen some Vertigo. So we've seen 4 different maps out of 6 best of ones for them, which makes them very difficult to read and very difficult to prep against when it does come to a best of one stake.
Well, if you're Astralis in this case, how do you strategize a map veto from your own perspective given those circumstances?
I think you just play to your own strength, to be honest. I don't think you focus too much on your opposition. I think you have to focus on yourself, because that's a lot of the time, if you are the underdog, how you're going to come out on top.
Well, Young Ninjas will get the first phase of bans, Ancient and Inferno being taken out. Kind of no surprises there. Mirage will be removed at that particular case. So those are the 3 maps that are going to be removed in that sort of sense. Astralis, how pick of the litter, they get rid of Dust 2 here, Dweg.
And knowing that they don't have to ban Mirage is actually quite handy. They'll probably ban Nuke as well. I'd be surprised if we see Astralis Talent with this variation of the lineup going into that map. And yes, we will go in towards Overpass, a map that we've seen quite a bit from both of these squads. We haven't seen a lot of Overpass in the Academy League recently for Astralis Talent, though.
We have seen a little bit of it from the NPF tournament we were discussing about them and a number of Danish teams being at that LAN event a couple of days ago, and over the course of the weekend, it was Astralis Talent that came out on top and were able to win that tournament overall. So it's a case now of translating that Danish success now to the Academy League and beating out the Ninjas in this sort of context. No head-to-heads means we've got no true sort of way of deciphering that, but given how Astralis have performed in the Academy League thus far, I have to favour Ninjas overall personally.
I'm going to join you on that one too. I think Nilo's been exceptional over the course of this group stage and is on track of being a tournament MVP. Over on the other side, Bro consistently impresses us. So I think those 2 players are who we're going to be looking at the most in this best of one.
He's the bro, he's our bro. He may be the bro of Astralis Talent here in this matchup, and certainly will be a bro to impress us if he can make it happen. Young Ninjas will be on the CT start for this map up. Astralis setting in with their pistol bases. Glocks versus USPs. 1 P250 brought in by Bro. And Raid Boss in this context for Astralis.
And just knowing that Astralis Talent are bringing some pace down towards this connector control, it will be a single spotter setup coming through from Bro. Now, for Young Ninjas, they actually don't have much presence at all towards B. They want to try and see if they can draw them into that trap, which is exploding to the top of connector and showing A presence.
Well, Era is the main contact man of the Young Ninjas side. ZTR playing off of his contact line, looking to that mid position from Bathrooms. Era waiting, seeing Adam B take the engagement. ZTR gets involved. Era tries to strike, but doesn't get much of anything at all. Bathrooms overwhelmed mid-control game for Astralis. Storming the A site in a 3-on-2.
I can't believe Bro checks that. Era was hoping that they were going to come around the corner, not clear him out at all, and Bro just happens to look close right. You've now got an aggressive long player in from Christo that can gather information. A great tap coming through to Maxter towards that truck control, and now just compounding onto the last individual. Nilo trying to do his best to get the clutch together, but not to be. First round going the way of Astralis.
It's encouraging for Christo to step things up. Obviously, he's been, I think we can both agree on this, the missing element right now for the Astralis talent team. They've had some bits and pieces where it's been like, is he going to be a star AWP? Is he not going to be? Not quite on the big green gun just yet, but that pistol was positive for him. The clinicalness of his taps coming up to the favor of Astralis talent. In general, a pretty confident pistol overall.
Well, he was actually the third highest rated player for Astralis talent at that local LAN event. He was very consistent with the big green. So that probably speaks more volumes to what he can do here in the Academy League of trying to transfer the success locally here into the entire landscape of this group.
Forced buy-in for the Ninjas, having the early setback applied to them. Scouts in for Era. Taking shots and looking out from bathrooms, trying to prod towards mid-control as well. Got Christo slowly walking forward alongside Astralis, doing a similar thing up in at long.
We've seen some very good CT sides coming through from Young Ninjas on Overpass when I look back at the ENCE Academy result, and for the prospects too. So just trying to see if they can keep that up, keep the tempo flowing in their favor. Astralis talent gaining a lot of map control out to long. They still have a lurker Bro outside of B, so trying to keep that stack over to B for as long as possible will only help the A take.
Era just scoping in. Taking shots into the bathrooms. Bro outside a monster. Smoke sent on to position. And suppress where the T-side execution might come from. Young Ninjas have the 4-man stack now receiving the utility. Must be aware this is going to have to be the B hit. Nilo gets Patty. Matt 10 in Vajarko struggling a little bit. Adam B does focus fire. Get a kill in alongside Maxter and Era coming up good against Old Sex. All left to Christo. And not as impressive this time around. It's a pistol stolen back to a conversion for NIP.
And you could just see for Astralis talent, they end up being successful on the short point of view, but out to Monster is where things get very hectic. They lose that first player into Monster, and then while they're trying to gain some of the side control, and you want to put pressure up to Heaven and put pressure onto Graffiti, you end up having to focus your attention back down to Monster to drop those last couple of CTs before you can even focus on getting the bomb plant through. An excellent force buy victory from them, and this could change the complexion of the early start now.
The Eagles for Astralis back on their own forced invest, immediately trying to respond and set up the war of attrition against the Young Ninjas. Not too far out of surprise in that sense. How far could it go is the question.
Oh, we did see that Young Ninjas had a 10-5 half versus ENCE Academy yesterday. They were also 14-10 up, but failed to close out and lost their first game of the season. So looking to respond, put that game to the back of their minds and reflect on it in a later portion, but look to come out positive. Nilo, once again, already striking with a couple of kills.
Great frag. And a follow-up as well to Jarko. 2 left now for Astralis. Isolated in mid and underpass. Nilo even swings for the quandary. Give him the ace, boys. Go on, you know he wants it.
Nilo is going to have to be a thorn that Astralis talent deal with. A lot of teams have tried to evade Nilo, and that's probably more of a detriment. I think putting pressure onto him and making it uncomfortable for the man is the best way of dealing with him in a lot of these games.
Patty spotted, Maxter calling it in, going for the shot. No ace for Nilo. But you are right about that assessment. He's been probably one of the more consistent stars, I think, for Young Ninjas thus far.
Oh, it's not, I think, mate. It is. There is no debate of anybody else on this team.
All right, I concur with that one. He is, most certainly, start of the Ninjas camp. And such a surprising turn for him as well, knowing that he came from previous Ninjas lineups and wasn't quite as exciting as he is right now. Been a beautiful week thus far from him. And it's not like it's been, oh, a match here and there. No, it's been every single one so far, so... Ninjas set up against the Pistols. Harsher eco this time for Astralis should lead to the 3-1.
And the success from Nilo could come down to the iteration being completely different. It's just him and ZTR. Those are the only 2 players that are together from the previous times. Maxter out towards long. Got to be careful about over-facing. He's hearing a lot of these footsteps. He will have to continue fighting at least.
And will be successful for second pick. Now his teammate Avera coming in with a 5-7, losing to the pistols still. So that's a couple of rifles that have been dropped. We'll scout in for Patty. Means it's not a massive pickup there for the T side. That AK in for Jarko does become a bit more of a threat. Without Kevlar, though, means that aim punch is going to affect both these players. And indeed, there's the point proven.
Adam B trying to see if he can get that backstab on. For Jarko, just trying to keep the round even more expensive than it is already. ZTR playing out from that divider position shuts it down. So a 3-1 lead coming through from the Swedes. Another buyback potential for Astralis talent. And when I look at the overpass for them, we think back to what they were able to do on land. They took on Flames Ascent, got their way with a 16-12. They then took on the Alpha side, or Scepter, able to get a 16-5. So a couple of the games in the upper bracket for them being fairly one-sided.
Coming together overall for Astralis. Trying to avoid the one-sidedness against them here on overpass. Young Ninjas. Up towards that mid control for Maxter. Swings and sees one, but only one.
It gets out of trouble pretty quickly. Even Patty trying to put some reassurance down towards that party position era. Just with the contact, very passive, takes a shot, can fall back to the A site. Very easy.
Crack angle as well. Shot to the shoulder, that's good enough. Start out for the Ninjas. Astralis forced to slow this right down.
Often T-sides on overpass can be incredibly difficult if you get off to a slow start. Start feeling as if you're not going to get opening map advantages, map control's difficult to take, and ending up always on the B site. Maxter jiggle peeking with the crossfire. He's got another reassurance shot of Era just behind him.
Engagement goes the way of Maxter, despite Krista having the jump on him. Era does respond, though. Advantage maintained by the Ninjas. Shots in from the AK, and Era does not quite connect that second shot, but the no-scope certainly does land. That's 3 today in unlikely high-pressure environments for those AWPers. Bomb dropped as well in bathrooms. Rotations will be counted. They should be seeing Bro soon. Jump face, engagement found. There's Nilo the drop, but ZCR will let him walk no further.
And this is very clean of what the Ninjas are putting up, so it feels to me like they want to put early nades down towards T-Com. They want to keep bathrooms, divided banana very passively. Play the crossfires, establish themselves to take picks, fall back, and it's very calculated, which again is very much the Nordic style of play, very much by the percentage, work the man advantage, establish good trading positions, and just not have anything too aggressive. And you can just see how much success Maxter and Era find in that 2 positions.
Deagle set in, trying to rush down with the Tech 9, and Jarko couldn't even get that frag on Maxter. The jump on him and everything, 16 HP has been reduced to, forced to fall away from that mid position, but still ending up with the advantage for the Ninjas.
That is truly unfortunate because they've done a lot right. They had the position jump, they had the flash forward, but you're just not quite getting the kill. You've done damage at least, so it might lead to a site crumbling come later into the round. Era's going to pass that AWP back and instead go aggressive with the M4 to divider.
There you go on Tech 9. Walking up here in the bathrooms, of course. AWP of Maxter, not even required to take a fight. Era gets another one, good kill. Does land on Patty in the end. Era swings and lands on Altex. 1 on 5 now for Bro. Detected with the shots ringing out past the smoke in at long. And then just converging in upon him, sandwiching him down. Era picks up the frag. It's another round for the Ninjas, currently starting to run away with the early game. Astralis have their weapons back in for this one, though.
I wonder when they beat them with pace. I'm waiting for the round of where we just get the monster pop, where we just get the fly out, Molly goes down towards the toxic barrels, quick smoke for heaven, flashes over high, because we haven't seen a lot of pace from them, and knowing that they've got an AWP for Christo, it probably won't be this round, but I imagine it's going to be coming soon.
Smokes in. Suppressing the Molotovs put up there towards the top of T-Con. Slow again from the Astralis talent default, trying to find an opening pick by catching players off guard. Swing into Arrow will not catch him off guard, though. His AWP has been locked on, consistent, and just stellar so far.
He's been repositioning a lot, which makes it super difficult to deal with the AWP. He's been playing a lot of divider, a lot of A entrances. That time around, he brings it over to B. And you always know you're going to get a class AWPer like Era when he's very versatile, when he can move around the map a lot.
AWP rotating around, Maxter, M4 backed up in the smoke. Escape alongside ZTR, providing a bit of cover. Might run into the hands of the AWP. Era catches the boost up player, and Christo can respond.
I don't know about this crossfire. ZTR out in the open. Maxter quickly there with the trade. AWP is doing quite well from Christo's point of view. And now there's workability in the round. They can fake it up A, drive that bomb back down a connector, or just commit with it.
Smoke and flash can indicate it's going to be the A site, and Ilo's being a bit slow to the rotations, and Adam B was always going to be slow to begin with. Actually can make his way in from this connector position. If Nilo stands and fights and drives them back into connector to the rotation, then maybe be a way to bait and switch, set a trap for Astralis. AWP caught off Nilo spray, and that should force Adam B into action. Into connector, he'll go. Bomb plant down for the truck. 2-on-2 still for the retake.
He has an incendiary and a HE. It's just when he decides to use it. Always very difficult to use util when you're coming through from the connector backstab. Got to try and catch the timing onto Ultek's repositioning.
Made his way around the wall. Lean in, doesn't see the headshot. Ultex gets the kill, and Nilo now just the kit in play for this one. Defuse on the bomb, could get tapped. Force out the peaks of the AWP and the AK. Doesn't even win that first fight. That's the second there for Astralis.
Nicely done from Ultex's point of view. Look at the position that he finds himself in. They get the bomb down towards truck. He gets out towards a left-hand side of headshot and is able to adjust, play the time, make sure that Nilo could not isolate individual kills with the time remaining. A second round gain from Astralis talent. It's whether they can find any more.
See how the Ninjas will handle this rifle round. We're listening into their communications now.
Vänta B boys.
Han fejkade typ.
Jag har kvar Ruger som.
Jag har en till Kevin om du vill ha oss. Jag kommer nida röret. Vänta, jag kommer gå online.
Hon kan inte gå långt.
Jag lägger nu.
Jag säger peak mid.
Akta monsterpop eller något.
Ingen Kevin, eller ingen rör.
Smoker monter.
Var det din smoke, Nilo?
Nej.
Erik och Smith.
Smoker monter.
Ruger.
De släckte ju CV. Ja.
Han var själva, helt själva.
Håll oss CV igen.
Ja. De vill ta CV. Flash.
Jag får ställa då Lilla.
Ja.
Nej, skit i det. En ute.
Vi kan
5v4.
vi
Kan bara stå.
Okej.
Jag har rotat
Se pikar.
Killan kan inte gå på. Jag håller boost från default. Jag
Jag
håller bara
försöker
boost.
backa Ruger.
Jag mollar CV. Jag håller boost.
100% B boys. En Ruger.
Jag håller boost.
Jag peak CV. Jag håller CV.
En ligger smokehugga.
Jag backar vatten.
Vänta på alltså. Monstern.
CV.
Monstern till.
CV monster.
Jag kommer B.
Jag står midbomb. Akta bro. Jag hoppar upp.
Jag står heaven. Jag håller i vänster sida nu.
Borde vara
Bra.
På sen vägen!
Nice.
Jävlar vad keff setup jag fick. Nice.
Nice indeed for Era once again. Another no-scope to add to his tally, Doig.
And that was actually a shaped up, excellent information round. So you saw Era getting super aggressive up there from Party. He gets that first kill, and then they put Maxter as the lone A player. They end up rotating Era back down to B, and you could hear them say 100% B, because they know Era's got the first pick, Maxter's holding bathrooms, they can keep 4 on B, and because of that, you just work the trades. And even for Era, look at that slight reposition. He gets forced off the left-hand side of that pit position around the pillar, goes over to the right, and instantly towards bridge and towards those short sandbags, he's there for a kill. He is finding a lot of finesse with that big green.
Nice response as well from the Ninjas side. Taking back control, disallowing the bomb plant even for Astralis talent. Half invest for this next round. Tech9's Deagles inbound. A little bit of Kevlar, a couple of helmets here and there. Of course, the focus for Ninjas. All about the 7th to the 2nd on the board here. In towards mid, they'll go. Maxter might be pressure once again. M4 backs up. Jarko finds the kill back. AWP responds to 2 on the lineup. That's instant and clean from him. And he's on for a little bit more. Picks up Patty. P250 picked up. Ultex goose down, but holds his place in the round.
Era just knows he has to keep fighting there. Knows that there'll probably be a player down there from Connector, so just keep the tempo up, keep the focus through. HE placement's good onto Nilo. Get it through into Connector. They won't be able to recover that big green, but that's all right. They've got plenty of money in the bank, so they'll be able to buy it back in for him. He can even buy it himself. Astralis talent, they need workability on this T side, because if they don't give themselves enough of a recoverable scoreline, this game could be over. I look at their sakes and think 5 or 6 rounds has to be the absolute minimum.
Lovely stuff from Era there. Guns in for Astralis. We buy back again, no bomb plant bonus for the AKs with a limited set of utility. We're using a fair amount of it to get into the default. Maxter evades the AWP, connects on Jarko, kicks things off. Ultex on 3 HP as well.
I don't mind Maxter aggressive in some of these rifle rounds, but we've seen a couple of times on the anti-ecos, he gets caught off guard quite a bit. So that might have to be something that's addressed forward for Young Ninjas. They get him up to party this time to put that emphasis down there on Park and have that dual crossfire of the 2A players. Working with the shadow advantage is always going to help. Even Bro, haven't seen much from him at all on the T side.
At least the AWP of Christo's going, but he needs a little bit more support around him. Get himself going the same, keep it up. ZTR caught on the jump, and there's the Bro you want to look for. But Nilo quickly puts him back in his place. Advantage for the Ninjas still. Now AWP actually spots Maxter. Maxter didn't see that coming, 3-on-3.
Rotate's going to have to come back from Nilo. Era even gets caught off repositioning with that AWP. This is now timing in which the T's can continue to put that pace down to the A side.
Nilo seeing the smokes coming back. Nades in from Adam B. Swing forward, Nilo caught off, spray through. Christo gets caught. Bomb tap once for Patty. Engagement, going to try look for the picks back. Damage has been done. The swing goes for the spray. Now both players are low HP here for Astralis.
Adam B might have to just go through the smoke, try and deny the bomb for going down. Patty on the reposition, does get caught.
It's up against the AWP now, Voltex. Shot does not connect on the jump face. Adam now knows exactly where he is. Needs only a pixel to connect his shot and get his kill. Flashbang. It's the only piece of utility he's got. Taps it once, trying to force man to peek. He gets that kill in the end, so damage was perfect. AWP can also get recovered. He'll go for that first and foremost. He has the kit, he has the time.
That's very well played in from Adam B. Slightly aggressive coming through from Nilo towards that truck control. Probably could have waited it out. Christo tried to do his absolute best, but you could just see there, Ultex is low HP, so Adam B gets up on top, tries to see if he could draw the fight out in the open, taps the bomb once, and as soon as he peaks, you've just got to hit that instant connection. 8 rounds up onto the board. Astralis talent will be a bit miffed at that because they did a lot right. They had a lot going for them in the post plant, but not to be, and Young Ninjas get closer to double digits at the turn of the half.
AK is in here for the T side. Bomb plant bonus, at least enabling this buy up. Of course, the Ninjas, plenty of cash still left in the bank accounts even after this buy. Quick swing for Maxter is probably getting a bit too overly aggressive now. Punished by Jarko, another opening frag for Astralis.
And this is where you can start seeing perhaps some cracks in the A-side defense when it comes to the over-tempo. Nilo's got to try and respond with a pick back towards short water. He's got a teammate with him, Bro out the open, should get traded there from Adam B.
Responsive found, Astralis head in the round. Flash in to allow Adam B to peek into Monster, does not see them. Patty, self at bay. Astralis now into the Monster control.
This is actually a really good read coming through from Astralis talent. So from NIP's perspective, they get a pick down there towards A, or I should say get a pick getting aggressive in from the short pipe. They flash Monster and see nothing. So they think to themselves, okay, let's gamble stack towards A because we saw nothing Monster after dealing with the lurk. That's the indication that we should all move together, and it's the wrong call. This should be a third round.
Some players will try prod towards the site, get some exits, but that nade doing nothing, and ZTR and Adam B are very quickly out of there, just as quickly as they were in there. Guns held. At least they have that much. Astralis will get to 3 rounds, and of course for the Ninjas, their position bit less tenable thanks to the money deficit held by Nilo and Maxter. So you have to consider that when going for all these kind of retakes. If you can't afford to get everybody out, it might be worth it for the safe call. So that's what they've done here. 3 to the board.
I think it's more so weighing up the risk of the round rather than the money in the reserve. They've got to look at that and say to ourselves, we've gamble stacked towards A. We don't have anyone quick flank on connector. We haven't presented a kill from a HE placement getting on a rotate for an exit. So they have to weigh it up themselves that the percentage of winning that round is so limited that no matter what the money is on the reserve, there's just no point. There's absolutely no point going for it.
Round 12 sees both teams buying down anyway. Drop weapons in tow. AWP finds the first pick for Era. 17 kills deep for him. He is running riot every time he faces a T-side player. Maxter not aggressing in mid either, not going to give up a kill back, so it is a definitive advantage for the Ninjas here.
He's having a good game. He's being very clinical with these AWP shots and now falling back, being a little bit more defensive, out to that long position rather than pressed up aggressively. Bro is hoping for a flash in, someone to make a reaction out here towards short water control just to try and gain some information. Not to be. It might just be Christo on a lurk towards A, but a regroup to be at B at the end of the round.
Christo. Quick smokes in, jump facing. He's way ahead of it here. The AWP of Era catches the frag anyway. Casualty taken once again for Astralis. Ninjas up by 2. Last 3 players for the T side will try work their way in towards the B play.
Look at how defensive it's getting from Young Ninjas. They just want to play it retake heavy. They know they've got 2-man advantage. Don't give them any respect.
Bro gonna join up one, a Patty. Ultex leaning in. Spray back, spots one, gets away. Flashes over. Try to get that plant down. Evades contact. Bro finds Era in the end. 20 seconds. Molotov's back and forth. Bro continues to hold the double and to make it manageable. Alongside Ultex is picked back on ZTR. Low HP for Maxter. Even standing, but Bro spray finally goes off kilter. And it's Ultex in the 1-on-2. Bomb in his sights, smoked off from short, lands quite deep. A gap generated for him to play with, but Adam B can exploit it the same, and it will still be around for Young Ninjas.
And this is what makes Young Ninjas so deadly, I would say, in this competition. Not so much the group stage, is the discipline. I look at that round, Era's able to find an opening pick, they find a response, they have a 5-on-3, they realize themselves it's going to be the B play, let's play it passive, let's get a boost up towards the right-hand side of Graffiti, just play the percentage game, work the trades off one another, and not for one moment in that 3v5 did that ever look winnable for Astralis Talent, even right at the end there in the 1v2.
Six rounds to the good. Continuing to extend for Ninjas if and where possible. Orps in for Christo and for Era. Astralis at least have a little bit of extra firepower to play with, but Ultex about to face the Orping connector, and Era was deadly in this position previously. Not so much this time. Doesn't see contact, he falls away.
Gets back over to Divider. Nothing being charged down when it comes to pace. Astralis Talent have still got that lurk out from Bro towards the B site in Monster, but that's it. Not even short water being taken. Era positioning himself to look up towards top of connector, try and see if it can strike early and then fall back to A.
Minute on the clock. Christo slowly pacing forward, gently, carefully alongside Patty. Adam B has caught Bro, meanwhile, so the Ninjas have that advantage. Noise has been made around this corner. The M4 could line them both up, but he gets them easily, with Era finding a pick in mid as well as reduced the T side towards one individual. And Ultex just cannot hold on. The confidence from the Ninjas here is just untenable.
And just knowing how slick some of these rounds have come out, you can see there, even with the advantage towards A, they then start making a slight info play. Adam B goes for a check towards Monster, catches off Bro, and then Maxter, round the corner, would have heard some of those footsteps, lines up on an off angle against the AWP, somehow is able to find that second. Probably not likely that he gets 2 kills in that position, but does it anyway. Astralis Talent, the rounds that have been converted come this first half have been very fine.
Look at Era's AWP again, aggressive here in long. Was great to find the start, and he's found start after start as well. AK Maxer, I think, just spotted Christo there in the mid-stairs angle. Smoke down against him, boost up instead. Watching Connector, thinking he's safe. The adjustment's there for Jarko, catches the opening.
There could still be a response coming through from Era. Now been baited, has to try and see if he can get himself back in. Lovely shot. Might have to double dip, knows that there's another player close.
And he has no idea he's sneaking forward. Era catches Christo. ZTR gets away. The AWP pick single-handedly gains control. Watching it to connect, but doesn't adjust to all text. Not in time, at least. 3-on-3.
Now that's a tough shot. Only a pixel of a head being seen. Patty trying to see if he could walk out. Adam B trying to catch a timing. Just a jiggle peek back in. A crosshair placement is perfect on that duel.
Been pretty perfect from most players for Young Ninjas, honestly. ZTR now on the rotate back into Con. Bro's going to put a smoke up. Try force to fight against the player back of Graffiti. Got nades sent towards Adam. Counteraction utility is there. The kill found against Ultex. Bro just swung upon by Adam B. 11-3 now for the Ninjas.
Hey, Adam B actually caught my eye on Lemon Dogs before he joined over to Young Ninjas, playing with a couple of the Swedish vets. Getting himself as much of that experience as possible to lean it over to the Academy squad. Excellent repositioning towards that left-hand side of Graffiti. And for Astralis Talent, it's working with this information. Maxter goes down, Era goes, there was a boost up towards the bathroom, so there's got to be two players close towards Fountain, and he's just doing so much on his own. 21 kills, 7 deaths. He's had an incredibly impactful game. One of the most impactful games we've seen from him in this entire group stage so far.
Ridiculous. ZTR nades up against Ultex. Damage done, does get picked up. Maxter in with the engagement, only finds a 1-for-1. Nothing else there in mid, was pretty heavy-handed towards the B side, but an AK is on the way back in for the rotate.
The Bro's hoping that one of these B players makes a mistake and overextends, tries to get out towards Shortwater to help Nilo on A, get up on that connector rotation. Jump facing Nilo, repositioning out towards long. Got to give himself the best angle to deny the bomb from going down.
Stone Jarko working their way forward as Adam B finds his pick back to the 3-on-3 with a HP advantage for the Ninjas, as well as that clearing monster and Short. Orps on his way in, but Nilo stands alone for the time being. Hasn't had a chance to shine because Era's been hogging the spotlight. Orb shots ringing out, incendiaries go down, and the bomb will get planted at default. Nilo's overwhelmed.
Well, what a position coming through from Patty. Era was trying to pull the distraction away, but instead it still gets cleared. They could get a boost up.
Who boosts though, Adam or Era? Era, it seems, sees the first. No scope, shots not connecting. Christo spams him down, and then B is left alone in the round in the 1-on-3. Working his way forward, making a ton of noise for it. Long dice, truck detected, but Christo swings back for the spray. So 11-4 at the half for the Ninjas. Still a fantastic CT side.
Very impressive from them. And this is where the conversation with Astralis Talent has to be made, that over the course of this year, they've proved themselves incredibly consistent locally. And they've always shown themselves in a lot of the Danish events to come out successfully, even in previous iterations of the lineup. But translating that to the international and European scene can be difficult. And knowing they've just come off of the basis of winning a LAN event, you come through, you're hyped, you're incredibly involved, they come out to overpass, and we're not seeing much at all from them, are we?
To be fair, they're up against a very strong Ninjas side, so to see how they'll deal with it, we'll listen into their team speak for the pistol round now. It's going to have to be a pistol win for Astralis here on the CT side. They need it.
Sure.
En UG.
En midt. Med P52 også. 2 midt. Søger lige på.
Løber med.
Ikke måske spiller man.
Trækker op, UG lød.
Foto med.
Bombe ligger.
Jeg er væk.
En lige på.
Kommer frem lige på.
Og så hopper op,
Kan godt søge grus.
Ja, jeg skal herfra.
Jeg ser ikke mere.
Var det P2?
Nej, det tror jeg ikke.
Så er der en
Pas på
tæt
B,
grus.
pas på B.
Så er der en tæt grus.
Ja, pas på tæt her.
Jeg skal væk.
Nej, det var P2.
Jeg holder bag om B.
Ja, det var P2.
Kan jeg være bag om B? Kunne vel godt.
Ja, han kan godt være en B.
Ja.
Jeg har lang. Jeg har helt lige på.
Bomben var lige på. Smukker en B.
Kom ud.
Høj, til CT.
Ja, han er tæt på mig.
Han har plantet til høj, sådan anden. Jeg prøver at søge for kort.
Jeg er med dig.
Ja, plantet dildo. Han kan godt være noget ned, monster.
Okay, jeg tjekker lige bag ham.
Jeg søger vent. Ja, det finder jeg.
En tæt mig.
Ser ikke monster.
Jeg er retake
Jeg
først.
tjekker venstre. Hold højre for mig.
I skal gøre noget nu her.
Ja, vi er i gang. Tjek lige monster. Monster er clear. Pas på bam kort her.
Ser ikke rotten.
Jeg klikker lidt på den. Bam kort nu, ja.
Og bagger dem.
You could hear it in their silence at the end of that round, Dwayne. Astralis Talon just kind of decimated by that 2-on-4 there for the Ninjas. I don't know how they were able to pull that. Well, I don't know how. It's because they were given a ton of breathing room, but not even any trades there from the CT side. That's a pistol lost, and a big one at that.
There's a lot to break down in that pistol round. So first off, it probably should have been a 5v3 for Young Ninjas. You think about that starts out towards Fountain, they already get an opening pick. Patty somehow on, what was it, 6 points of health comes through with a multi-frag. I didn't see that coming at all. So Young Ninjas would have been disappointed that they didn't deal with him. But then you look at the starts that Maxter gets caught off in con, and Nilo just gets way too much respect. He's able to walk all the way forward into a heaven rotate, which should never be possible in a 2v4 and a pistol round. And it's just time wasting. A lot of distractions being pulled. The first player towards bank gets dropped. And then Altex is the one with the kit. He's with the kit and the flash, and he's the one in the worst position because he can't get onto the bomb. He can't try and drive those fights out into the open. And even the reposition, the bomb gets planted, and the planter goes all the way to Monster, backstabs in towards short water. That was just an incredibly well-played 2v4 in an unlikely winnable situation.
Credit to Nyla for getting it done. Of course, had a quiet game, as we mentioned before, just because Era's been hogging the spotlight. The fact he steps up in that particular round does his work. The Ninjas will have 12, a couple tacticals taken as well in this freeze time. Moment's respite to discuss things. The Ninjas, it's about turning these guns into the final few rounds of this matchup. For Astralis, it's somehow working their way around this comeback. Because again, that pistol was pivotal to their success here. Stacking towards mid for the CT side. They'll make their way up towards stairs. The Young Ninjas making their way past Park into the entryways on towards long. Control engagements found. Maxter with a kill. Christo with a response. Plenty more players around that corner. And Era will mow down a couple, leaving it all on Altex.
Tried his best to keep the round expensive. P250 comes close in for another kill, but not to be. A few more to close it out. And I actually do like that decision from Astralis Talon. It's a tough one to make, whether you force buy or not. They can put intent down immediately. Get those rifles out, look at themselves and think, are we really going to win a force buy? Nah, probably not. Let's focus on the rifle round. Now, it does put more pressure, I will say, on this round to be successful, because for Astralis Talon, if they don't win this round, it's over. The best of one is lost.
I'm with you there. At minimum, we're looking at 15-4, and that's 11 match points that you just don't come back from a vast, overwhelming majority of the time. Sometimes you do, like when the blue moon occurs, but tonight's not one of those. Leaning into the underpass control for Nilo. Catching the kill for Jarko, kicking things off against ZTR.
And just before that smoke actually gets re-smoked towards Monster, there's a gap and an opening for them to strike with. Adam B trying to see if he can get some spam forward. Now, Max just smoked off the front of the bathrooms and thinking about a molly towards Divider. He's got Nilo on the other side. There's a dual crossfire from both Patty and Altex in the bathrooms.
A first pick being found for the Astralis Talent has not leaned into anything more. Adam B, in fact, finds the trade against Jarko down towards Monster. A very hard duel to win out for the T side, but still it goes his way. Even standing, and now they lean in towards the A side, where only Bro's there, but Christo's on the rotate.
There's a lot of information coming forward from the aggressive A players, but now it comes down to the entry. Flash around the corner. Christo here for the bait and switch. Things work out lovely. Bro eventually falls. Christo out in the open, drops that bomb. Nilo tries to keep that pace up, but Astralis Talon have done enough already.
1-on-3 for Nilo. Amazing player for him. He has picked up a kill on Christo and a lot more work to do. 16 seconds to do it in, and he gets the double up. Is he going to find the triple? Surely he won't make this work. Surely he won't. He crosses. Bomb tapped once. AK swings for it, and Patty puts him down. Little bit leery there for Astralis, but they get the job done.
And that was much closer than I thought it would be. Now, for Young Ninjas, they'll probably still buy it up here. Even though Maxter's low on money and so is Nilo, they have to consider the idea that this is double eco status. Let's force it up against the Astralis talent side. We don't have the ideal money line, but this is the timing, and this is the round to do it in.
Guns back at a forced invest, of course, for the Ninjas. Flashes forward to the Mac 10, killed off by Christo. Nilo's Deagle does nothing. Era's AK a bit more threatening. Adam lines up 2 in a monster. Aggression from Astralis, giving up the ghost to the Ninjas. They take the advantage back.
He got so lucky there. I think he just spammed through the monster smoke and got both players as they were trying to pop flash their way forward. That is so unfortunate there for Astralis talent. But the round's not over just yet. They've still got workability. They've got M4s and an AK for Patty to work with. They're going to make an info play, get aggressive towards bathrooms and Divider now.
Deagle fights, Christo lines them up, knocks them down. ZTR and Era trying to converge in, but Alltech provides support, so it's all on Era in the 1v3. Gets that first. Nade sent towards the general position, doing a little bit of damage. Nothing major. Slows the pace down.
You could just see that Christo gets appointed into being the front man there towards Divider and Banana, and things just get a little bit messy for Young Ninjas. Try and hunt down the fight, get it over and done with quickly. Era 1v2. Difficult round for him.
I'm going to try his hand at this kill, though. Player seen, jump face, caught it. Molotov sent back to bank. Player at Dice, however. Repositioning, re-smokes on, bomb plant, risky. And he costs it. One more back for Astralis, slowly grinding their way back from this one.
And we have seen some ridiculous CT comebacks out on Overpass, but this is still a difficult affair. And for Young Ninjas, they probably felt miffed at that round that they didn't close it. Adam B gets a double spray in from Monster to get the 4v3, but they just don't quite close it down. Christo, he's putting on quite a show right now. 16 frags. Yes, we can make the mention that not many of them have been with the big green, but this is a good sign for him.
You're getting frags, you're getting frags. Certainly it's more than what we were seeing from him in previous matches, so it's positive. Astralis certainly resting on him to bring in these rounds and start to bring things back against the Young Ninjas. Half by base, actually forcing most of these tech lines, excuse me, and then let's charge straight forward for it. Nilo picks up one, Bro wraps the corner, flashbang's perfectly timed for Era, but Adam B couldn't capitalize upon the kill. Advantage gained and extended by Astralis. ZTR strikes on towards Bro, that bomb dropped, needs to get smoked up and picked up. Nilo, ZTR and Era here with the bomb plant and with the post plant.
They're still very workable here for the Young Ninjas. Try and get themselves over to a rifle. They've got ZTR up on that M4A1S. Trying to see if he can backstab and work off of the bases of him and Era.
All players inbound from Graffiti and Jungle as well. AKs and M4s leaning in. Boost up to allow them to look on top of the sandbags. Will they see him? Tapped one, spray through. That's a kill to a 2 versus 2. They should be aware that both players are back here. General plant position as they tap it again. Give away the info to ZTR's pickup. That's a 3K. On for the quadra. Ultex puts him back. Taps it again. Knows the Era's in that corner. Tech 9 swing. Making noise. But he stalled for enough time here. The bomb's going up. And the Ninjas will find 14.
I can't believe it works out successfully. Even Era's trying to hunt down the last player. Drop all
No!
And that's exactly what he finds. The force by working out for the Swedes. It's unorthodox. I will give him that much. I was even thinking to myself as soon as I saw that buy, this is high risk. But look at what is presented. They've now forced in the double eco status. Astralis talent have to force it down, and they've got one rifle. It's pistols for pretty much everyone.
You got to give credit to the support players there. The flashes were so perfectly timed to enable those opening kills. Other than that, there would have been no chance that Ninjas would have broken into the site. And then from there, it all came down to mistakes punished on Astralis' part. And now they themselves are on the force buy. An M4 in for Patty being the best weapon they've got. 5.7s, Deagles, P250s, challenging at long range for Ultex. Adam B picks him up.
Now start leaning in towards that B-side XE. Gamble Stack's going to get rotated over. Even Patty, he's the one player with the M4. He's out to long, but Bro with the Deag is in for a couple.
He's got an AK now to a 3-on-3. Big sequence for him and follows up with a triple on Nilo. Advantage regained by Astralis. Bro's not going down without a fight. His teammate taking contact on the site. That's Era picking up the trade to a 2-on-2 situation. The bomb's also been seen. Backstabs inbound from Patty. Bro is low and Era gets that frag the same.
Now it's up to Patty to be able to come through, to help out bro when it matters most. So much has been set up for this clutch now.
Being slowly into position. Face to spot him. There's a burst onto Error. 1-on-1 now. Where's the last? He's off to the right. He peeks in. Patty picks up the frag again. And that's a 7th to the board of Astralis. Young Ninjas just can't quite find that formula for match points.
Astralis talent hanging in there. What a sequence, and bro. He put so much on the line there. And Young Ninjas, they'll be disappointed they didn't close that. That looked as if enough had been done in that 2v1 with the bomb down. Now this is probably another force buy in for Young Ninjas, because they know that they can force double eco status. Even though money isn't great for them, they'll be able to pull a couple of rifles forward. They'll be able to upgrade some few pistols. They know we're only 1 round away. 1 round from just wrecking this entire best of 1 and pulling it in our way.
Young Ninjas facing quick. Flash timing is so perfect again. Ultex dead before he even knew it. 1 rifle down, 1 the pistols can pick up as well.
Adam B's taken quite a lot of damage in the process from Christo getting tagged up to the scouts, so down to 24. Young Ninjas don't know about Jarko. Look at this backstab. He might actually be able to drop off the bomb.
I think he saw it, in fact. Slow creeping. Knows that he must have gone upstairs into mid control. Back's a turn for everybody. 4-player scene is like, guys, stack A. I got this, but you need to back me up here. SMG. So many to line up, and they're all going to line up right here. Damage done. That's 3 between Jarko, Bro, and Patty. Patty gets a double, and that backstab does wonders for the CT side.
Just when Adam was able to strike to get that opening kill out there with a flash assist towards Party, they let too much leverage go. There's too much of an offensive hold up there towards Park and to the A presence that Jarko realizes, I haven't heard any utility, haven't heard any footsteps. This is my chance. I'm going to make an info play. I'm going to try a backstab, and that gets set up so damn well.
6 to the difference. Astralis come back, not looking so unlikely anymore, especially with the Ninjas having pistols in round 23. Got Deagle in for Adam B, but that is it.
And this is where they've got to realize themselves. Just because we've had a couple of unorthodox force buys in the last couple of rounds, we can't do it here. We've got to be sensible. Because they are giving leverage. They are giving a road back in for the comeback of Astralis talent. Even on this Glock round with a single dig, I'm not expecting even a kill.
Expecting anything in this round is a pipe dream. Then again, we didn't expect much out of Astralis' force buy a couple rounds ago, and look what they got. Look what they got out of that. Blue Star, but not actually coming through. Actually, Altex does get caught on ZTR, so you do get 1 kill, Dweg. But it seems to be only 1 here.
And Christo going down low. He's just got to not overface. Know that Adam B is playing there from Divider. Just play towards long cautiously. Patty out the open, struggling with the AK, and another kill comes through. It's no more than that. That's not bad. That's decent damage.
It's okay. But nice they got the 3rd pick in, but obviously you can't have everything in the world. The money being where it is, still 2 casualties are pretty significant to Astralis' economy state. Especially if they buy that AWP, which they won't do so here. Ultex has other ideas. Young Ninjas, straight AKs across the board. So, full gun round in for both teams. No AWP for either. Young Ninjas still have a 5-round lead for now.
Got to look to Adam B to try and see if they can crack them one of those early entries. Get themselves up in a driving position. He's going to be lurking out towards the B site this time around. Door being naded open, smoke goes down, molly towards the top. You can see the way that Young Ninjas are trying to take connector from the bottom up and start pushing more of a control passiveness up to A.
ZTR leaning forward. Down. In position here in mid, Ultex. M4 sits pretty behind the smoke and will not move.
And Nilo and Connector being able to deal with a slight overextension from the short sandbags. Smoke starts to clear. They've got to clear out the close left.
Alltex swinging, could have lined up two at the Elder's nerve, but had to pull the trigger, and Maxter punishes him for it. Eric punishes Patty for his over-aggression. That's a 5-on-2 now for the Ninjas.
I love the way the Swedes just slow it down and just play this round with patience, and the frags just get presented. Bro now overextends, and that must have been something that was thought forward going into round 24. Slow it down. Let's just play out a standard default round, and let's wait to see the reaction. And the reaction is losing so many fights.
Oh, taps from Christo, getting one pick back. Can't follow suit. It's 4 alive for the Ninja side. 15-9 match point. You're right about that. Nothing to play with. Double eco for a couple players. Scouts in. At least one AWP can be afforded for Bro, but I don't know if that's the right call here.
Yeah, look, Bro is a decent secondary AWPer. I think we've seen a few rounds from him over the course of the group stage where he's had it in his hands. Could have passed it over to Christo, but thinking to himself he wants to bring it out towards B, maybe an early monster pick.
In for the spawn for it. Takes his peek, but doesn't find anything. They evade that monster control, go up towards short very quickly instead. Kept away. Incendiary was down there, of course, for the CT side. Harsher stack in towards the B side. Even though it is a 3-2 split, AWP of Bro into short. Done well on the short position in previous rounds, but Adam B needs to win the fight first and foremost, and Bro picks him up, sprays back, don't get the trade.
Try and put some pressure back onto that AWP, so that's info for them to work with. Maxter's still waiting to see if there's any leverage out here towards Park. And for Young Ninjas, they might start splitting up the default. You've got Alltech still in connected with that dig. He's realized that no one's come up from the short water up to A just yet.
Minute still to play with here for the Ninjas. All those trades still. ZTR about to get the boost in for Nilo. AK on Patty could get picked up here behind the pillar. He'll wait. 40 seconds. Backstabbing connected could be a bit of a problem there for Alltex's position, but looks to be the B hit regardless.
2 towards Monster side. This is going to help the entry path for the short players, but they've got to deal with these quickly.
Oh, Patty lines up 2 instead with the AK picked up. Alltex closing the backstab, and Nilo is going to get sandwiched in himself. The Astralis side continue to hold on to themselves, despite the economy being wrecked, despite all the bias situation that we were talking about a moment ago, and the match point that the Ninjas have against them. Gonna force out another buy here from the T side and just hang in there just for a little bit longer.
They're working hard, but I still look at it and say they're just survival rounds. That's all that these last handful are. The Young Ninjas, even with the buyback, it's got a lot of potential behind it. 3 AKs, a Galil, light on U2 and a dig. You want to just try and get that one that's going to cross the line. Alltex hearing some of the footsteps out towards Park. Maxter's close in party.
AWP holding his position as standard. Again, none for the Ninjas as Alltex catches Maxter in mid. Nilo forced to respond to a 4-on-4.
Over rotations coming through from some of the Astralis talent members. Bro gonna line up another monster smoke down there towards the boost. Now you've got Nilo and Co showing some A presence, leaving Adam B as the lurk to B. So it does seem as if there's more of an indication towards A. Someone's gonna have to go back and get that bomb though. It's probably gonna be Era.
M4 fights on to Nilo. They're tagging to 40 HP. The HE does not quite land where he wanted to. Actually landed this side of Divider rather than the opposing half. Jarko has found a pick back to the favor of Astralis though. Adam B picked up in its short control. Ninjas down by a man.
We saw some struggles of closing for Young Ninjas back in that game yesterday. 14-10 up, losing 6 rounds in a row. It's whether it's going to come into action again. Out towards a short water. It's an instant trade for Nilo and can now get himself down towards a heaven smoke.
Up immediately, Era on the way in with the bomb. 13 HP for Nilo, so Era's got to step up and add to his 32 kill count to put this over the finish line for Young Ninjas. Flash over, swings up, Molotov sent up as well, but Patty still catches Nilo, not affected by that utility and not affected by Era's presence. 11 now for Astralis, 4 more to go. Dwayne, when do you start looking at these as more than survival rounds?
Once it hits OT, that's where I draw the line for me. Now I'm looking at the money state and I'm thinking eco round 27, full buy round 28. Eco round 29, full by round 30. So there's 2 very good rounds where Young Ninjas are going to have everything behind them. They're going to have all the money in the world to get the rifles forward. So you've got 2 chances as such to get this done.
Tech9s and Deagles posted up 2 HP for error on the early utility placement. Astralis. Tag damage taking over control. Still unable to get a pick though. That contact has not been established.
Adam B's hoping for a slight push forward. Someone to get aggressive out to the short sandbags. You're getting the same level of patience out here to the top of connector. Very deep. Not very reactive here for Astralis talent, which I think is the right way to play an anti-eco like this. You don't want to be farming yourself forward. You don't want to be getting too keen and hungry onto these kills, because that's when you start losing players.
Orbs looking up. Taps on with these Glocks. Christos watching mid with the AWP. Era finds Ultex, kicks things off for the Ninjas. That's a start. Is there any more? Well, Brotron's back to a 4-on-4.
They need to try and get that M4 into the hands of Nilo when it's possible. He's the one with armor. He's going to be pretty much up for the task for it. They've baited out the AWPs, and now they've got the info of where Christo's playing towards.
Bit risky to put Nilo as the baiting player, though. M4 will start the swing. Maxter ready for utility to come in as they cross back, and now they start to storm that long control entirely. Patty sprays extremely awkward, but Christo's AWP lands the flick. The bomb can go down as they get Era next. ZTR's overwhelmed. Maxter dealt with by the AK. A 4K for Bro, and Astralis with 12.
What a cracking shot coming through from Christo. You can see the way that Young Ninjas want to just fly their way forward to the side. They clear out the pizza angle to the close right-hand side, drop the first on the anchor, and then they try and jump up over Dice, look down towards Bank, and a shot comes through for Christo, assisted by Bro. And you can feel as if in the second half, on the comeback, we have seen the Bro that we know has come through to play in the last couple of games.
18 picks deep, tied up with second top fragger alongside Patty. And certainly Bro has been having the impact in these rounds. The Ninjas got the bomb plant in that previous one. Now they have a buyback here. Astralis, only 3 more rounds to go to even up and take us to overtime. Ninjas want to shut that down right here. They'll have to go to round 30, I believe, to try and get a second chance. And Christo, well, you talk about Bro being fantastic. This AWP is now geared up and going.
Opening pick coming down towards connector. Young Ninja's going to be sweating it in one of the rifle rounds in which they need to close. Nilo can gain back some of this map territory, but it's already losing your IGL. ZTR out of the equation. Adam B outside of Monster. Bomb still left in T-Con. Astralis talent. What an opener. What a successful first pick that is.
15-12. Still sitting on the match point for the Ninjas. Still a good trade and turnaround of the execution would be enough to close this match down. But again, they're leaning towards B site. Again, there are 3 players to defend.
Util's going to have to be on point. Get a molly down towards those toxic barrels. Flash over the top. They're going to go when the smoke starts to clear.
Sprays through from Jarko, catches Anime before that point though. AWP needs to respond, but he's lost 2 teammates and the bomb with it. That should call information, and the rotations back from Astralis. Molotov's up, not going to drive them into that monster position. This might be a save call from here for the Ninjas, or will they press forward?
They have to continue going. The last thing they want to do is save.
Swing in, and Christo just shuts down Nilo. Now Era will call in the save. 1-on-4, no point in even trying for the clutch. 13 for Astralis. The Ninjas still have 1 tactical left in their back pocket. I reckon the next rifle is the time they call it in.
I'm with you there. That's a good time period. Era didn't even spot the monster player getting aggressive, so that AWP is going to drop. At least it's not after time. They can be happy about that much. Do they buy here? I think it's too much of a risk. I don't even think going hero. It's not worth it, because it means that you have to get a bomb plant. And if you don't get a bomb plant, you don't settle yourselves up for round 30. So you can half it, but don't even hero. I don't think it's worth it.
Well, take the tactical pause here on the half invest anyway. Can try something a bit pacey, a bit quick. Try win the round off the back of that here. Damage will be irrelevant against Astralis. Going into round 30, of course. Of course, the Tech-9 in from ZTR already has basically committed to the half invest, and the rest of his teammates will follow suit. Ninja's calling in that final tactical. Now need to post up a round. Will it be this one?
We can't count them out. That's all I've got to say about some of these ecos. We know that magic can happen. And for Astralis, keeping these 2 AKs for Jarko and Altex alive into round 30 is going to be vital to give yourself that slight little advantage.
Altex watching in from bathrooms. Deagle looking to face with the Tech-9s over from ZTR, watching and looking in towards the long position. Gaining no contact.
It's going to be an A play. It has to be. Knowing that there's so much presence, knowing that everyone is regrouped over, there's not even a lurker. Altex close towards the trash, has got Christo as the backup, and even a rotate from Patty. This seems to be a good read from Astralis talent.
Milo's Deagle checking corners. 60 seconds with Adam B. Diving out of the way and taking control in the mid-face. ZTR actually going to get caught off by Patty, swinging forward. That's a smoke gone. Deagle in for Maxter, providing support of Nilo's part. Era gets involved with a kill, but Maxter's left alone in the 1-on-3. Gets that AAW, the bomb rather, and the rifle. Unable to hold on to the kill though. It's 14 now for Astralis. No bomb plant bonus, but no matter. It's full guns in for round 30. Young Ninjas, 1 more to go.
And they do take one of those AKs away. And I don't know what the tell was. I don't think you can ever find out unless you ask Astralis. But they had 4 on A towards the end of that round. That was excellent. They had just read that like an absolute book. They had 3 on A and the 4th player on rotate to come through. And just, you're running into a complete stack. There's nothing you could do against that.
Young Ninjas did at least a little bit of damage. Again, irrelevant. Even so, showing they've still got some fight, even with the lesser weapons. Now they've got to turn the better weapons into a round, and Adam B will use the sprays through on his teammate to dish out the damage and take the opening start.
And while it's not an opening kill, it is a lot of damage. They could be happy about that much. Bro would feel as if he'd been miffed, that he could have got more there. ZTR showing a little bit more of that presence towards the top of connector. More util going to the front of the bathrooms. Christo with the AWP. They've got to get him baited off the angle.
Or flashed off position. That's an even better call there for the Ninjas. Altex now at the bathroom's entrance, playing around the smoke. Refacing from the utility.
A-fake.
Flashes in particular going over. You're right about that. Altex is hearing no footsteps though.
And they've left Altex aggressively, but Christo's rotating back over. This is another good read. They've got 3 on B. They've got a complete stack.
How many times have Ninjas broken this stack? Not many. The flashbang could be perfect, but Nilo gets caught by it the same. Patty engages the frag. Jarko is returned by ZTR, who's now on 2 points of health. The 2 CTs still stand, and Patty picks up a frag. Bomb plant can be secured in a 3-on-3. The AWP will try for the wall bangs, but will be unsuccessful. Altex now leaning in, gets his kill alongside Patty. It's all Maxter with 1, unawares of the water player who will get his frag together. Patty makes it a quadra, and Astralis make it overtime.
Oh my goodness, overtime is calling. What a result this has been on the comeback from Astralis. 11-4 at the half. Oh no, 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 no. How has this not been closed down? This is a repeat to what we saw yesterday, when it looked as if it was closing time in the ENCE Academy game, and now in the Astralis Talent game. We get pushed the distance. This is an unthinkable recovery from the Danes.
At least they had the match point this time, but 6 in a row for Astralis. That is a streak to contend with. And the Ninjas just struggled to find themselves in these positions, these advantages against Astralis towards the tail end of the things. And that's even with Era keeping his numbers up. That's even with Nilo stepping up to the table. Overtime still up for us. 15 apiece. And Adam B gets 2 frags. Again, 2 aggressive players in towards short, punished by the Ninjas. Now they've got to turn it into a round. That's always been the difficulty.
Adam B just turning away from the flash. Astralis Talent even being caught off guard. Nilo waiting for that aggression to come through from the bathrooms. Alltech's falling now. It is a gamble stack. They're ending up just keeping both of the CTs on B. Christo and Paddy just hoping that they can drive them into the trap.
Errors up. Checking corners. Leaning in, Patty. Not seen. He gets the kill instead. Falls back here, trying to hold the trades for Astralis. Double up, not found. Nilo nullifies him. And Christo, 1 versus 4, can at least catch one.
And it's incredible how many times this happens, that the team struggles on the match point to get it done, go into overtime, and you just start immediately. Maxstar beating the AWP on rotation. That's a great round from Young Ninjas, and it comes off the back of Adam B. Those 2 opening kills being presented out towards short water, and then the patience. The Alltex gets aggressive in the bathrooms, he gets punished, and as soon as you've managed 3 picks unanswered, that's it. That round is over.
The idea that None Ninjas would get control of this round, even after bottling it for as many as they did. Tower boost, AWP, won't get it. ZTR couldn't hold on. And they handled that first frag, and that could have been a nice way for Error to start things off in 32nd. They fall back.
Astralis Talent have been reading the game incredibly well on City side. They've been stacking up bomb sites. So coming into what is the second round of OT, they brought 4B early round. They've left Alltex as a spotter. Because they haven't gained a massive amount off of the back of it, they will rotate Christo back up to play defensive around the signpost and dice with the NWP now.
B taking control in the short position. Smokes out towards the mid control for the rest of the main force. Meanwhile, no man has fallen yet, though. It's still early doors.
You can see the slight jiggle of information, jump around the corner, try to see if they can spot something, and there it is, finally the bait. Showing presence out towards Monster is more info. They've rotated a 3rd player up to A now for Astralis Talent.
40 seconds.
This is going to be an A fake. I think this bomb's going B.
Yep. Slow rotates in on the one time that Astralis Talent don't have a B stack as well. The Ninjas struggle with the B stacks time after time, no matter whether it was 3 or 4 players. This time it's just 2, Jarko and Bro. Bro watching from back of ramp, flashes in, Jarko gets 1, Bro trying to hold on, but he's overwhelmed the same. 2 for 1 for the Ninjas here.
Even Paddy trying to pop flash himself through the Heaven Smoke. He's somehow still alive. Eventually ends up being dropped from Maxstar. And you wonder, was that the right way to play the 3v4? Was that the right idea?
I don't know. Obviously, it's come up against Astralis here. AWP of Christo. Falling back, eventually will concede. Will take control of 17 for the Ninjas. And Astralis. When overtime hits, the Ninjas come alive. Astralis disappear once again. 17 on their board.
Alltex trying to see if he can look in for an exit frag, upgrade that M4 to an AK. Will he get over? Oh, no, I don't think he'll get it. Will he? No.
No.
Close. Close to, but not to be. 2 rounds in a row on T side is going to hurt because we look at regulation of 11-4 halves, and sometimes the conversation does go that overtime is a different ball game, that no matter what the percentages are, no matter what the CT half win rates are, it's very different, and I think it's shown that.
Another match point for the Ninjas as well. And this one right here into Monster, they'll full send it. Default's not in effect. Ninjas have their eyes on the B site again.
Ooh, B pop. I don't know about this. The defaults have been working out well. They're going to charge.
Molotov sent. Jarko forced to use a smoke. Will it extend? It won't. Bro gets forced back at 40 HP. Patty dead, but Bro picked up one of Nilo. So it's going to be a 4-on-4 situation. Jarko involved against Max. The bomb's been dropped in the open. ZTR with a train on with that HE. Again, even standing. The bomb needs to get picked up and planted now. The AWP inbound from short should catch these 2 players. If he comes through in time, ZTR will cross, sprays on, Molotov set in the AWP, doesn't even land it. Adam B forced to trade on Christo himself. 2-on-2, Plant has finally come through.
ZTR just needs to try and hope that his teammates got the crossfire. Adam B, now the height advantage. ZTR gonna have to play around the util.
Nade onto Adam. ZTR in the middle of the smoke, undetected. Right up until the very end, his head seen and Bro gets it. The full send was not there for the Ninjas. As Astralis gain 1 to close the half.
It was a comical kind of call because, again, you look at the 2 rounds that have come through in overtime. It's been default heavy. It's been baiting mistakes. But maybe ZTR looks at that and goes, let's try and catch them off guard. Let's try and catch them with util out, making an info play towards A. Let's just hit them hard. And Bro actually comes through massively in that round. He ends up with 3 kills. But the most important one was Era. Era was in the backstab with that AWP. Looked like he was going to end it just by himself. And Bro actually drops him without Era even getting a single kill.
He got way too close and just didn't quite catch off the shot, I think. The Era being stuck at 35 frags for a while now. I know that seems like a bit of a non-criticism, all things considered, but the fact he's dropped off means that Ninjas have started to lose one of their key entities in this game so far. Now it comes to their CT side where they were far more successful. Nilo picks up Old Tech, starts things off on the right foot.
Straight spam into connector, and now the anti-rush nade is going down towards a short control. It's good for Adam B, still alive outside a monster, doing so much damage on the B pop. ZTR even rotating through from Graffiti helps him out. Adam B gets a triple, being one of the only B site players towards Monster. That is a cracked round from him.
That's what you call a shutdown. Match point for the Ninjas. Astralis 2 to make up to get to another overtime. Match point again for the Swedes. Need to take control off the back of this. They can't let Astralis get back into this game again.
It's closing time. It's gotta be. Can't give him 6 chances, go all the way to OT and not close it down now. ZTR burning as he goes aggressive through short pipe to gain short water control.
Losing his life. Astralis. Start off thanks to the utility basis. Nilo can respond towards 1 with the monster push. Now they'll try and clear out short pipe permanently, as well as gaining crucial information about no one being out here on monster. Maxter stands alone and could get overwhelmed as soon as he does. That's going to have to be full sent in towards the A site. He still gets Charco.
Flash around the corner, picks up that AK. Does he lose the fight to the AWP? Now he's making a lot of noise as his smoke starts to clear. He's going to have to keep fighting. He can't back off even further. He catches Altex. At least that's info and spots that bomb.
There's time stored as well to rotate the 2 players to the backside, as well as Adam B closing in the backstab. 3-on-3. Astralis better not take their time with this.
Era got to set up against Nilo. AWP looks out towards long. There's 1 entity there from Patty who's going to be coming in late.
40 seconds, Orp. Checking out long. Sees 1, catches the bomb carrier. Orb of Christo, also dealt with by Nilo. And it looks like the beginning and the end now. Patty in a 1-on-3. AK swinging out to the backside. Engages 1, but it will be put away by Nilo. 3 kills in that round. 29 kills at the turn of the matchup. It's the Young Ninjas going up 6-1 in the groups.
They get it done when it matters most, and for Young Ninjas, we can be critical about everything. The closing style, the massive half lead that got gained, but the job gets done. The victory comes through from the board. As from Astralis Talent's point of view, it didn't look like there was much grit left in that, but I tell you, the way they fought all the way to OT shows us that there's more. There's more that we can expect from this team.
Beautiful stuff overall from the Ninjas. They gain control of this matchup, and that really is the important thing for Astralis, continuing to fight on, continuing to try and convert their local success into the international space, but not quite on this occasion. Still, you take a look at the kill spread on that one, it looks like the whole team's doing well at the moment. Just have to try and unlock those stars still for their own side of things. For the Ninjas, though, who's your MVP pick, Dweg?
Probably has to be Era. I think his consistency with the AWP in both the first half, going into the second, even in overtime, he had his moments, and he was the reason why they got set up for as many rounds as they did. Even if there was a slight amount of drop-off towards the tail end of that game, he was more or less the reason for why they had such a one-sided lead, and the reason of why a lot of success got gained in the rounds that they won.
For Astralis, it's going to sting, though, the idea that you got this far and still weren't able to convert against the Young Ninjas, though. In terms of how that result affects their group standing, like, how much more faith can we have in Astralis from here on out?
I think quite a bit. Obviously, there were some struggles in the T side. I mean, that has to be said. And it was a slow start from them, but we're seeing more. And this is a team that has got not a massive amount of new, or I should say old blood, right? It's very new. You got Christo just into the team, Jarko too, Patty, Bros even with a stand-in. The idea that this is such a fresh lineup and they're doing as well as they are, they're actually catching a lot of teams off guard and they're surprising me for it.
Well, ENCE Academy are tickling them right on the backsides at the moment. They're very, very close to catching them in terms of that group stage standing. So it could be a case that Astralis don't quite have their presence entirely intact. So we'll take a look back over the course of the day because we are approaching our final match of the day between MOUZ NXT and FURIA Academy, which will be coming up in a short few moments' time. But just to close down this discussion on the Young Ninjas versus Astralis situation, like obviously Astralis will feel a bit more pressure now that ENCE are in the exact same score bracket as they are at the moment.
I'd disagree. I think the caliber of team is different in my mind. So just because you're on the same marker, just because you're at the same level of one another, I would compare the teams differently. And I would say in a head-to-head between Astralis Talent and ENCE Academy, they've got the jump on them. So I think for the Danes, it's just about keeping the security, keeping the calmness, and playing out consistently like they are, because they should get more points. They should get more wins on the board.
Well, we'll get to see a little bit more from Astralis versus ENCE in the second half of the group stage. For now, though, we're going to head towards our last match of today. And we're not even going to send it to a break. We're just going to dive straight in and start talking about MOUZ versus FURIA Academy. FURIA, their third of 3 matches that they're playing out over the course of the day. We'll just quickly bring you up to speed with how the group standings look at the moment in time. MOUZ, of course, in the top 3. FURIA just getting started at 1-1 and want to try and make it 2-1 right here and now. What do you rate the Brazilians' odds of being able to pull that off?
I would say decent. They proved themselves to have quite a lot of tenure in that last game on Vertigo. Against MOUZ NXT, I think they've been very hit and miss. We don't know which one are we going to get. We're going to get the team that is able to beat a Fnatic Rising, or we're going to get the team that takes 2 rounds against NAVI Junior. And just knowing that the inconsistency is there, you could say the exact same argument for FURIA Academy with their first and second game of the day.
Yeah, the 16-8 loss, obviously, to Flames Academy, I should say. Probably not ideal in terms of how they wanted to start the season. Flames have certainly proven themselves to be a force to be reckoned with against some of the more established teams, so maybe it's a bit more of a case of their surprise overall. But quickly jumping into the map vetoes, Dwayne, what do you think about this one?
Ancient and Overpass, no surprises already coming through from the FURIA side. I know that they don't like a massive amount of Inferno, so that's going to get banned. In for MOUZ NXT, they can't shift it over towards an Overpass, which is unfortunate for their liking. Vertigo might be open again if they want to go that direction. Or Nuke. They've actually got a fair amount of game time on Nuke.
Well, they're not going to take Vertigo. It's their first ban overall. Nuke probably, it's still within like the general sort of margins, and they could potentially use the basis of the fact they played like similar numbers on all the maps overall. They will take Mirage at the end of this one. So how do we feel about that map?
I think it's better than playing them on Dust too. I think going into Mirage, we know that it's a map for MOUZ that we've seen a little bit of. For FURIA, it's a map that locally they have quite a lot of success on. So I don't think either team's won out a veto massively in this regard, but could be a quite a good game.
Indeed, I can agree to that sort of extent. It's again one of those ones which is very unpredictable. Like, I don't really know who's going to be the overall favourites in this one, just because FURIA are still sort of finding their footing. They've shown us one good result and one bad result. So in terms of MOUZ NXT and where they stand, obviously themselves being a pretty respectable squad at the moment and showing up their own colours over the course of the day, I wonder how well it will go, although I have a sneaking suspicion this one might be a fun one to close out today's proceedings, Swag.
I've got to give it to FURIA. Just the basis of what MOUZ were like up against the side of NAVI Junior on Vertigo, I just can't have belief. Yes, things can turn around from game to game, but looking at how this day has started, I've got to back FURIA in this case.
Can't blame you, honestly. Very difficult one to call again. Let's jump into the pistol and see where the teams themselves will call it. USPs versus Glocks in the pistol. FURIA Academy on the CT. Stark, however, is going to get forced away in the mid control.
Chrisen trying to put some pace down to this top con area. There is another player close towards that right-hand side. Glock around the corner. Cow is out in the open. Does get away with one before being traded.
Alex with a responsive in a 4-on-4. Bomb's going to try and look to get planted very quickly open for the ramp control. FURIA very slow to rotate. They are going to start to make the positions up, and the third man will join the CT fray. Meanwhile, they've got one man of Brunino Watch out for the murder hole and try cut rotations of the backstabs.
Even Adex has to just try and see if he can slow this down, gather as much info out towards CT as possible, and now they've spotted the player.
Engagements from 2, he catches the backside player, but Crizzen takes the opportunity to swing forward and get a 3-on-3. Jimfat lurking in at Palace with control and support of the USP. 1v3 now for Descenti. Kit picked up, but Jimfat catches him through the smoke, and MOUZ kick things off with a pistol win.
And I'm ready to see the Jimfat that I know. One of the guys that was very impressive in that game against Fnatic Rising. One of the riflers that's been the most consistent, or one of, this entire group stage so far. We didn't see much from him, and we didn't see much of, well, we could say everyone in that game against NAVI Jr. So Jimfat in particular, I'm hoping to have a better performance here on Mirage.
Set in, starting himself off on the right foot, 2 kills to his name, alongside Christian's 2 kills. AK awarded to Jimfat, alongside Alex getting 1 out of his own. Utility in for the MAC 10 players, and of course against the force buy from FURIA, a couple of players with helmets as well. I think I can rip right through them and just take control of the situation.
Descenti trying to see if he can muster anything up in the mid control, and he's a guy that if you missed the last couple of games that they played was unbelievable. That Dust 2 game against Flames, the win against OG Academy out on Vertigo, he has been top fragging in the majority of them, and the impact guy for FURIA Academy today.
Powers jump facing to be the information guy at the moment, looking towards that mid position, unable to cap the shot on towards either of the MOUZ players, and we'll spot out, call it in. Like, that's 2 players that are playing around connector, so just be a little bit wary, guys. Nexius and Christian making their way into the A play as well.
MSR out here towards the underbalk area. The scout does catch a quick headshot, so a slight glimmer of information. MOUZ NXT is still going to funnel themselves up to the top of con and into the 5-7, creating more damage onto Nexius.
With the kill being found, FURIA are in control. They have lost a little bit of map presence here against MOUZ NXT. Jumping up into the ladder room for a couple of individuals. Nexius, of course, holding control of the sniper's nest in the jungle. QQ now going to try and force them into the site. Jimfat captures Cowards out in the open ahead of the market doorway. We've got Koala faced in a pond, spray through. Alex gets the kill, and that should be advantage for the take.
Jimfat even aggressing forward towards market, going to start hearing a lot of these footsteps. They line up for a moment. How much does he actually grant out of it? No, he doesn't find anything, and QQ's on low HP.
MAC 10 as well. Difficult against Descenti unless he gets the headshot, which is the key advantage that he has above both these players. Leaning around, playing away from the bomb plant position, waiting for the tap. Causes bluff. Brunino makes his way back. QQ hiding in the one corner they haven't checked. Swing forward on the defuse, they stick it. QQ's got to peek it. QQ's got to get towards him. Kill found at the right moment. That's a 1-on-1. Now up against the AK. He'll swing and he'll win it with the headshot. That's a massive play for 2-0 for MOUZ.
What a round coming through from the Dane. And for QQ, played that to absolute perfection. You've got Jimfat aggressing through from market to make that winnable. And for FURIA, they'll be so disappointed after that round. Let's listen in to see what they're like in the next.
Paga pra sair, liga, né?
Aham.
Cuidado com a véia, né?
Nada meio.
Pegou meio.
Tem nada.
Suave, Bruno.
Fez tempo.
Essa aqui, guys. Fogo fechado.
Bruno, tá todo mundo junto?
Palácio.
Pega uma alta agora,
Paguei.
É sanduíche. Me deu clear, sanduíche.
Pra 3.
Palácio. Palácio.
E o defrost.
Vai, começou, hein, guys. Do mesmo jeito que nós jogamos os pulgão, hein.
High spirits at least, despite getting decimated by MOUZ NXT there, Dweg, but 3-0 start, as you would expect. Eco pistols dealt with easy.
Yeah, not much to break down in that round at all. MAC 10 farming up some cash, start stabilizing the economy. Descenti back on the big green. Try and see what he can try and find in the initial involvement. You've got to think that if they're going to find success, he's going to have to be at the forefront of it immediately in this opening rifle.
Smoke set. Carways with 2 down the mid control. Instant picks to the lineup. Nexius and Adex down.
So Cowers goes aggressive down in bottom con, gets a flash over from one of his teammates towards CT Spawn and Brahino, and then just works catching those players super aggressively, try to charge down mid. MOUZ NXT punished within the first 15 seconds.
Falling back for the M4 as well. Hopper Descenti ready to receive, and he was a particularly stellar element for FURIA earlier on today. Ready to hold, he's ready for MOUZ to peek it. QQ will not make a move here.
Another incendiary going down towards that ramp position. You've even got Brahino trying to scout for some information back there from Triple, just to look into connector. They're going to smoke it off for the top and get a molly down towards a sniper's nest. It will be an A split though for MOUZ.
Her shot rings out. The Senti might feel pressure. Cowers wins another good fight. 3K to him. Molotovs and smoke sent. Rotations to the backup will arrive here as well. Molotov Stone flashes over. Player at firebox are completely unaccounted for. Brunino is going to get the kill. Jim Fat 1 on 5. Not going to last forever. That's an round for FURIA to start.
And that's got to be such a turnaround feeling for FURIA Academy. You go down 0-3, you haven't had success in the pistol or in the force buy, you come into the opening rifle and it's success instantly. The flash forward into connector grants quite a bit. You then even have the reposition out towards CT spawn and firebox angle being able to present even more. And for MOUZ, it does not help the economy game at all of what they're bringing forward into round 5.
FURIA flashed in to the mid control. MOUZ suppressed by it. M4 up against the Galil and a pistol. Wins only one of the fights. Christian comes up good. 1 HP for him though. Shouldn't last much longer here.
With more pace being adapted out here towards Tetris and over to A, that's only more of an indication for CTs to start rotating players over. Christian's going to fall right out into the open. Getting a bomb plant's even going to be tough here for MOUZ.
Senti missed shot. Jimfat comes up good. 1 back for MOUZ. 1 more to gain to equalize. 2 more to gain to the advantage. There's Brunino going down, so that's your equalizer. Engagement against Koala, however, takes the advantage right back for FURIA. It's all left now onto QQ. Galil in hand, bomb on his back, and is going to rotate to the B site.
Even FURIA are going to start gathering this information pretty quickly, clear out all the common tight angles there from Sandwich and out to Tetris. So start moving at least Koala away. You don't know if QQ's gone back into Palace and tried a different route to the A site. Try and take this first duel, get the bomb down, make it winnable.
Diving into the site, he's looking for his man, sees it. Deagle up, needs to win this fight soon before backup gets here. Swing forwards. Lean in, shot doesn't connect. Koala ends him. That's the second for FURIA.
I don't think you could have expected QQ to win yet another clutch within the first few rounds of the entire game. That was going to be a message too far. And for FURIA Academy, this is now a couple of rounds in a row. That's really going to hit home with the economy state. So MOUZ NXT aren't going to be investing very much at all come round number 6. And a perfect opportunity to tie up the scoreline at 3 apiece.
Eco basis, shouldn't see much in from MOUZ. A bit awkward there from Cowes. The Senti's AWP is still firing back and does connect the second kill in the end. 5-7 pulled out with M4's assistance. We're able to make it a double for Cowes and Koala to close out the last. Only 1 player fell for that one, but as you mentioned, even standing.
And just knowing now for MOUZ NXT, they're going to have to try and respond in quickly. And we saw a Mirage against NAVI Junior in their 3rd group stage game. They started out on the City side, got a 6-9 deficit at the turn of the half. Ended up getting 11 rounds in total, so just over the double-digit marker. But it was one of their losses that they took. One of the 2, actually, in fact, from NAVI Junior's point of view.
Into the apartments, MOUZ are going to lead very early on to the execution. The AWP in mid sees absolutely nothing. Koala blind firing for no reason. Hoping to catch some sort of shot back. MSR jump facing for information. Also catching so little of it. Backups are going to get here anyway. And Koala Nays back to respond. Damage will be done. Short unaccounted for. Koala gets a kill for it. QQ falling. Jimfat responding. MSR needs a lineup. Only gets damage. No kill.
And tries to reposition off on the off angle. Look out towards that right-hand side. Know that he's getting wrapped. Kawa is close towards the smoke, but this is looking really decent right now for MOUZ.
Plant down will be secured for V3 for MOUZ, of course. FURIA working into the backstab, trying to see if they can find an even standing position. Fake flash, and Adex gets the kill anyway. Kawes responds at least, keeps it manageable, but the time is ticking away against the CT side, so that casualty against Kawes, it means that it should be a safe call now for Decenti.
Getting slightly scrappy these last couple of rounds. MOUZ working off of the basis of the B-pop. Even MSR just isn't able to find a single. Decenti hanging around for way too long for my liking. I guess he's got quite a bit of cash in the bank, but that's just a waste of an AWP.
One that can get brought back at least, of course, for FURIA.
Yeah, but look at the ramifications of it if they don't win round 8.
That's why I said at least. Of course, it would have been better.
So you just took the pause and didn't finish.
I took the pause for dramatic effect, like that's what I do. You've worked with me long enough to understand this.
Okay, just letting it simmer.
You're right about the economical situation for FURIA, though. SMG for MSR. I guess the right player in theory to hold an SMG, but it would have been better if he had an M4, right? So FURIA on the back foot by default. MOUZ all upset in for Adex, was watching for Koala's jump face, saw him, but didn't take a shot.
First smoke going down towards that window position. Now you've got a very passive Jimfat in T-spawn and Chrisen just trying to show more emphasis out there in mid. You had Adex with the AWP waiting for a response in the apartments. Wanted to see if Koala was going to maybe jump face or get up to balcony, and then if he can connect onto that shot, bang, they can just get straight into the B side. But because nothing gets presented, they start working the mid control.
Smokes on to the sniper's nest. Boost up for Nexius. Chrisen leans forward. Adex. Flower pot crack angle. Shouldn't be able to catch any shots, however. Koala trying to avoid that position. When does Adex swing? Now, spots, shots missed.
Always a tough one, but they've got to commit with it. Get that volley down. Doesn't even go to the bench position, but the flash is good. And Coward's just trying to play time. Try and get some bait forward in for Decenti.
Oh, Nexius closing the backstab. Jimfat gets Cowards in the back, and that's a 5-on-2. Instant save. Got to be for FURIA now.
It sure does. That was a great wraparound in from the market position. You can see Nexius, the player, getting boosted up. FURIA are actually putting quite a bit forward to recover more weapons.
Okay, that's an AK. But now they just escape. Now MSR especially escapes. Going to challenge into the mid position. Pranino. Hold fire and maybe play around this T side. They are going truly hunting here for MOUZ. They want to take all these guns out of play. Christian does get caught off. There's one more pick back here for FURIA.
Jimfat should get the trade though. Up at top mid. This is getting slightly awkward when it comes to the info. MSR will be okay. Brahino seems like he's going to be all right as well. So the lead consistently being maintained for MOUZ NXT. Just knowing that Nexius was able to slip the gap, that might be something that FURIA need to think about is, okay, we've seen them boost up into window once. If they do it again, we've got to be ready. And that might bring more of a counteraction with the rotations and slight more information because they can't let that happen twice.
We have AKs for this round, FURIA, but the idea that they're up against pistols, other than that, probably indicates this should be a 6th round for MOUZ.
I see
Zeus brought down for Koala. You and I, great minds think alike. Great minds think alike, Blake. Great frags win your rounds, though, and Christen's got a great frag onto Decenti. It's an opening. Shouldn't last much longer here out towards default box. A headshots even getting to the wall bang, so 5-on-3.
This is already a lot more positive than the MOUZ that we saw only a few hours ago. They do lose one of those jewels out towards Sandwich, but even the timing back towards Ramp, he might get away with one more, but no more than that.
His back was turned at the wrong moment anyway. Jimfat gets his kill. Timed it well there for FURIA. One AK lost, second one back at CT. Probably should not be going for any defensive or post-plant retake, potential exit frags, maybe from passive positions at best. Koala leaning up towards top mid. Might be able to catch off Adex if he's lucky. AK engaged upon, dealt with just as quickly. And Koala will have no breathing room here in mid. The USP should not get a kill. And this should be 6 for MOUZ.
Now, coming into today, when we start the morning, JimFat played 4 maps in the Academy League, positive 42 KD difference and a 1.39 rating, one of the highest for any rifler that we have in the league. And knowing that he's now up to 12 frags is very positive. Koala, long range with the USP is going to be tough to get a kill. QQ is able to adjust back over, get MOUZ up to 6. But yeah, just seeing JimFat on T-side here, get quite comfortable, be involved in some of the rifle rounds, lead the charge. That's what we're expecting from the Finn. Game in, game out.
It's 3 to the good. Guns in on both sides. AWP for Adex and for the Senti. Senti sent into mid as you would expect. Forced away by the early utility plays there with the smokes. Cowes. Teammate also on the short position trying to prod in towards that top mid. It's Adex, however, that starts things off.
Opening man advantage. One thing that we saw Adex being able to apply is some of that experience in the previous lineup of the prospects in the Academy League. Bring it over here to the MOUZ NXT's roster. FURIA Academy losing that first player. There is quite a heavy stack towards A. They're leaving MSR, the coach, to be the lone B-side player. Everybody else is grouped in towards CT Spawn, Jungle, and Top Con.
They've got 3 players here at the A side for FURIA. MOUZ running into the most staunch defenses that they could have done until Descendi decided to rotate back into market. Molotov sent back towards Dark here. Initial contact utility for the execution. Cowers gets picked up by Nexius. Bernino struggles with the spray. Goes down. 5 on 2 again for MOUZ. Yes, they're tagged. You already see 1 player saving, 1 looking for exits. This will be 7-3.
And MOUZ NXT are one of those rosters who you can't struggle individually against because they'll pump you otherwise. You've got some incredibly sick mechanical elements from this MOUZ roster. You've got to be sharp yourself. You've got to be at tip-top shape. Any sloppy sprays, you're going to get punished. You're going to get dropped. The Senti try and see if he can reposition with that AWP just to save it. That's all that kill presents.
Back into market with your teammate. Both players away, as far away from T-contact as you can get it here. MOUZ, in theory, could go for the hunt. They've got a little bit of cash in the bank. But rather than extending out directly to the B site, they're going to be a bit more tentative about those peaks and about those quick plays out. I guess the HP bars don't aid things for Nexius and Adex. So yes, 2 rifles staying for FURIA. But the lead extends to 4 for MOUZ.
Got to think that the coach of Tobiz is going to be very happy about this from MOUZ's point of view. An ex-pro himself, a Danish player in the Tier 2 atmosphere. Remember when he played on Singularity and Alpha towards the end of his career? He was on Singularity for quite a while. Tried to use that experience to build up a couple of Danes. Christened one of the new IGLs to the roster at 16. Not a lot of pro experience before joining up with this roster. I'm sure there would have been quite a lot of discussion between JimFat and Tobiz of how they want to try and recover this roster.
Oh, Koala, so this rush in for MOUZ NXT very quickly out the gates. The Eagle can't hold on to a pick, just damage being done. That should already be the round sealed. Of course, it was already an AWP and an M4's the only 2 rifles standing. The M4 just fell. And the AWP of Descenti, far too valuable to take a risk.
And there's a couple of these pace changes, isn't there? Going in towards what is an anti-eco. They know that there's a couple of saved-in rifles. It's quick. It's very pacey. You get yourself into B and just roll them over. Very confident.
Eight to the half for MOUZ. Advantage gained definitively. FURIA cannot win the CT side anymore, and MOUZ might continue to turn this to their favor, might continue to turn this into a one-sided affair. Seen a couple of blowouts over the course of the day.
Not the last one.
Well, we have also seen close affairs over the course of the day, and a 11-4 comeback. Yeah, exactly. So, mate, listen, right, 12-3. Don't count out FURIA if the last match is anything to go off of.
We have had some wacky stuff, that's for sure. A couple of these games look like they've been completely done and dusted, but instead, always a comeback potential. So for FURIA, it is an uncomfortable position to be in. For MOUZ NXT, I think they're proving themselves to be very adequate in the defaults, and in the rifle rounds, they're not giving much chance to Descenti. Now, that might be a reason to why FURIA Academy are having such a struggle in this first half, is that they're not getting a big performance out of Descenti. Again, if anyone is not aware, no in-game leader and AWPer of ZMB today, so it will be the coach of MIBR, or MSR I should say, standing in, helping them out, going over towards a B-site anchor in this round, or in this entire game. It puts more pressure onto someone like a Descenti, because you have to pick up the big green, and after the performances we've seen from him in the last couple of games, you have to hold him to that standard even in the third.
At the same time, though, you mentioned that MOUZ had done a great job of shutting him down, disallowing him much breathing room, and if they were watching that OG Academy match, they would know that he's going to be the big threat. Prepared into this one, and now to move on to the gun round. Her last one was a bit of a formality here for FURIA. MOUZ tanking nades onto that top mid player. 27 HP for Krisen. Gets away.
Gets out of that one quickly. Even the incendiary in from Koala, they still have the indication that he's up there. What they don't know about is the AWP repositioning. Trying to get it out of the hands of Adex. See what Kristen's like. Don't see him AWPing very often. This might just be a one-hit wonder.
Low HP, so it makes sense. Ports his teammates moving their way with the AKs up the mid control into connector. Cow is not seen yet past that smoke. It will start to clear though. He'll lean in, might catch the bomb carrier. Indeed, the kill's found. No trade potential. MOUZ hold their nerve. The AWP returns fire, but Cowers doubles up.
Oh, they don't know about this. Ajax, does he get out towards city spawn or just try and strike onto the AWP? He might still get 2 kills. No! Koala rotating around actually catches him.
Perfect timing there in the ladder room, and suddenly QQ is left alone. But bomb in the mid control, the best he can do is pick up MSR. 20 seconds to win the 1-on-3. AWP already to receive, sprayed down at 48. So QQ's forcing out some map control, but running right into the next player. Koala picks up the frag. And it will be a decent round there for FURIA Academy.
And that is actually one hell of a recovery just from Koala. Because I'm looking at that from Adex's perspective. He gets into jungle, he gets 2 kills, it's a 3v3. I think they over-rotate off a B because of that. And then that allows the walk to come forward from the likes of, from the Abs Lurker. And then things are in such a different circumstance if Koala does not get that kill onto Adex.
FURIA bring one back. MOUZ still have the half, and they look to try and re-extend their lead position, gain control over FURIA here. You see Cowers at underpass, finding Nexius, picking up the opener. That's a start again for FURIA.
He's been impressive so far. Mirage looking for even more. Turn around. That is excellent timing. Mate, it works.
Through the Molotov. No one expects that. That is brilliant. Utterly brilliant there from Cowers. Even leaning into the triple against the AWP. Adex doesn't even take the shot. Wow. Explosion into life. Into the apartments and into the 5th round for FURIA.
And this is where the conflicting playstyles for a team like a FURIA Academy can catch you off guard. It's very gimmicky. There's a couple of those situations where they'll be always on the press, always looking for the kill. But it's got to be something that MOUZ NXT expect. It has to be something that they're going to be able to adapt to. And knowing that even though that round comes through very successfully from Cowers, you still have to look at the scoreline and think MOUZ NXT have got an opportunity of still making double digits at the turn of the half.
AK's AWP in, another B apartments execution at the ready here for MOUZ NXT to put those smokes up and go for the flashes over whenever they're ready.
Oh, Koala's getting aggressive. This might not work out at all. Gets punished immediately.
And now they're going to send it. Backup's on the way. MSR does lock out a single kill, but it's a 2-for-1 trade overall for MOUZ NXT. The bomb will commit to site and will get planted.
Yeah, I'll see you later. This is a save. Yeah, that's over quickly. And that comes down to Koala needing more. You can't expect for MSR for him to have like a crazy multi-frag, to get 2-3 kills, because he is just the coach stand-in for today. But from Koala, if you're going to make that sort of an aggressive approach and you're going to make that sort of info play, you have to back it up with at least 1 kill.
As MOUZ finding 9. FURIA left to hold on to these guns into round 15. MOUZ will still hunt for the 10-5 T-side half. At this stage, it's still likely they can get it. FURIA have started to bounce back, do some decent work and damage, but not quite able to go past anything significant on this MOUZ side. So guns at least can be afforded. They can have a full rifle round for the last round of the half. MOUZ hold full control.
And Cowers needs to get some support. He's been the X factor. He's been the glue to the majority of the success. Needs to try and get some help forward from Decenti. Maybe even Brahino, another player that stepped up in the last couple of games. Flashes high. A lot of util down to mid.
Smokes in, offset. Cowers out in the open. Gets the kill against the first. Decenti follows suit. Cowers with a double up. And mid control just decimated there on MOUZ NXT. 2v5 for them. Bomb will be seen as well by Cowers continuing to extend up towards that mid control. Renino's caught Jimfat at MSR with a one tap onto QQ. Will make it 6 at the turn of the half for FURIA, but 9 for MOUZ in the lead.
And just knowing towards that tail end, being quite successful in for the Brazilians, they'll look at that and say, not ideal, but it's workable. We can get into that second half. If we can get off to a good lead, then there's workability, but that has been a good performance from MOUZ NXT and an absolute response from that game we saw a few hours ago. That's what makes me so happy.
FURIA started the day in such an awkward position. MOUZ didn't get off all that lightly on NAVI Jr. either.
Can't say it how it is, mate.
They got 16-2, okay?
They did.
They didn't get off lightly though, did they? My original statement still stands, doesn't it?
It was more than that, mate.
Both teams bringing their best game to the forefront to close out the day is definitely encouraging. FURIA having a bit more practice, of course, and now MOUZ go to the CT defensive. Jimfat falling back with the USP, spotting one, takes the engagement. Cowways to fall, second player seen of QQ. Koala gets the kill alongside Brunino, overwhelming the B defensive, should get the bomb down. 4-on-3 for FURIA in the post plant.
CTs are coming in quick from this short control. It's being spotted. Decenti out from the back. Bench does get caught. Things start going in favor of MOUZ NXT quickly.
3-on-2, making it 1 as Bonino's down. And, well, last man's not going to last long either. Pistol gained by MOUZ. Very nice retake.
That didn't actually look like it was going to be too successful for my money. You had Jimfat only getting 1. The other B anchor of QQ just being overwhelmed. You've got the T side gaining a lot of site control. They start putting some pressure down towards the short angle and to market. But CTs are very successful when it comes to the crossfire. At FURIA Academy, you've got the opportunity of force buying or keeping it live.
Gonna go in with the force.
Don't see this often, though, of the 2 hero AKs. Normally, we just see the 5 Galils.
But not opt for this time here. Decenti and Cowers can make the difference. Certainly, Cowers has had some ridiculous plays with his rifles up towards mid-control and the M4s. AK in his hands might indicate some better times as well. Present nade set, that should be pretty decently placed. A lot of damage done to the pistol player. The AK will drop the lineup for the double, almost makes it a triple. Needs some backup because he's low HP and the crossfire locks itself from ticket booth instead. MSR with 1 decent frag, just fine on towards 1. But now he's traded. Cowards are responsive. 3-on-2 for MOUZ.
Should be no way they get a bomb plant here at all. Try and see if they can fight from the top of stairs. Cowers wants to try and see if he can engage onto Jimfat, but the bomb gets dropped towards the top of stairs, and now the Senti's all alone. Good crossfire. Look at the way that both Nexus and Jimfat slowly creep around that right-hand side, make sure they don't give up any individual jewels, don't isolate themselves at all. And it all started from that initial stance at default from Chrisen, gathering info, doing damage, and setting up the rest of the CTs on rotate.
Of course, finding the 2K sequence before he went down and stalling for time to allow those rotations. Everything was seemingly to come to the favor of his team above himself. 11-6 damage done to Nexius. Adex is M4 with the AK swinging forward. HG's at the ready for QQ. Incendiary sent up to the apartments.
And just knowing that FURIA aren't going to have much to work with in this round, we can start seeing the 12th be presented. Already, Descenti being dropped. FURIA just hoping for some slight overextensions because you want to keep it as expensive as possible. You want to try and muster up that come the next rifle round, you could do some economical damage.
So far, just work being done to damage in the HP bars rather than the economy. Deagle and Tech9 challenging that player in the sniper's nest. That's Adex leaning in first. The early damage was done towards Nexius, so he's the real target of their hunt. The mid control in short position. FURIA. Tap for the hit.
It's not uncommon for a team to play 3 best-of-1s in one day. I think back to, what was it, the first day of the competition? We saw quite a lot of games being played by the Flames Ascent side, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. Koala picking up Nexius, however. And Kawe is finding Jimfat with the Deagle of MSR, making it a 2v3 that favors FURIA here. This is getting a little bit dicey for MOUZ and NXT, especially now that all 3 players have guns. This could actually fall in the favor of FURIA.
I don't even really know how this has happened. Kristen out here towards Ramp might be able to try and deny the bomb for going down, get the pick off towards Sandwich, so they'll have to get the bomb plant safe open for CT.
Down at default is where they'll put it. Right call to make, honestly. SMG burst fire, Bruno's gonna get caught. All left to Kawes, last man standing, M4 upgrades all come in. Kristen's gonna wait for his teammate to rotate up in QQ. All backed up to Kawes, and it took a boost. Seen, the headshot comes in clinical. 3K for Kristen, keeps it together. 2 on the SMG, M4 save. Damage done to MOUZ and NXT, and FURIA got the bomb plant as well, so they could be overall happy with what they achieved there. And MOUZ win the round 12-6 up. And the guns come in for the Brazilian team.
And that got way too close for comfort. There should have been no way that even that many kills, let alone a bomb plant, gets presented. And FURIA Academy, that's going to set themselves up for what you could understand to be a comeback. You're down by 6, you respond in quickly, you force the economical turmoil if you're able to come through right here. AWP out for Ajax. Jimfat trying to get into ladder quickly.
AK of Nexius tapping on past the flashbangs to look for a kill. Brunino is the man to start things off. Blind with the headshot to Koala. Nexius just hoped for the best. He got the best in that situation. 4 on 4, no trade found by FURIA there.
Missed window smoke, and they get capitalized hugely. Crescent even spamming down to the bottom of Con. Now it gets quick, and QQ may have just spotted the first player getting over to ladder room.
Meanwhile, Nexius picks up MSR. Another casualty to hand to the MOUZ NXT side. Kawes not being accounted for directly, but you have got that player in apartments that can adjust that AWP to look down towards short if he starts making his way in. His ladder in position, and QQ is indeed spotted him, checks the engagement, wins the fight, leaves it all on Descenti. Not quite as impressive in this matchup as he was against OG Academy. And a 1 on 4 in this AK, put down by Nexius. The CT side is rolling for MOUZ.
It's always going to be tough when you're going into a game with a coach as a stand-in, and you've obviously had a superstar level performance out of Descenti 2 games in a row. You do look to him at the third and say, mate, get us out of trouble here. But it just doesn't seem to be coming at all. Instead, it's been Kawes that stepped it up. Normally it's those 2 guys, but it's just him by himself. And while it was competitive at the start, we had a 3-3 scoreline at one point.
FURIA and MOUZ are going blow for blow, even that towards the end of that half, it felt like FURIA were going to hold on to something going into the T side, but MOUZ have unlocked their true potential, taking off the inhibitor rings and are forcing out flicks like that from Alex. Frag found on Koala. It's a 5 on 4 for MOUZ.
And just full capitalization of the mid control. Even Nexius focusing that attention down there in connector. You've got Jimfat looking out to the apartments, not seeing anything. QQ being the player that could focus the attention down on short. Even Ajax very deep and passive towards CT Spawn with that AWP. Nexius can cross pass, meaning that Ajax can rotate to CT Spawn.
Kawes leaning in. Nexius, another good peek in for the kill. 5 on 3 for MOUZ NXT. And the AWP of Ajax is hunting for his second frag, which he just found against Kawes.
He's on. He is very consistent with this big green. Ajax is putting on a good show today. Even QQ. And Jimfat aggressing for further information, and they might just spot the bomb in the gun barrel.
Descenti with 1, Alex, the response to the AWP, 3 kills, Descenti left alone, 1 on 4, bomb dropped in the middle, out in the open, and the CT to the crossfire will make sure he doesn't get his hands on it, 30 seconds, make a clutch work, he knows he ain't got this. 14-6. MOUZ want to close this night out very quickly for themselves. Waiting a fair amount of time to try and bolster themselves. Very confident in the second half.
Even Ajax, it's crazy to think that he's an AWPer from the Romanian scene, and he didn't even play on Nexus. He actually played on the Quantum Prodigy lineup, which was where he got discovered to then move over to the international team of Prospects. A lot of the time, we always talk about the high-end Romanian players playing in Nexus once in their career. Has not been there.
The shots from Alex, just to highlight exactly how stellar he was in that AWP. That flick in particular to open up the round. Yeah, I was about to say, wallbang and everything. Overall, ended up in 3 over the course of that round. The buyback from FURIA looks decimated here. Galil's on 2, AK's on 2. Brunino has opted not to buy all that heavy. It's a half investment from his part. Might leave a little something for the next round, but it's Nexius with the pick found to kick things off towards mid. Execution put away by nades. Damage has been done.
Double nades being left out there towards the CT ticket area. Nexus is expecting a boost to come up towards the stairs or a run over the top, and it might just come in, actually.
MSR, half HP, won't last long on the trade back for Nexius. He is good to trade Adex. Grabs that AWP as well. Jimfat involves himself with 2 picks of the AK. Descent, he trades it. Now up against 3 more, picked up by Crescent. It's 15-6. Match point now for MOUZ, NXT, and FURIA Academy. About to bite the dust today.
And I remember us having a conversation at the beginning of the NAVI Junior game with MOUZ NXT about saying, which MOUZ NXT are we going to find? Are we going to get the one that was slapping OG Academy and beating the likes of Fnatic Rising, or the one that struggled against Flames Ascent? And then after you look at that one and you just don't even have a chance, you're getting stomped in by the Ukrainians of NAVI Junior. They've turned it around on such a positive note going into Mirage against the Brazilians.
Wild. For MOUZ NXT, though, it's positive in this context. Might not be relied upon in future results, but for now, they found the opening frag. 4 more to get to try and close this matchup down.
Opening pick, once again being landed in the mid-control. Anytime there's a duel being taken towards top connector or sniper's nest, it's normally being won from MOUZ. Keeping that attention forward. Ajax does force. That's the NWP that can get picked up from Nexius.
Could just swing himself with the M4 in his hands and does lose his life to cowards instead. QQ ends up with only 1 pick, but Jimfat responds with 2 on the lineup. Now suddenly Descenti is left alone. Bomb of mid. Crizzen knows it, but still loses his head for it. 1-on-1. And fire in Jimfat's hands. Got to get on that bomb, put it back, engage with a spray, and win it out with the headshot. 16-6. MOUZ look composed and clean in the second half especially. Dominant to close out the day with a win, putting FURIA down in the negative in the group stage.
That was a good performance coming through from MOUZ NXT, and this is them on a high today, without a doubt. That was a very lights-out, consistent performance. Ajax was getting involved with the big green, Jimfat was performing well, and everybody else held their weight, which is a great sign. Nexius, QQ, and Crescent. If you just get an average performance out of them and a strong performance out of Jimfat, that's normally enough for this MOUZ NXT side.
Well, you say they're on a high today, but I have to call back to the exact result that you just called back to as well. And I have to say for this matchup, and all those 2 results, all these 2 results tell me for MOUZ NXT is the fact that they're a very inconsistent team. Sometimes we might see them get smashed out in 16-2. Other times we might see them do the smashing in 16-6. So, like, at that position, what is the core issue to give MOUZ NXT this level of up and down?
The reason for it has to be the instability in the new lineup. It's a very similar conversation to what we had with Astralis talent. Crescent, QQ, Nexius, they've only been a part of the team for 5 weeks now, and Ajax isn't even in the team. He's a stand-in, he's a trial, they're just trying to work with a 5th. So with all of that in mind, I think it is just a time thing of why we're getting so much inconsistency from them.
It makes sense that Jimfat would be the top fragger in the server and IMVP for this matchup. Most certainly held the most consistent, looked the most solid from the eye test over the course of the day, and certainly deserving of that particular accolade against FURIA Academy. 16-6, the final result, and they continue to stack up their case study here and now, still holding on to that top 3 position as a result of this win as well. It probably wasn't the best of times against NAVI Junior, but listen, they've closed out the day on a high note. For FURIA, probably not the starting day that they wanted here in Academy League.
No, probably not. But for their sakes, like just looking at it from the player's POV, you do often have to set expectations when you've got a stand-in. When one of your in-game leaders and AWPer of the team cannot play and the coach has to be standing in. So the way that they played, I thought they gave us some good philosophy, and I imagine come the next few days, we'll see more from them with their full 5-man lineup, and they'll be stronger.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see where they can go in that sort of sense. And they have a match tomorrow as well against Apex Rebels. So that might be a layup for MOUZ NXT in that sort of sense. An opportunity to re-bolster themselves and continue to put wins on the board, try and get themselves a bit more into the positive and hold one of those top 3, potentially top 2 positions if at all possible. In terms of where they stand at the moment, though, Dwayne, like obviously it's still a little bit hit and miss, a little bit inconsistent. And I look forward to seeing how well they will do at this particular stage. For now, it is a good victory at the 16-6. And that is basically our day concluded. Our matches, 7 best of ones played out with probably a lot of stress involved and a lot of different sort of results. We saw both the complete stomps and the overtimes, Dwayne. So pick out a key moment for me over the course of today.
I'd probably have to say that overpass game between the Ninjas and Astralis Talent. You've got an 11-4 half. You've got an Astralis Talent working incredibly hard to bring it back to an OT. I thought we had a good performance out of Era and Nilo. So out of all of them, that's probably one of the highlights.
All right, well, tomorrow's matches, just to list them off for you, Dwag, I want to give you which one. Okay. I want you to give me which one you think is going to be the match of the day tomorrow. MOUZ NXT, Apex Rebels, I mentioned that earlier. OG Fnatic, Prospects, ENCE, Apex FURIA, Young Ninjas, MIBR, FURIA Flames, and Big Spirit. Which match is which is the match to watch tomorrow?
Maybe Big and Spirit could be quite a good one. I think for both of those teams, we know that they're high-end in the group, or like high-end teams in the group, maybe not by like the win track record, but just knowing that their capabilities. But I don't think they've given us 100%. I don't think they've shown us exactly what they can bring. So that's going to be a lot of pressure on the line for that game, because a few wins differently between those two can actually make quite a difference.
Well, that action kicks off at 1:50 p.m. CEST tomorrow with MOUZ NXT versus Apex Rebels. So make sure you're tuning back in for the final day of our little week. We'll have a little bit of a break after that, factors before we get into the second half of the group stage. So you don't want to miss the action tomorrow. It's 7 more best of ones to proceed here in the WePlay Academy League. We'll see you tomorrow, but until then, good night.